Um, I just want to say Hotep Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. Um, my dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Um, yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, um, it's been, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua, Tua, Tua. So peace and love.
And I actually had a good conversation with somebody yesterday about life and death, and explained that the ancestors life and death or separation. Everything was totally. I actually had a good conversation with somebody yesterday about life and death, and explained that the ancestors didn't see this as life and death or separation. Everything was totally connected, and that's what I love about these teachings. That's what I love about Saba, is that no matter what, he doesn't deviate from what the ancestors are telling us. He doesn't even inject his own personality into what the information is. He just gives you the information. You can take it or leave it. And I believe that to not only me and many others is very attractive to people. And those that can't grasp that are what we call the so-called or quote-unquote haters. I just look at them as they're unfortunate. They're unfortunate beings that if they don't put their egos to the side, or if they don't realize that this realm that we're in is much bigger than me and you. So at the end of the day, I got to look at the collective importance. So that's what I was taught, and I didn't grow up that way. I grew up very individualistic. That's how it is in the United States. Everybody fights for themselves. Everybody's always in defensive mode, and it's a great feeling when you can see the change within yourself, and you can see the change also within others, and see them come from all different backgrounds, and be able to sit here with Saba and the rest of the brothers on the panel. So
yeah,
and it's interesting, Saba. You I remember we talked in the past. You said the people that are wearing like the sisters that are wearing the pantsuits go into the corporate jobs, or the brothers that have a lot of money, you don't attract those type of people to you. You'd rather have the homeless woman on the street, or you'd rather have the person that just lost their job, because they have a better chance of grasping what you have to offer.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly right. The more you're attached to
when it comes to raising our consciousness, it's ma'ala not. There's no other way. There's no other frequency that I would rather be in. There's nothing else. I'm the lie. Man, listen, if you rather the lie, then just have at it. But I want to give Hindu and adoration to everybody that supports and keep this going, because we get questions that I think are not, that I would never ask. I would have never asked a question about luck. I would have never asked a question about feng shui. But we get these groundbreaking, monumental answers, hours long answers of just pure, consistent consciousness raising, high vibrational, just the truth. And this is something that you can implement in your life to change your life for the better. I myself, as well as Amunet, as you pointed out, I have done the same thing. I have instituted a lot of what I'm learning, and I'm constantly learning. I just want to learn, but instituting this into my life, right? It's not a part of my life. It's actually me transforming and Kepara into my true higher calling, right? Raising my consciousness. This is why I'm here every week. I'm here every single week, no matter where I'm at. I done been on the podcast in Mexico, out the country, and in other states. I'm here. Saturday night, I'm not at the club. I'm not hanging out. I don't want to be there. I'm here. I'm trying to learn because I'm trying to raise my consciousness. I'm raising a family.
Answer very deep, to the point where, you know, like you started diving into the Bible, where Jesus came from, Mary came from, with the loaf of bread and the holy month. And I grew up Catholic, but I never could pay attention to the religion. So I went to classes. I did, you know, my parents made me do the whole thing. But if you ask me, like, well, what did you learn? I can honestly tell you, I don't remember, and I don't know. So to hear these things from you that speak about the origin of where a lot of things that I may not know of, but I've heard it before. It's very mind-blowing, and it's very interesting because now I look at people differently. I look at things differently. So your answer dove deeper than I could have ever imagined. I mean, your answers are always out of this world, right? Is the best way I can put it. But I think you outdid yourself with this one. It helps me understand who Aset was and is, and why our child deserves that name. And you know how Ani said, you know, nowadays you just name your kids, and you just get this name, and you don't know where it's from, and you don't know its true origin and its true meaning. We've always said that, like, your name can be very powerful and have a huge impact in your life. And so you gave an even deeper meaning into that. So, this was for me. I feel completely like I don't want to ask just so much new information that I'm excited to have on that. Because then I've been feeling like how do I dive deeper into the teachings? Like, you know, I was telling Primordial, like, he has the literature of ancient. Some things I don't understand what they're saying, and so I because I don't I don't understand it. And so I see everybody else and they speak these beautiful words and it's just magical vocabulary, and I feel a little out of place. And I hope that one day, I know one day I'll get there, but I feel lost. Like how, okay, I've taken away social media, I've taken away things that are just unnecessary. I have free time, but I don't know where to invest it. And so the first thing I do is just dive into your old classes that I'm still trying to like catch up on. And so, but I feel like I can be doing more. And so I feel like this class just gave me that spark, like, okay, there's a lot to learn, but one step at a time, and you'll get there eventually. And you know, with your guidance, Primordial's guidance, and how you said, like, this class has given me the perspective of somewhat of what I need to do, what I need to be, not just for Primordial and the children, but for myself, because if I can't find myself or find my journey, my path, then how can I ever be any guidance to anyone else?
That's good.
Our family. So Tua for this mind-blowing answer, and I appreciate you and your energy, and I'm excited. Thank you.
Glad you're welcome. I'm glad you appreciate it, Gabriella. And
one thing that I needed to do for the wealth to come in.
Is I want to get into a little section where the brother Menkor Ra, who's on the panel right now, I have it advertised. I have it shown in the title. Since we just left on how somebody's actual physical life or death situation, and we're on the topic of this helping lives. I want everybody to know, new people, old people, the Tehuti podcast. This is what I am all about. Thus, this is what we are all about. Because you wouldn't be here if I wasn't about it. If I was about drama and whatnot, you'd be wherever I was over there. They say when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, and the teacher teaches you to change your life. So we have a witness, a testimony from a brother right here, because I used to always be asked when I was a little bit younger in the knowledge. I used to always be asked, "Yeah, man, there's a lot of good knowledge, but what's it doing for? How's it gonna put money in your pockets? how's it gonna put money in your pockets?" I've created wealthy people. I've influenced people, and I'm just the sab. I open the door. When I open the door, if you receive, your life changes. So here's a brother, Menkor Ra, whose life has changed on many different levels, and he's going to talk about right now about how his life has changed financially through the teachings of Tehuti, and then we're going to get into the next question and some shout outs to the donators. Go ahead, Menkor Ra. This is Menkor Ra here. Let me put him on big screen so everybody can see him. He's Menkor Ra now. He wasn't Menkor Ra a few months ago. he was like JJ
Arthur Richardson, or AJ Super Mogul.
Oh, his name was Arthur Richardson. He went from Arthur Richardson to this new name, and now he's actually changed his life, and his income has changed, and everything has changed. So go ahead, brother, and talk to the crowd. Just tell them a little bit of how teaching of Tehuti has changed your life.
Peace. Thank you, Saba Tehuti, master teacher. Thank you for all that you are and all that you give to us, your guidance, your protection, your wisdom, your love, and your dedication. So basically, coming into learning about Saba Tehuti, it was never about money. I love history. I love culture. I love art. I love music. I love our people. And I have been doing community work for a while. And I was always seeking the truth. I just wanted the truth, like Arcad said. And it really started on my journey. I was watching other scholars and listening to people, and all of those things led me to the Killer Priest podcast. And once I started watching Saba on there, I was like, there was something different about him, something very special. And so from the Killer Priest podcast, I saw him on Neteru a couple times. I saw him in a couple debates. And then I just started hitting him up. I was like, because he said on the Killer Priest podcast, if you're interested in one-on-ones with me, hit me up on Facebook on Messenger. And I think I hit him up for like 8 to 10 months before he replied to me. And I was so consistent. I was like, there is no way there isn't something different, and he isn't above and beyond them. And if he's doing classes, I want to know what he knows. I was consistent. I was sure that I needed to learn from him. And so I was so persistent. I think it might be the most thing I've ever been so consistent and persistent about in my life. I was like, I want to learn from him. I just knew. I knew that I needed to learn from him. So I started I contacted him, and he agreed to do the one-on-ones with me. And then there was a little bit of a gap too. And then Saba started the pod class. And so I started doing one-on-ones and watching the pod class, and I could feel the changes in my mind, in my heart, in my body, my car. I could feel myself getting better, healing. And so he started the Neteru classes. I joined the teachings of my aunts. We did the one-year anniversary pod class. I flew out to LA. I met Saba. I got my win, and all these portals opened up. It was a gradual thing. I started preparing myself for the wealth to come in. But I think the biggest thing was my self-worth and my value, understanding my value change, because I saw the energy in Saba and how he lived for Ma'at and how he is Tehuti, like how he lived his life gave me an identity. It helped me see myself differently, see myself as a Neteru. And so I started following my intuition. I started having more clarity. I started doing things. I started my own nonprofit. I already had my business, but I wasn't understanding the things that I needed to do for my business to grow. The number one thing that I needed to do for the wealth to come in was to ask for what I was worth. I had to see myself, though, as worthy of more energy, more finances. And that helped me. That helped. What I'm making now compared to what I used to make, there is no comparison. And so the question, I'm only telling you this, I'm only sharing this testimony with you because the question is, who determines how much money that you make or that you worth? You determine it, but you haven't determined it because you're not seeing yourself the way that you need to see yourself. So who's determining what's in your mind and your thoughts? Who's determining your energy? Who's determining how you spend your time? Who's determining your creativity? Who determines how you feel? Your imagination, your freedom, your joy, your happiness, your health, your love, your relationship. Who's determining that? You're determining that. But the difference between me and you guys are, I'm in the Neteru class. I'm taking every opportunity I can to do a one-on-one with Saba. I'm at the pod class like all of you. Everything that I'm doing, you can do. What is your superpower? You need to figure that out. And you have to believe in yourself. And once you believe in yourself, and then create the portals for the money to come through. I have a business banking account. I have my personal bank account, and I have my nonprofit bank account. So the money comes, I have a place for that energy to come through. I have a website. I have my own business. I am control of my life. I'm a Neteru. We're not slaves. We should be free, and we should be benefiting off our own energy. No Tamahu should be benefiting off of your energy as a Neteru. Arcad said something that was so powerful and so on point. He said, when you're supporting Saba, you are supporting Ma'at. And that was a huge mindset flip for me. And being in connection with Arcad and with Ahati and with Scribe and Saba, that was the energy that I needed to have the courage to live my life as a Neteru, to live under Ma'at through the teachings of Tehuti is the reason why my business grew and I have more money. So that's my testimony. I don't want to take up any more time, but you have to make the switch. You have to make the change and value yourself. That is the key to getting money. You have to be in the right energy for the money to flow. And I just want to say one more thing. I had a one-on-one with Saba about money. And so you have to ask the right question.
Kind of like being in the dream, which, it was very, very, very never. But then when he started his own platform, and I watched, and then he allowed us the opportunity to come to the panel, that was an honor for me. I was like, what? I get to go to the panel? Like, I could talk to this brother? Like, for real, I didn't know what to say, but I knew that I had to be in this frequency. I knew that the truth was more important to me than the lie, right? Because I knew before that point that everything was a lie. And I truly didn't know what the truth was, but I began to easily recognize the lie. Easter bunnies don't lay eggs. The tooth fairy's not coming to put money under my pillow. Santa Claus is not coming down the chimney. I began to just some of the lies that I grew up knowing, and the way Saba was breaking down the truth, man, I was honored. So when I got invited to the panel, it wasn't no question. I came to the panel laying down. I was laying down on a pillow, on this same pillow right here. On this same pillow right here. And I had already got this pillow because of Saba, just because of the teachings. I don't know if y'all can see it. You can't see it, right? Let me back up. Let me show you. You can't see it. I'm gonna turn on the light. There you go. Can you see it? No, you can't see it. How do I show my pillow, man? Let me see. There you go. You can see it, right? I was laying down on this pillow, and I had got this pillow because of Saba, because of what I was learning, what I was instituting in my life. So, at this point, I just know that people are, it feels like people are trolling. I truly don't understand how people don't appreciate the truth the way we all do. So, Hotep Hinu to everybody that supports, because thank you for keeping this going. Thank you for showing your reciprocity and your support. All the supporters, whoever you are, whatever you give, the little, the lot, everybody. Like, I really appreciate it, because that month that he wasn't on that other platform, I didn't know what to do. I almost literally was beginning to feel sick. Like, I was physically sick, because there was nothing else like it. There was nothing else that came close to it. And I'm going to tell you this.
Hinu to the HOUSEOFATTON for allowing me to do this in the first place. Because if not for a certain spell I found in one of the classes, I wouldn't have found my wife over here, and I wouldn't have been able to have my son.
For your 3rd year anniversary of the teachings of my yacht and your Tehuti pod class, I want to say head gratitude to us, to you and your your Hemti Makit, your Saras, your Satis, to us, to your supporters. Thank you for your dedication, to us for your discipline, your consistency, and echoing my yacht and teaching us to do the same thing. To us for keeping the Sakem Eve and teaching us the Kemet, Kuai, and Pekka M. Ku. It's a great honor, and I just want to give you my gratitude, man. It's been a great journey. I appreciate your guidance and helping me become a Ba'ank, a great Neteru, and taking care of my Oud. And to us, your Oud, and everybody, all your Marie ones, I really appreciate you. I appreciate the panel, your consistency, your dedication, your time, your energy. Man, teaching us how to eat, how to work out, how to build. And you know, when there's nothing to stand on, we stand on my yacht and be men my yacht. That's a great honor, though. To out for your books, Stepping Out the Matrix. I still go back and read that often too, though. It's like when you learn so much and then you go back and reread something, it's like, wow. You don't notice how deep it is until you recollect it. So, man, I just wanted to give you my honor, my gratitude. To head gratitude. Sorry about my beard sweating. I just got to finish a little workout. But, yes. To head gratitude. Much Marie, Sakem, Aunt Uja Seneb, Memaya. To Ursaba, Atef, Nefer, Neser, Tehuti, Hinu, Hotep.
Henu, Hotep, Saba. Just wanted to say hi, and also wanted to give you your due praises. Since coming across your pod class, I've not only learned to discipline myself a little better and become more accountable for the things that I do and put forth in my life. It's just been a great experience overall. The knowledge you're spreading is pure truth, and you send it to us with a pure Eve, and we thank you for that. Ever since this pod class, it's been life-changing. My life's been so much better. If you've been depressed, or if you've been feeling low or feeling down, feel like life is just not worth living or anything like that, I promise you, come to this class, come get this knowledge from Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, and it will definitely change your life. When things wouldn't go my way in life, say I was hitting some type of financial burden, some type of issue with family, I would get depressed. And since learning from Saba Tehuti's class, I no longer go through that anymore. I'm more calm. I'm able to step back, take a breath, analyze the issues I have set forth in front of me, and try to solve them. I do still have days where I might cry or I might feel sad. I still feel emotions, but I don't feel like I want to end my life. I don't want to discontinue my life or discontinue living for that matter anymore. I used to feel that way whenever I would get into a deep depression. I would just want to go to sleep and never wake up. And now I can't wait to wake up. I want to see what Saba has left to say. I want to see what more information I can learn. It's motivational. It gives you something to look forward to. And not only that, but it helps with self-improvement. This is better than any self-help book you can find at the library, honestly. But that's my testimony. And so, Henu, to you, Saba, Nini Uk, for all of the things that you do for us and continue to do. And thank you for being such a great model to follow after and bringing this knowledge of the Neteru to us. I'm forever grateful.
And Gabriella, you have two children. You have two children already. You met Primordial with?
Yes.
And Primordial, you came with children already also?
Yeah, I have one. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Well, Gabriella, you got an amazing man. You're about to see something amazing because when a man steps into a relationship and he comes in as a parent to children that's not from his own seed, it takes a lot subconsciously from a man, and when he has his own seed through you, that you're about to see something amazing. So Primordial is an amazing being, and Gabriella to come in and your seed is involved. It's not from her, and now you actually unify to create one that's from both of you that has no outside influence. You're going to see some amazing magic because the outside influence is chaos. I'll tell you right now, they're not in my eye. They're not. They try to raise, and then you talk to somebody, and their frequency is totally. What are you talking about? So now with this, there's nobody to go to.
Yeah.
There's nobody to go to. So I know about that, and it's going to be a beautiful thing, which is going to influence the other children because they're going to see this one with no outside matrix involved, and that's going to influence them more. So it's going to be a beautiful. It's about to be magic in the house.
We'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed. Man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
If you're the date. But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Neteru, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
a command.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing, Hotep? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
Has me moving strange. Check, check, check. Let me know how the visuals look on my side. It shows me moving in glitches. How do I look, Danny? On my side, it has me moving strange. That could be my reception. Moving. Okay, press 9 if you can hear me. I may have to come out and come back in and see what's why I'm moving like this. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. Let me get some of these things off of the studio. That could be it. Move that. Move this. Move some things off of my Chrome. This computer can't take too much. Move that. Remove this. Meta, what's this triangle? Remove that. Go to sleep. Remove that. Okay. Move that. Move that. Okay. Now I'm going to come out, and I'm going to come back in. Let me see if that that helps. I move this. Move from studio. Move that. Move that. I'm going to remove everything. Okay, I'm going to come out and come back in now. Let's see how that works. Okay, check, check, check. On my side, I am moving better. On my side, I am moving better. Okay. Everybody press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Let me see the 9s in the room. See who can hear. We got, I gotta scroll way up. Way up, a 9 from Atun Karai. 9 from Jip Skylark with the, okay, here we go. The 9 Summer with the 9s, for 2 with the 9s. Okay, now I'm starting to see them. Drip Skylark with the 9, Glitches 9, Atun with the 9, Knights of the Round Table 8th with a 9, Amun Kats Unk Tut Tehuti with the 9. Okay, we're flowing now. We are flowing. Nukpuk has Betu with a 9. That maybe that's old. How am I moving now? Am I moving okay? Revolver X. To the Neteru himself. Revolver X with a 9. Angela Gates with a 9. Oh, here's a new name. Oh, this is Oradella 1123 with a 9. And Oradella is always side by side in with Knights of the Round Table 8th with a 9. 9 better. 9, 9, 9. Wonderful, wonderful, everybody. That's what I need to see. Now we can get started with the right frequency. Okay, wonderful. Here's my brother Ramesses Ankh Ma'at. And my little brother Amun Ka Tut Tehuti. All right, everyone. Excellent. And then Setmer says 9. 9.99. You're moving great with a thumbs up. Excellent, everybody. Whew. It is a warm one today. It's very, very warm. It's warm outside and it's warm in here for my animals. And we got to keep it about 88 to 95. 95 plus in here, but that's good. Okay. We're going to begin off with the right frequency, and we're going to get right into the class, right into some words of wisdom, and then right into this excellent class questions sent in. I mixed questions, the main one sent in by Gavin. There's some older questions that were mixed into this. Gavin actually sent in 2 questions. The first one I couldn't answer. It was about the who's over the Isfet, and it's not one particular being. So that class, for me to have done a class on who is over the Isfet, probably would have been 19 to 22 hour long class. So he sent in this one also, and I combined them. And others had questions too from the past that I combined. We're going to start off with the right proper frequency and get this pod class started. Ready, everyone? This is the affirmation for the new people in the room. I don't know if there's any new people here other than Ordella and 8th, but they are familiar with the affirmation by now. So we're going to put it up and say it on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anke ma'at un an es nintet aset and ma'at. Min hapapet and ma'at. Her and hu kiwi per ikut. I live from ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at every day. I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Welcome everyone to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome everyone to the House of Attend. Welcome everyone home. Welcome everyone to the phenomenon that takes place every once in a while, which is the explosion of information sourced in to wake up when people have gone to a state of mind where it seems like we're surrounded by so much isfet. There is only a handful of people that want the source information, how to break the matrix, and also the discipline of what it takes to channel in the frequency that was done prior to the matrix being introduced to us. That is the focus of this. Let me put the banner at the bottom. That is the support for all those who want this to continue. All right, everybody. Let me ask before I start, are there any new people in the room? Press a 7. That it can include Ordella and 8th. They're still new. Press a 7. Well, I don't know about 8th. Well, yes, 8th was at his 8th class a few classes ago. And then Ordella came class after that. So yes, they are both new. So everyone who has been here for less than 3 months, go ahead and press a 7. I'm going to greet you. I greet the new people. This is an all welcoming movement. This is a group that is echoing the frequency of the ancients, which didn't have to condemn people for their religious beliefs, because when the ancestors in the frequency we're found in, we're doing spirituality, there wasn't other religious beliefs to disagree with. So there was no debates. There was no debates happening in 3200 BC. There's no record of any religious arguments or squabbles or anyone calling each other pagan in 3500 BC. Nobody's a heathen in 2700 BC. There's no record of that. So we're of the frequency of the originals, and of the frequency of the originals influence others for purity and correction. If a debate ensues, and we love that also, but we don't condemn anyone for their entrance path of where they are when they enter into the introduction to Tehuti or the House of Attend. So we're going to say peace to Echelon. Echelon, are you new or not? I don't remember because the names change. I'm going to give you a round of applause anyways because I don't recognize the new name. I've seen this name before, but I'm just going to give you a round of applause because it may be new, maybe some older person. Echelon 4244. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to Echelon 4244. And of course, who else is new? Oro to the Della. Oro Della. Shout out to Oro Della. 1123. Oro Della, were you brought into the pod class by 8th? It seems like After Knights of the Round Table came, then you came. Were you? Is that the consecutive order of that? Did he come in, introduce you to the pod class, and then you came in? Because you all definitely are here always together as of the last 3 pod classes, but in the beginning it was just him that I remember. So shout out to Oradella with a 7. Shout out to Knights of the Round Table, 8th. 8th is doing something very honorable. Oh, she says yes. Beautiful. I'm sorry. I don't want to assume you're a she. I'm assuming you're a she because I'm assuming you two are a couple. I don't know. Oradella says yes. It could be a he or a she, but Oradella says yes. Shout out to Oradella and shout out to Knights of the Round Table, who's very honorable because he does something that Retetua used to do, but she's went through all the classes by now, and others used to do too, and that is go back to old pod classes. And you know who used to do the Harass used to do that. Go back to the old pod class that they didn't see because there's years of them. Watch a pod class, appreciate something from 2 years ago, and then send some support in for the pod class of years ago because they saw it, or he or she saw it, and I wouldn't have never known that he or she saw the pod class. But it's an honorable thing. Going back, I'm looking at something right now. I'm trying to find the example of what he did. Going back and and watching the old pod classes and then sending support in. And thank you for that. I'm looking for it. It's actually, I think it's right here. There's Gavin. Gavin saying something to me in his message emails. But he sent in something. It's somewhere here. It's gonna come up. I thought it was here, but at any rate, let me go back because Cash App scrolls now, so I gotta actually scroll the Cash Apps to get them in order. I'm gonna go backwards, and I'm sure he's in here because I saw it before the class started, and maybe it's here at the bottom. It's over here at the bottom. Here it is. Okay, I think I have it right now. Grasshopper, yes. So shout out to let me show the new people an example of the support that this good brother gives. And so Grasshopper, who is Treveno, who is also 8th, who is also Knight of the Round Table. Many attributes he has. I want to go ahead and show the support he gave for a class that was long before he even heard about me, but he went back honorably and watched the class and then supported. Let me go ahead and put this Hancock, June 6th, that's today. Yes, 1. Here we go. Grasshopper. Okay, let me go ahead and show the honor. Then we'll get into this pod class here. Shout out to Grasshopper. Let me see if I can put it on image file. Where are you going? Hold on. Where are you going? Ararat is spinning around. Doesn't know where she's going. I'll show you all Ararat in just a moment. Let me go ahead and find 8th. Here it is. Okay, good. So give a shout out to 8th right here. Brand new. And I'm going to give him a round of applause for this support before class even starts. We live. So shout out to 8th and all the new people. I do have the record now. These are unwilling records. These are records that I don't set out to get, but when I do the research or when I'm told of the record that's happening. And so of all the so-called conscious Kemetic, as they put me in, more than that, but they put me in that category, conscious Kemetic teachers. Tehuti does hold the title now as having the most movie, the most thorough, and the most. So 2, the most thorough and the most movie decoding breakdowns of any teacher on the planet. So shout out to that, which informed me of that. They were added up, and yes, I have more movie breakdowns and elaborations, and the longest on Earth, anywhere from 1 hour to 3.5 hour long breakdowns of such never-ending story. They Live. These are 2 movie breakdowns, and yes, the House of Aten and Tehuti now holds the record as holding the most movie breakdowns and movie thorough breakdowns going back to the roots and the ancestors than anyone in Earth's history. So shout out to that which informed me of that, and we're gonna today's just gonna be another example of that. So shout out to Grasshopper, Trevino, who went back and saw that They Live. That was called They Live, The Matrix Zero, a movie breakdown. Never-ending story. I never seen that movie to this day. I did a 2 hour and 15-minute class on the Never-ending story movie, and to this day I've never seen it. So shout out to the energies in which supply the answers to these movie breakdowns that I don't see, and but yet I deliver them. And shout out to those who send me these wonderful questions for there to even be movie breakdowns. And today is going to be extremely explosive. Today, I received a question on Hancock movie I've never seen. And before I watched 2 minutes of it, I didn't get to watch 2 minutes of it. Before I watched 40 to 50 seconds of it, this is the beginning with the cars driving on the street. I already had 1 page of an answer. So I already had 1 page of a full movie breakdown for this movie before I seen over 40 seconds of the movie. So shout out to all those who support and all those who cause me to tap into what is needed to tap in to give these answers of movies that I've not yet to see. I did the breakdown in the class of this answer, which is over 2 pages long, and then I actually went and looked through the movie and started enjoying the different things in the movie. But like I tell everybody, the movie breakdowns and other breakdowns, I do the Hotep I'm done first. It's difficult to understand how I do it, but the Hotep I'm done and the breakdown is first, and then I'll go back and use things from the movie to confirm what it is that of the answer that I went and got. A shout out to FRB. Peace to FRB. FRB, she's new, but she's becoming a new veteran. And shout out to Harass Did is in the chat. There she is. Harass Did is a veteran. Harass Did is one of the first people to ever donate in the pod class. She used to always donate in 5. So she still does. It's just times 10 or 20 now. It used to be $5.55. And everything was 5, 5, 5, and 5, 5, 5. And these are the beginning days when it first started. She's times that by 10 and 20 now. Now it's like 55. Not 20, but I don't know. I got to get calculated. But definitely times 10, but still on the 5. She's been around from the beginning. And here she is still, Min Ma'at. Shout out to Amun, Man Ra Sadatun, one of my favorite names in the entire Tehuti pod class, in the entire House of Aten. This name is this set of names. I've done a class on every one of these names. And this brother here is developing his family. That's what I'm going to say right now. Brother here is developing his family with the teachings. That's the whole goal. Echelon states, I'm an old student, boss. Rick rolled facts old. Oh, you're Rick rolled facts from... I remember this name not recently or even in the last year or so, but I remember this name back in the Killer Priest days at least. Shout out to Rick Rolled Facts. I remember you, absolutely. Shout out to Rick Rolled Facts. Nanya Setmer says, welcome, buckle your seatbelts and enjoy this ride to clear your mind. Peace on the strength. Tehuti. That sounds like that's how we used to talk in New York. Peace on the strength. Harass is giving hand claps. Nukpu giving his Nukpu sound things. And Ramesses says, this is one of my favorite statements on earth. Hotep, I'm here today ain't going nowhere. That's min ma'at. The only reason anyone should go anywhere from here is if they come out showing the teachings are false here. So if their testimonies, if Ramesses says, I'm here today, ain't going nowhere, and I say, why Ramesses? And he says, because each and every pod class, mind-blowing, you've changed my life. As long as Tehuti is continuing to do mind-blowing classes, change the life, then the other person on the other side should continue to still be here. Once the other person on the other side says, hey, Tehuti is still, my last testimony was he's still doing what he does. His classes are even longer now, more thorough. There's still testimonies coming in. His answers are great. And I'm leaving. That's when the person has actually betrayed their own self because they've shown themselves to be a liar. Not that Tehuti's done wrong, but if you can't show that Tehuti is teaching wrong, and that's why you're leaving, you're betraying your own self. You're just not min ma'ad. You just can't stick around. And to this day, to the new people out there, peace and love to you. There is not one record, and I'm so proud of this because it's hard to stay on this path. There's not one record of anyone leaving the pod class or the House of a 10, bringing up any factual situation that they've been able to show forth with witnesses, or saying, I need to reconcile this or I'm out of here. That's never happened in history. No one that's ever left has ever brought up anything that any witnesses can verify. It's always in their own mind. I feel it in my heart. I feel it in my head. I feel it in my, the people feel Jesus too. So shout out to the Min Ma'at. Shout out to the beautiful pod class. We're going to get this class right started. Echelon gives a check mark, stars, another check mark. Ding. All right, we have 35 people. This class is going to be, woo-wee, everybody. I'm going to put this up, and then I'm going to do a smaller intro, but I want to know if there's new people here because I'm excited for those new people to know what this is that they've just entered into. Today, questions sent in, of course, send in live questions with reciprocity. This is a support system. The movie Hancock encoded with ancient messages of the Kemetic Neteru, never been done on the planet. Ethiopia, Kenya, Sudan, the ancient time and area of the Neteru and Hancock. What does that even mean, everybody? The origin of the word babies, the origin of the words babies and children call father? How does that tie in? Hancock decoded reverse sex symbolism of the gods. Yes, the Neteru goddess over Kenya area was Heteru. Hathor Heteru. Why do babies say Dada first? And who are these women here at the bottom? And who is that woman there? And what is this hole here under Hancock decoded reverse sex symbolism? What is going to happen in this class today? Everybody, get, like Danielle said, Mer said, get your seatbelts ready. Where did she say that? It's somewhere up here. Get your seatbelts ready. Welcome, buckle. Here it is. Welcome, buckle your seatbelts and enjoy this ride to clear your mind. The end of this class is actually about clearing your mind. That's how this class is going to end. It's going to end, and I didn't even know that. This class today, and I'm letting you all know that before the class even begins, this class today is going to end with an axiom about clearing the mind, and then I'm going to zoom right back to the Hancock movie and then say, Hotep, I'm done. Wait till we get to that part. People are going to be like, what in the world? How did that get in there? What are these people reading? All right, I'm going to ask again, and I'm going to get started. There's 32 to 35 people in here off and on. Are there any new people that have been here for less than 3 months? I do not see 35 people in the chat, but is there any people been here for less than 3 months or new? Just press a 7, and I'm going to greet you. Peace to everybody. Welcome everybody to the beautiful Pond class. So Oradella already pressed a 7. 8:30 press a 7, but there's 35 people in there watching. We're not going to attack you. We're not going to condemn it. You can say 7, praise Jesus. 7, Abdullah, praise Allahu Akbar. You can, whatever you're into, we accept you because I take you at the path that you are at and build from there. That's how Tehuti works. Nobody in this pod class, I did not see eye to eye with anybody in this pod class when this whole thing started. People were Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, Jews, atheists, into other types of Kemet, Nuwabians, all kind of things. and I meet them where they stand and walk right beside them, and we walk on this path. So shout out to everybody. Any new people, press a 7. My name is Tehuti and Hotep Ra. I'm going to get some water and then do a little intro and then get right into this class, everybody, because it's about to be mind-blowing answers again and again. Ooh, good. I like some water on me. Elton Ray says my voice is better. Keep the TE going. Okay, I see a new beautiful energy in the room. And that is, look how we treat the new people. Watch this. Shout out to Marjorie Lara 8802. Peace to you. And what do we do to new people in the room? Do we ask you what your religion is and start attacking you? Nope. We give a round of applause. And that round of applause is from the heart. Which is a part of what the class is going to be about today. There's going to be a focus section on the heart, which is actually in this movie. It's going to be excellent. Here we go, everybody. So shout out to Marjorie. And Marjorie, it's warm where I am because where I am is an area in California which is very warm. And on top of that, I have to keep my inner quarters warm because of these. This is Araret, my cobra. Shout out to Araret. She is my cobra. And these animals that I have in here, of which I have bred since I was 7 years old. I've been breeding animals. I have over 55 now because I breed babies and all type of things, and help take in animals that people don't need, bring them back to health, give them new homes. Some people in the pod class have animals that have been rehomed to them. So I've been doing this since I was about 7 years old. So this is Araret, the cobra. And Araret, which is the first spiritual word on the planet for cobra, one of the first of the 5. Araret, Sata, Satet. But Araret is a word that means to rise. The ancient people along the Nile saw that this animal would rise its head, and then it would expand its head. And when it expanded its head, some of the species looked like they had 2 eyes on the back that you couldn't see before the head expanded, and the 2 eyes represented sight. And so the ancients called it Namiz. Namiz was another name for the cobra, and Namiz means brilliant, bright, intelligent, because the expansion of the head of the animal, which other animals didn't do, to the ancients symbolized the expansion of consciousness and the resurrection or the rising of consciousness. It was called Araret, it was called Ara, and that was also the name for what people are calling pyramid. It was called the Ara in the Araret. So this is Araret, and she is beautiful, and she is my cobra, and I have several of these and other species that people are afraid of, and I go out onto the streets and bring my animals out on occasion. I used to do this for a living, and people would actually give me reciprocity to break their fears of snakes and spiders, and I would walk the streets doing this all day. And that's how I used to make a living, bringing out my snakes and my spiders and breaking people's fears and coaching them and then giving them wisdom on how to break other fears in their life. And that's where you get some of these testimonies that you see today. Shout out to everybody in the pod class. Woo! It's a beautiful, beautiful day. Angela Gates says, welcome, new people. Welcome. This is a safe zone. Thank you, Harass. This is a safe zone. It is a safe zone. This is safe. Everybody that's come here has everybody that's come into the pod class of the House of Aten has stayed, become better, or ran away, betrayed, left, and were better than when they came. And that's the beauty of this, is that nobody can say they were worse than when they came. Everybody, whether it be the loyal or the betrayers, all of them now are better. And that is my goal of life. If you come into the life of Kemetic energy, truth, Ma'at, it makes you better. You just can't help it. You can leave angry. You can, Tehuti treated me bad. He's a bad man. So I'm going to take his name and the name of his movement. Are you? But no matter what happens, are you a better person than when you met Tehuti? Of course, and that is the focus of what Kemet does, the focus of what Ma'at does. It gives you vision. The word Ma'at means vision. It makes you a better person. It makes you a better being. California is named after an ancient goddess, Kali. That's some information, yes. It is great. It is great. It is great. Atun says, wow, been with you from 7. Oh, yes, the animals, yes. Woo. Safe place, harass, safe place, everybody. Absolutely. Let's go, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the House of Aten. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti podcast. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been doing this, which is waking up people with consciousness ever since I was about a little bit bigger than this computer monitor that I am on right now. If you take this computer monitor and turn it sideways, I was a little bit bigger than this when I started my mission of waking up people. It's been my lifelong mission, and I sacrificed all that is in the matrix and came off the grid to perform this mission and gather people under the name of truth, ma'at, and true information, and breaking them out of the matrix. When I was a child, I spent a lot of time with these animals out in the woods and out in the wilderness. And one thing I noticed about them that inspired me when I was a youth is that they were consistent. That means that what the last beehive did, the next beehive will do. And everyone in the beehive will do. And what the drones do in the beehive, the other drones will do. And what the worker bees do in the beehive, the other worker bees will do. What the honeybees do in the beehive, the other honeybees will do. And because of this, peace to Priscilla and to all in the room. There's Priscilla right there. Boom, boom. The other bees will do what the lion of 200 years ago did and the lion of 1,000 years ago did. The same lion that you see today on the Nature Channel will continue to do. They continue to keep their legacy. They continue to stay aligned with the nature that's around them, and they evolve for beneficial reasons that live to help their tribe or their pride or their ant colony. This is a natural way of life that every animal submits to, other than people. So I would go back around people and see people in a state of chaos. They were wishy-washy. People had no diet. Some people were fat. Some people were slim. Some people smoked. Some people did drugs. Some people did crack. Some people were Christian. Some people were Muslim. Some people were fighting. Some people were doing it. It was a completely different life than when I would go out for hours amongst my the animals. Then something amazing. When looking up the oldest way people communicated spirituality, which you can see behind me over here, look very closely at this. Look very closely. So this is the oldest language on the planet of spirituality, meaning that if this doesn't exist, there's no spirituality on this planet that's recorded. When you look at the images, 90 to 95% of the images are animal forms. Angela Gates says, I'm glad you're feeling much better, Saba. Thank you, Angela Gates. Ramesses says Saba's loved by Ramesses. Saba's loved by Ramesses Ankh Ma'at. Wonderful, wonderful. So the animals in these images, the behavior of the animal is what rendered the character to mean what it means. So thus, the original communicators of spirituality on this planet had to have faith that the animals that were around them kept the same personality while they were there, kept the same way of life while they were there, and would continue for thousands of years to still behave the same way that the original people saw the animals behave. Why is that? Because if the animals changed their behavior, the language wouldn't make any more sense. The behavior of the animals is what dictates the communication of spirituality. So there's no communication of spirituality on this planet unless we have these. There's no Native American totem poles. There's nothing. There's no language. Whether you speak Hebrew, whatever language you speak, all of those characters are animal characters. All of them are images of animals, and it all started here. And so the ancient people had so much faith that the animals were consistent and loyal to their tribe, to their pride, to their hive, to their behavior, to nature itself, that it was decided that the language itself would be animal characters that you could see all around you. So they would draw something as a sentence made of animal characters with the faith that their child's 4,000 years down the road would still be able to pick up that papyrus and read it, because only if the animals are doing what they're supposed to do does the language create a sentence. Does the language mean anything? Only if the hippopotamus does what it does Tawaret mean anything. Only if Awaret does what it does the word Awaret mean something. There's no betrayal in their behavior. We saw that as Min Ma'at. The totem pole to the Native Americans, the totem that was made hundreds of years ago, means the exact same thing to the child born today, because the animals and the eagle still behave the same as they did 300 to 400 years ago when the totem pole was made. That's consistency. So humans looked at animals as a state of consistency, not something to fear, not something to be separate from, but something to look up to, that you can only communicate spirituality, you can only communicate immortality on this planet if you observe the animals. So as a child, I observed the animals. I questioned the religion around me. My mother told me from when I was a child that she went to an oracle. She called it an Obia woman, and the Obia woman would describe what I would look like and marks on my body, which I still have right about here, marks on my body before I was born. And then when I was born, my mother would show me the marks that matched what the Obia lady said before I was born, which showed me as a child that there's some type of consciousness that exists before a person is born. So if that consciousness exists and matches a person before they're born, then does that not mean that that person or consciousness of that person predates the flesh? I'm on my mission. I'm on my path as a child. I'm on my path as a youth to wake up people. I start studying all these books around me: Nation of Islam, the Wahabians, the 5%ers, everybody's Bible, Qurans. I'm reading all of these things, and I'm deciding that it's time for me to go out and wake people up. First, starting with my family. Didn't work too well at first. It caused strife and contention in my family. So my mother wanted to kick me out. So she said the only way I could stay in the house is if I won a bet. What's the bet, Mother? The bet is that I beat a pastor in a debate in front of her, and she's the judge. We ensued in that debate. It went on for 5 hours until she kicked him out of the house. A young little man riddling a pastor, 47 years old. Shout out to Pastor Brown, if you're still alive. You were my beginning. You were my path to let me see that it doesn't matter what age you are. You don't respect the elders. You don't respect the youth. You don't respect anybody because their age. You respect them because their wisdom matches their character. So I don't respect someone who is 47 years old preaching lies. Let's deal with the information. I'm not going to listen to you, even though I'm a young boy and you're a man, because you're older than me. Prove yourself. And that's what made me a man. To let me see, boop, I'm going to bump you off regardless of your age. Boop, I'm going to bump you off if you're not teaching the truth. I don't care if you're 92 or 2. I don't care if you're 22 or 47. Boop, boop, boop. And I had a debate with a pastor. She kicked him out of the house for embarrassment because I was riddling him up. This was the very first step for me to see that there's an interest and there is a focus of the matrix is fed energy to erase that which they know is the truth. So the very next week after that, it was about maybe 4 days later, so it led into the next week, I received a letter at my door, and we opened it up, we looked at it, and it was a restraining order. It was an order to restrain me from going to certain properties, and I was wondering, what did I do to anybody on these properties? When we looked at the bottom, it was notarized by the courthouse, and it had the signature of the pastor that I beat in a debate. The pastor put out an order of restraint that this young boy is not allowed around the churches in the area because he wanted to silence me. He didn't want me to influence the young boys and girls and the adults. So he blocked me from getting there legally. Instead of beating me in front of everybody, I still went to the churches. I still broke in. I still snuck in. And I started going there before the pastors would get there. And I would teach the people in the church, and then I would go in the back, or I'd sit down somewhere, and they would blast the pastors. It was called the snake style. They would blast the pastors with the questions that I had as a youth. It doesn't have to come from me. I want it to come from the people themselves that believed in the pastors, because that would affect them more if their own pastors couldn't answer the question. And I would go from church to church, Bible study to Bible study. I was on a mission. I didn't care about school. So I got evicted from every school that I went to, and I expelled every school. You're expelled. You're expelled. You're expelled. You're expelled. And I'm like, what's the spell? What's the spell that I'm X from? I don't understand. Teachers, what's the spell? I don't want to be under a spell. You're Xing me from a spell. What does that mean? I'm expelled. What's spell? What does that have to do with my questions that I'm asking of the teachers not answering, and I'm getting into physical fights with the teachers? So I'm expelled from school. So what would I do? I break into school. I go into school through the side door so nobody can see me as a child. And I would go into the library, and I would hide in the library from the teachers in the back and gather all books and information. And I would design classes. I would design classes as a young boy, a young man, in the school libraries that I'm expelled from. And I would wait for the recess bell to go off. Ding, 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 ding. And when the recess bell went off, I would go into the hallway in the midst of all the chaos of the students, and I would teach question and answer classes. This is, I think, grade 9. I don't know. I don't know how school even works. I don't know what grades are. I never passed any full grade of anything, whatever these things are. So I would go and teach for 15 minutes. When the bell would go back off, I would go back and hide in the library. I'd wait for lunchtime, and I would go and teach again. And I was going to school. My mother thought I was going to school. I would go to school every day. I'm going to school every day as the teacher, though. I don't care for your grades. I don't care for your information. I don't care for what you're doing. I need to wake up these students. I'll go from school to school. I would shut down government programs. There'd be government programs collecting the youth for Scared Straight, whatever these government. I would shut them down. I would go into the school, do a class about the guys with the small hats and the small hats and the nose, and do classes about them and shut down their programs. And I was a menace to society. I was a menace to society, but I was waking up the children. I was waking up the youth. That's all I cared about. You must know that these are lies being told to you. At any rate, I continued on, and I ended up converting the city that I lived in. It was an entire city. I changed almost everybody. All the brothers and sisters in the city. It was mayhem. They were all going now, questioning the churches. It was crazy. People wanted to find where I was. They wanted me to stop doing what I was doing, and I continued. At any rate, I found an organization, and I joined it. I'm not in it now, but there was an organization that looked like, on the surface, it looked like they were doing what I was interested in, which was breaking people down. They were called the Nuwabians. So I affiliated myself with the Nuwabians, and it was a beautiful thing in the beginning. We were breaking Christians down, Muslims down. It was a unified movement. We had our own toothpaste, our own everything. It was like, this is beautiful. And I was teaching using my animals. And I skyrocketed in that movement, where I started skyrocketing to become the proofreader of books, and I became known as the teacher of teachers. The owner of the organization was saying, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep. He would tell everybody that my questions snake style him, and it was getting very interesting. And then one day, he told me that I was teaching something that's not in his books. And he said, I want you to teach that right here in front of everybody. He said to everybody, it's not in my books, y'all. I can't imitate how we talk, but he's like, it's not in my books, y'all. This isn't in my books. Teach them, Amenhotep. Teach them what you were teaching about that plant. And I would teach a class about nature that I used in the debate with a pastor, and beat him in a debate just using nature and the Morphophilus plant. And he said, see, y'all, that's not in my books. I'm going to take that knowledge. Don't get mad at him. Don't get mad at me. If y'all can take my knowledge, I'm going to take knowledge from Amenhotep. And this caused a domino effect of anger and jealousy, and they eventually gathered up the teachers, came to my living quarters with torches, and said, if you don't stop teaching what's not in our books, we're going to burn down the property, the things that don't belong to us. And I said, that's dangerous. That wouldn't that kill me and my family? If you set fire to my home and set fire to the books, won't the couches set on fire? What kind of organization is this? I eventually went back to that teacher and I told him the situation, and he told me that I have to leave because it's dangerous. He said, it's too dangerous. I said, what about this knowledge that you told me to teach that is not in your books? And he said, I can't bring them where you are. He said, I can't bring them at Hotep where you are. I can't bring them to that level because I'll lose half of my flock. I'll lose half of my followers. He said, I want to eventually get there. He said, you're about the source. You always want to go to the source of things. You always question, what's the source? What's the source of what it said? And he says, I want to take them fully to Kemet. We had a big, long conversation. I want to take them fully to Kemet, but they're not ready to go there yet. So it's safer if you leave because they're threatening your life. And I left, and I went out into the world with nothing because I joined this organization as a youth. I had no paperwork, no nothing, no school, no name, no job. And I went out with nothing, and I had to develop a way to make finances. By this time, I was a single father, looking at my couch for nickels and dimes to give my son, get him cereal and get him food. I'm searching in the couches and begging for money because I just left this organization of which it wasn't about making money. It wasn't about money. I was being taken care of, and I just had to sell the books and wake up people. And I left school before grade 9. I didn't know nothing about making money or anything. So I'm out looking in the couch for quarters. My aunt helps me out, and I end up utilizing knowledge that I got about fitness and health. And I started teaching people about fitness and health and started making money underground on bodybuilding websites with fitness and health. I didn't have any type of fitness status or any type of paperwork or anything. I would just educate people and give people certain health products and things, and they would send me money. And I was doing it all under the table. I refused to work for the man, and I continued this. At any rate, my aunt would say to me, hey, what are you getting paid for all this knowledge that you're dropping? And I said, nothing. She said, that's impossible. What do you mean? I said, I'm not getting anything. She said, nobody appreciates what you're doing. And I said, no, I don't know, but I'm not doing it for money. I'm doing it for the love of the people. She said, there's people out there that know way less than you, and they have seats for $50 to go see these teachers that are way less than you. These people should appreciate you. And I said, one day people will appreciate me like they appreciate the Weed Man and Kellogg's Frosted Flakes and going to see the movies, a horror movie. One day, but not this day. They're just not at that level yet. They want to buy things that destroy themselves more. So anyways, I continued on, and I moved my family to Canada, and I started studying, enhancing myself in magic. So I would set up magic shows on the streets of Canada, Yonge and Dundas, and I would perform in -8 degrees, and I would teach people by attracting them by doing the magic, David Blaine, Chris Angel, voodoo, all type of different things I did. And I would develop students. And very interesting things started happening. And I'm going to break this now and go to Kill a Priest and start this class. My students that I was teaching were not just believers. I was having them tap into something where audiences could see, which was much different than somebody just saying, I believe in Kemet, I believe in Islam. I would have one-on-ones with my students, and they would go out and manifest spirits, energies that I have on camera to this day, that people that are atheists would see and couldn't deny. I had people that I would have one-on-ones with where they would have their, shout out to them, sorry for their loss. She had an abortion, a couple of miscarriages. And in the one-on-one meetings, the babies would come back to her in our meetings. In our one-on-one meetings, she would cry and she would manifest the spirits. This was beyond now just teaching and sounding deep. I would teach people how to do out-of-body experiences, and one brother started doing it on the street before he got home. And he went into a zone and started walking downtown Toronto in a zone. And he came back, he said he had an out-of-body, and he contacted his deceased brother who was walking they were over us looking down. He said, that's my master teacher right there. He taught me how to do this, to come see you, brother. His brother's deceased. He never seen him since he died, but now he has this experience, and he says, that's my teacher down there. So people were having these experiences that were beyond just that's deep knowledge. People's lives were being changed. This is way before the pod class. So I realized that this must continue and people must tap in. And I had the ability as such because of what I sacrificed in my life to cause people to do so. At any rate, I moved from Canada to California, and my students were saying to me that I should go on YouTube and get my face be seen again, because I was teaching in a way where you couldn't see my face, like anonymous. I was teaching in that kind of way, and I had a DVD out and all of those things circulating across the world, and they wanted me to come back on YouTube, and they showed me the people on YouTube, and I said, wow, look at those people. Hey, Nana said, hey, that's a brother that I learned from. He's teaching about the sun and getting energy from the sun and melanin. I said, oh, hey, that's a brother I converted from the church in '93. So I started seeing the people that I transformed, that had testimonies from me in 1993, 1996, and now they're your YouTube people. And I was like, oh, I don't really go through YouTube looking for this. I'm not really the internet person. I'm more in nature. But I started going on YouTube, and I said, oh, that person, I converted that person. I changed that person's life. That person was a pastor. Oh, there's a YouTube. Oh, that person was a boy. When I was teaching, they were there as a little child. Now they're your big famous YouTuber. I said, oh, this is nice. And then I noticed that there was something interesting taking place, and that was that people wanted to erase me. And I said, that's not nice. Why do you want to erase your teacher? Why aren't you on YouTube talking about that Tehuti did this for you? Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you and I would talk to the pastors, and one pastor told me, I can't tell anybody about you. I have to hide. He was bold. He was a Mason too. He showed me his ring. He said, I can't tell anybody about you. He said, because I'll lose my followers and they'll go to you. And I said, that's fine. So I didn't understand the manipulation I didn't know those things. Like, okay, if you lose your followers and they come to me, isn't that a good thing? If I'm the one with the truth, then play your position and play your role, and let's unify. He said, no. I need them because they give the tithings in church. I said, oh man, I don't know nothing about that. I'm doing this for free, so I don't know about tithings for church. So I saw that people were intentionally trying to erase me. And one brother even took my head and photoshopped it off of my body. It was a CD that was out and had my name, Amenhotep, at the bottom. And he photoshopped my head off. They put his head on. And he sold there was CDs were selling from here to Trinidad. And it was my voice teaching. And it was him on the cover with his face. I said, why are you doing this? Why is everybody doing this to me? What is it? Why not just say, hey, Tehuti was a teacher of mine, and that's him, and I'm going to do my own thing. And he erased my face off. And it kept going on. I said, okay, I have to come back to YouTube. I have to get my face seen because people are trying to take my identity. So a brother named Mahati said, you should start a movement with this. And I said, I don't trust anybody to start a movement, because if I do, I said, Ahati, they're gonna learn from me for a little bit. They're not gonna find fault, and then they're gonna leave and branch off. They're gonna start some other kind of thing because they want to be the star, they want to be the teacher. It's gonna be a bunch of disunity and splinter groups, and I'm just too pure for that. My heart can't handle putting time into people and they just break off, splinter off, and not give a reason. I said, I can't go through this, Ahati. And he asked me again, he said, maybe you organize this. And I said, okay, go organize it. Go organize it. I'll sit back. I'll give the guidance from a distance. Go organize it. And that's how this, the House of Aten, it was called the Teachings of Ma'at, and started the movement. I skipped a little bit of it. But at any rate, so we started a movement, and it's happening now. And I'm like, oh no, I've raised people up from English names that no perm haru, no nothing. And now it's happening, everybody, to me. And it's a beautiful thing because all the people from Kill the Priest get to witness what my introduction was. My introduction to everybody, whether it be Angela, Amonet, who else is here? I can't see anybody else. Nukbu. It was just a story to everybody, right? Hey, there's people that cut off my head and took my name and now they're on YouTube and they're not mentioning me and I raised this person up and it's just a story. But now people get to see there's someone that was here and some people that were here and they were in the watching my intro saying, I can't believe people do that to you, Saba. I can't believe, oh my goodness, I'm with you, Phil. And now that's happening now. Now there's somebody out there that took my name, called themselves Saba, took my name and took the name of the House of a 10 and switched up the words a little bit. And now they're taking testimonies from the pod class that everybody knows were people from Kill the Priest, and they're changing up the words and they're putting it as testimonies for him. I have never seen anything so evil in my life. I've never seen this. And I'm like, what is it that I'm doing? Why is it that, why not? And I said, oh, it's the thing that I was afraid of in the beginning. I'm here to unify people. I'm here to bring people together so that we can build something. If people keep branching off and splintering off, it can't go anywhere. So I took my time to raise these people from scratch. These people don't know nothing about anything. Nobody was in Kill the Priest saying Min Ma'at. Nobody was saying Neteru. Nobody was talking about the Awuts. Nobody was talking about Nefer Upesh. Nobody had the name Upesh in their name. Nobody had the name Mahati. Nobody had the name, all these different, nobody was that in Kill the Priest. I came in there alone and said, I'm going to be patient with all of you and raise everybody. And I raised them up. And now there's people out there with a parasite splinter group imitating me because the person now wants to be the center of attention. I'm like, here it is, everybody. It's happening again. You're witnessing my introduction. You're witnessing the things I said happened in 98 and 97. So it's extremely evil. And I still strive. I still strive to continue. At any rate, with the story, I went to Kill the Priest. And this is how it all started. When I went to Kill the Priest, I started teaching again for free. Kill the Priest was getting $500 super chats, $350 super chats. Shout out to him. I wanted to get all the money. I wanted AD and Kill the Priest. Don't get me wrong. I wanted them. I didn't want $1. Never asked them for $1. I want the Kill the Priest podcast to explode. More memberships, more super chats. Bring them on, because I love to Kill the Priest. I love the brother. I went to Kill the Priest, taught a class, and it exploded to a super class. And then everything just started exploding from there. AD took his wallet, dumped it on my hand. It's the first time I received reciprocity. I've been doing this now for 37 years, since in high school, trying to teach, hiding and ducking from teachers. And I've been doing this for not one penny. And AD dumped his money in my hand and he said, take this, you deserve more than this. And so as time went on, I told Kill the Priest, I'm going to have to take some of these answers to my channel, because I did it because I was taking up Kill the Priest's whole show. If anybody remembers, the whole show of Kill the Priest, we couldn't even play music because I was answering questions for hours and hours and hours and hours. Y'all remember that? Hours and hours? And we could let's play 2 songs, end of the show. And I was like, so I'm going to divide this up. I'm going to bring people to my channel. They can ask their questions over there, and some questions over here, and we'll divide it up. I'll call this the pod class, and I'm going to set up something that's never been done before in Earth's history, and that is I'm going to set up a question and answer class based on what I don't know anybody's going to ask, and I'm going to give 2-hour answers with screen shares, documents, disclosure files, languages on the screen, videos, live magic performance, live hypnosis performance, live videos, animals, and just break down and build up everybody's question, no matter what level you are at. And I said it has to be a reciprocity system, meaning that I'm going to give up everything that I'm going to do in my life. I'm a fitness trainer. I gave that up with COVID. I perform magic. I'm hired for football teams. I'm hired for the Harry Potter book release. That's me as the Black Magician. I'm hired for that. I performed for the Kardashian families, and people used to come see me. Halle Berry, and all the people used to come see me and pay me at the beaches and do all that. And I said, I'm going to give all that up and just dedicate my time to this ability that can wake people up and change people's lives. So I started the Tehuti pod class this is my last shot. I've been doing this, everybody, Since before people were born in here, while people go and live their regular lives, I was in the schools breaking in, expelled. I had no money, so I had to break into houses for sale. When the realtor would leave, as a youth, I would wedgie into the windows, run extension cords because I didn't have any money to pay for anything. So I'd run extension cords in through the window, take his realtor sign from the front, throw it in the back. I had little 5 cents, 10 cents. I had $20. I took the $20, 10-cent printing, and I printed flyers and handed them out for the realtor's home, knowing that I could get arrested for trespassing. I did not care. I'd break in the window, bring some chairs in there some friends would give me, and I would teach classes to strangers who could have reported me to the police by having classes in a realtor's home. Then I'd have to hammer back in the window when the class was done, bring the realtor's sign, clean up the place to make sure he doesn't know anybody was in there, and the next week do the same thing until I get arrested. This is what I would do, and I was doing it for free. So I set up a reciprocity pod class as a system to say, here's my last shot at this, with demonstrating this thing that I'm tapping into, which most people here have experienced. And that is the people appreciate this. If we're going to set up a system, if we're going to keep this going, there has to be a reciprocity and appreciation, because no culture, no movement, no nation, every one of those nations have their people set up for what they do. It's an appreciation system. If you're a fireman, you get reciprocity for being a fireman. If you're a McDonald's worker who flips burgers, poisoning people, you get overtime for killing people, poisoning people. If you're the weed man, you get customers. If you're the policeman, if you're the teacher, if you're an actor that has no talent, so you have to play Jason, cha, 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 cha. The person who plays Jason has no talent. Cha, 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 cha. He's retired with millions for going cha, 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 cha. He does absolutely nothing in the movie. There's no acting, but the Matrix makes sure that he's set up. If you play Jason, if you play the guy from Saw 3, Michael Myers, no acting ability from any of them, you will get millions of dollars, and you'll be taken care of, from the flipper of hamburgers to Jack Nicholson. You'll be taken care of in our society. If we're going to create any type of society or anything, we have to keep things going. So I set up a Tehuti pot class to say, if you all want this to take place and continue, support the movement, support what this is, and keep me here, and keep this here. We're starting from scratch, everybody. This is from scratch. We're a movement, but it's starting how Kemet started. Kemet didn't start with pyramids and papyruses and everything. Everything just pop up. It started from some tribal people, and then in the Neteru, and things started from nothingness, deserted land. We're starting from scratch. So we're starting. We have the pathways of the awakening. We have talent shows. We have a family or meeting. These are from scratch because I'm not getting funded by the government. I don't have the CCI Christian fund or whatever. We're starting from scratch, and it takes the people to unite to keep this moving. If you want this to move, this is a tribe, yes. And the tribe is starting from scratch, and maybe 40 to 100 years from now, it will be the big House of a 10 movement. Like the Jehovah's Witnesses started from 3 people in a room. Seventh-day Adventists started from one brother who was too scared to teach, so Ellen G. White had to come and 4 people in a room. And now the Seventh-day Adventists are a multi-movement, taking jets to different countries, bringing Christianity all over the world. Started as 4 people in a room. So we're starting from scratch. But those 4 people in a room supported each other. So everybody, welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I had to do that intro. You get to send in questions, live questions, the support for those who truly appreciate what has happened for the several years. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. It is going to be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oops, am I locked? It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful. What's happening? It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful class today. At the bottom, it says support the Tehuti Pod class. Support this House of a 10. Support if this has benefited you. What kind of things can be asked? Anything at the Tehuti Pod class. This person here asked about heart stroke. They got wisdom on heart stroke. This person wanted to know about their eyesight. This person wanted to know about eyesight. This sister here wanted to know about feng shui. This person here wanted to get their body in shape because they were out of shape and they knew that I was disciplined, and they turned into this. Here's their before and after picture. This is the proof that lives are changing here at the Tehuti Pod class. This person wanted to know about ADHD. And get help about ADHD. There's no limit, purpose, and destiny. This person here wanted to know about how to contact their deceased mother. Not contact them in their mind, not pray to them and hear back, but wanted the deceased to be seen walking around and interacting. And we set up a one-on-one and we did that. You saw the person Menku quadrupled his income here. Those people that you see on the panel doing those testimonies, those are people that weren't families before they came to the pod class. When you see those people up there that are, this is my high, this is my out, and there was no out. When the pod class started, who was here from the beginning? Who was out in the pod class starting? Nobody, there's no families here. there's no people saying, I'm stand for, this is my high, this is my empty. None of that existed here, everybody. All of that was introduced here. Family frequency was introduced here. That is what we're here to do, because tribe starts with family. That's how my prayers start in the morning. Singular, double, triple, family, tribe, community, village, town, city, nation. That takes patience of hundreds of years to build. So welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get right into it. This is going to be beautiful. Let's get right into it, everybody. Let's get into this question and answer. So everybody, as you're watching the class, as you're watching it, you could just send support, say thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, I appreciate it. This brother here, No Poo, if this is Rob, I said last class, so this brother here has been here, this brother here has seen me teach before any of you saw me teach, if it's who I think it is. If that's Rob, he's seen me teach before anybody. There was no pod class, there was none of this. He saw me teach from those videos you saw up on Wahani, Tamaray, and all of that. I was teaching. So I don't know if this brother has a Cash App that I don't know or I'm not familiar with, but if anybody should be supporting or knows about building a nation, it should be that brother there. If it's who I think it is, a brother named Rob, and he was all full-fledged building a nation. So if that's you, here you are now. This is like 30 years later. And here you see a brother now. Support the pod class, support the House of Attend. If that's you, because different names. I think I didn't get to see the answer last time. I think that's him. If it's Rob Lowe, but because he has different names, but Rob Lowe and everybody support the pod class. Say thank you to Tehuti for what you're doing. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to heckle you. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm here because I'm feeding off of this wisdom, or I could be at the club right now. I could be doing something else right now, but people are here for hours. And if you're here for hours, you're consuming and your life is changing. You wouldn't be wasting your time for 2 hours in the pod class if your life wasn't changing. So if your life is changing, everybody, support was changing your life, because I think almost every single person watching has bought weed. I don't know. I only saw weed about 5 years ago for the first time in my life. I only drank alcohol for the first time in my life in like 98 or something. And there was a cap and it sent me to the ground unconscious. I don't know about those things, but I know that when I was in the world watching people, that there was like no brother or sister who didn't support the weed man or go see the latest movie. So support this life. It was taught to us by you, Neteru Tehuti. Support this life, everybody. Support positivity. Just say thank you when the class is done and support life. And just say, here's to you, Tehuti, because the guy flipping burgers, the guy flipping French fries, poisoning my children that I've paid for, because there's nobody in this pod class who's not eating French fries and burgers. What you're doing here is worth more than the burger guy I supported. And I definitely supported the French fry guy. I definitely supported the Cheerios and the potato chips and all the poison and all that, so I can support you, House of Attendant Tehuti. have a heart, and support the podcast. Let's go, everybody. I'm going to put the link in the room, greet everybody, and then we're going to get right to the teaching. I want to get right to this class because this is going to be a fabulous class. I'm going to play a couple of clips. I hope the podcast doesn't get shut down. There's the link in the room. I'm going to play a couple of clips. I'm going to get right into this class, everybody. Shout out to you. Yes, Harass was there from the beginning. You remember Harass? There's nobody. Who was the teaching out there? I'm a teacher too. What? What happened? I'm teaching. You weren't teaching anything. You weren't teaching anything. Out there with fake testimonies of people's names from here. Fake testimonies, AI testimonies, taking the names of people in the podcast, making them your testimonies, and I have testimonies of you in tears. You got fake testimonies, and I have testimonies of you actually in tears. And you got fake testimonies of you didn't raise up Harass. You didn't raise up Dejed. You raised up Dejed? Huh? What was his name? Dejed. How do you get that? Tehuti? You didn't raise up Nookpoo. You didn't raise up Ebet. You didn't raise up Sherika, Nefertiti. You didn't raise none of them up. You didn't raise up any of these people here. But the Isfet, instead of falling in line, I want to be that person. Let me just steal what he worked for 37 years. Let me just get it today on AI. Anybody here agree with that type of behavior? Press a 1. Press a 1 if you agree with that type of behavior, so I can know who you are. If you agree with anybody that does that to me, just go ahead and press a 1 so I can go ahead and see you right now. Let me see who's up in here. If you agree that anybody should do that to Tehuti, go ahead and press a 1. If that's Ma'at behavior, if you believe that's Ma'at behavior, press a 1. Let's see all the ones. Huh? That's some evil behavior. I didn't raise you up to do that, young boy, young girls, young everybody. I didn't raise anybody up to do that. I took you. I was patient with everybody from scratch. Patient. When you're saying incorrect things because you don't know any better, because you didn't go into class on that, I had sealed my lips and just taught. I didn't reprimand. I didn't say. I was patient with everybody. Harass was on a totally different level than Nookpoo, was on a different level from Amunet. Everybody, people on different levels, and I was patient with everybody and said, whatever you are, let me walk you through until you get your Ren. You get your Ren, I build people up from scratch, and now people out here taking my testimonies. You didn't raise up no Ebet, you didn't raise up Nookpoo, you didn't raise up nobody, no Dejed, raise up nobody. You're raised up with them. They saw you raising up. So this falsehood and craziness, and that's why nobody who was a part of that fake nobody's a part of that fake parasite movement, whatever the heck that is that's going on. Nobody could come to this panel in front of Tehuti and justify it, because you know the same thing is going to happen to you that happened to all the people that you saw me debate. You're going to get snake-styled and destroyed, and that's why nobody has ever presented anything to Tehuti live on the panel, which you know I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to attack you. I'm going to do just what I did to JJ, Mighty Hebrew, everybody, and just wrangle you up in your own nonsense. But I want the world to see it. Don't try to talk to me personally. I want everybody to see it, so nobody can come up here and say, yes, I raised Kefa. Remember when you were Hush Nation? It was really me that took you on the islands. Hush Nation, like, no. So everybody, welcome to the Pod class. This is the truth. Real testimonies, real live people, real videos, real flesh and blood, real Boz, real cause, reality, not AI. No AI demonism going here, everybody. So I haven't seen any ones here yet, so I guess nobody here agrees with that behavior. Good for you all. How you doing, brother Ramesses? You look like Ramesses. I think it's a lag. He's in Ghana, Nigeria. Oh, he's okay. He's not moving in real time, but I can hear him.
I'm in Nigeria. The network is faulty.
Can you hear him, Kefa? Bring your mic up close.
Yeah, I hear him, but he a little low.
Okay.
What's
up? Shout out to Robert Williams. I can attest to that. That's right, Robert Williams. You were there from the beginning. Kefa was there from the beginning. Hotep Ramesses, Hotep Kefa, how are you doing? Gonna build with them for a minute, then I want to get right into this class, everybody. Get your pen, your pads already, because I'm gonna get right in and give a good teaching for a good, at least 45 minutes before I take a break. How you doing, good Kefa, brother?
Hotep Saba, Uncle Justin, I doing good. So for asking, it's big my art. I have my art, I got my 3 axes on deck. Just trying to keep them as sharp as possible, The last class is really never. I just have to be able to go over all these classes again, because some classes doesn't be for me, and then some classes is be like, okay, I could watch this class while I eating or something, and then when you realize what kind of class it is, you can't watch the class when you're eating. you're like, and like the Tartaria class, I was like, okay, I could breeze through that. I could just leave it play, And then while I watching the class, I like, but I didn't care nothing about Tartaria, but this is like the best class ever, and I like, but Saba really going in on this class, and I like, man, all these classes is pen and notepad classes. None of them is classes that you could just just watch to get to our next class. All of them is potent. So just like the class you want to get to, the current class, you have to take your time with that class and just get everything out of it as you could. So yeah, tour for all of these network sessions. I know this one gonna be big, so I'm strapped in and I'm ready to go. Uncle Justin Ed, Hotep.
Uncle Justin. What do you say, Uncle Justin Ed? What?
Hotep. Uncle Justin Ed, Hotep.
Hotep. Shout out to Gavin. Gavin, are you in the room? This is Gavin's question, everybody. We're gonna get right into it. I'm gonna step off just to throw some water on me and dry my face up. But before we start, let me go ahead and show this beautiful set of questions. Some of these are not coming from Gavin, but the main ones are. The movie Hancock encoded with ancient messages of the Kemetic, Neteru, Ethiopia, Kenya, Sudan, the ancient time and area of the Neteru and Hancock, the origin of the word babies and children's called father, Hancock decoded reverse sexual symbolism. This class is going to blow everybody away. Hancock decoded reverse sexual symbolism of the gods. Yes, the Neteru goddess over Kenya was Neteru. Neteru, why do babies say Dada first? We're going to get into all this, everybody. I'm going to go throw some water on my face, put the snake down for a second, and come right back. You all build. When I come back, we're getting right into class. I'll be right back. Let me just go through, dry my face. I'll be right back. No tip for now. I'll be right back.
No tip, Saba. Uncle Justin Ed. Hotep Marie, Ramses, and Kemet. Salute. We're good. You're good, man. Our brother Ramses. He freeze up. Hotep to the chat. Hotep to everybody who are watching. I don't know, it's big love, big my heart. To all the supporters. We strapped in for another session, more HECAU. The HECAU really works, so send in your reciprocity when you could. Get the HECAU back out of it, you know what I mean? Universal currency, nature currency, Neteru currency. Yeah, it's big my art. We doing it. Saba here with the main my art. To off everybody that come in and keep coming. And all the supporters that keep supporting, representing them in my art, Share it with your family, share it with the youths, and just keep digging, seeking, so we could be able to spread more light. Yeah, so it's big my art. We examining, observing, taking in all this Nefo, Hekao, all this Nefo Meru, Saba providing to Saba for all the Nefo Meru, to Anani Asetma, Titi Amun, for all the support, for all the provision and sustenance of the HOUSEOFATTON. So to her for all of that. Yeah, and to the out. I remember the last class was real Nefo when Saba break down the 72 times 5 is 360 with a circle with a 72 with a 5 inside of the circle with a star, and for the star to fit in the circle like that it have to be 72 degrees on each side. When Saba was teaching, I was like, what else Saba could teach me more about the 72 that I don't know? And I was like, I think I know this one already. When Saba break that down, yeah, that was real Nefo. That definitely is the real Nefo. I was a mind-blowing class, so I know this one will be mind-blowing again. Yeah, I had hate mathematics. Not hated, but I wasn't good at maths. I always failed at maths when I was young. And now Saba got me real interested in mathematics. Yeah. Got a whole lot to learn. All the skipping school. I mean, I prefer this than school, you know, but if I had no better, I would have followed, like, try to soak up the game in school, try to soak up as much as I could instead of just skipping class all the time to do is fit. Hello, Nefo, Tetua. Hello, Uncle Justin, that big love, big my aunts.
What's up, Mary? Can I be heard?
Marie. I hear you loud and clear.
Hey, what's going on? Hey.
Hotel,
Ratetua is here. Hey, do a mic check, Ratetua. Let's see if we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear her.
Mic check. Can I be heard?
Hey, we hear you great. We hear you great. You look great. You look like you're getting younger. You look like you're about 18, 19. Holy smokes, what's going on? Okay. And Nanny's here. Okay, we got a full house, everybody. It's gonna be a good thing. I haven't seen Nanny and Ratetua on the screen in a long time.
That's perfect, Ratetua. Your background is perfect with your. It looks like those are your
Yeah. Super
That's
Nefer.
perfect. Where your head is, that's your crown now.
Yes. It's perfectly aligned.
Excellent, excellent. How you doing, Ratetua? How you doing? I'm gonna do a quick greeting. I'm seeing Ratetua on here often, so I'm gonna do a quick greeting talk, and then we're gonna get started. But it's nice to see you here on the panel.
I'm doing very well. I'm feeling very Nefer, very grateful to be here. And I'm excited to just be able to jump on. I've been waiting for you to send the link. We talked about this, so I gave you my word, so here I am, and it's just great to be here. And like I said, just grateful.
Excellent. Good to have you here. And Nanny?
Yes.
See if you can put your camera down just a little bit. Move the camera down. You're like part of your face is chopped off or something.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that's a little better. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay, that's a little better. Okay. All right, how you doing, Nan? You doing good?
Yes, yes, thank you, thank you. Sorry for the delay getting on. I'm having a few technical difficulties, but it seems to be good now.
Okay, excellent, wonderful. I want to show everybody this before I start the class. I'm going to get right into this class here. So everybody knows about the Neteru classes. I'm restarting them. I'm redoing them again. They were definitely compromised. We don't have a lot of the we don't have a lot of them, so I have to go back into my mental. There's about 27 classes missing. So I'm going back into those, redoing them for all those who missed the Neteru class. I'm doing new ones and redoing the old ones. Get them, download them. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, if you may be new, they're these right here. So this is the Neteru Monday classes, which is Neteru Monday Magic classes by Tehuti, private group classes directly live with Tehuti, walking line by line of the Purim Haru and Neteru and given mental, spiritual, visual, and physical rituals based on the indigenous Medu words and imbued in tantric meanings from 2:30 to 5 p.m. It's actually 2:30 till sometimes 6 p.m. Sometimes after 6, so it's very long. It's longer than what the flyer is actually saying. And for those who are in the room, I'm going to give you an example of some of what the classes are. An example is in showing the titles of the classes, and you can see how vast they are. And then we're going to go ahead and get this class right started. So here, everybody, here is some of the classes. These are the last 16 or so classes that are here. And if you order them, you get them. If you order them while the pod class is going, you get them minutes of ordering them. Within a minute or less than a minute of me announcing it, you get the classes. So here's an example of some of the in-depth topics. The classes are so in-depth, the titles go off the screen. Mind, focus, door, continue, triangle, sapti, meru, beer, high, husband, weeper, lucid dream, polarity of set, donkey, self-correction, awakening deceased in the astral, awakening in the deceased in the astral plane, the intestines, appetite, discipline, origin of shoulders. Origin of shoulders was crazy. That was amazing class. Ritual, attracting what you want. Lion chair of the ancestors. The Fibonacci 3. Camp code. Empathy. Near death experience. Hall of Ma'ati. Mother caller. My personal Tehuti's personal morning affirmations. What I do in the morning. Nebiska. The Mandelbrot set teachings. Tribe loyalty. The drip of water versus the river principle. The ba leaves and stays in the body at the same time interdimensionally. Silver cord, different coups, root word. The root word of Aut, dilation, great small heru, light microcosm. Self-sabotage, which actually is a class I did because it was beautiful. I did a class on self-sabotage because while the class was going, the person was having self-sabotage during the class, and I was using them from trying to communicate with me outside of it's great. They're self-sabotaging outside of the class, sending messages to the class, and I'm teaching the class on the self-sabotage, utilizing them as an example, because their videos of the class they were at before was all praise, Henu, love you, Tuti, I'm never leaving. People leave because of this, and then the next class they're leaving, and it's a beautiful symbiotic thing that was happening in the class. So it's self-sabotage class, psychosis while self-sabotage class was happening live. Silver cord, Tehuti's hidden name, 11 duality fingers, easy out of body practice, hidden meaning of Isfet, hypnotic frequency switch causes disloyalty, YT is feminine, the emmer wheat, swallow, womb, the canoe, a moon, barley, and the aku, true definition of black, the name of Asar, why Kemet name, black woman. I had to do the black woman class because the class before the class before the self-sabotage, the person left because they said I belittle black women. So, gosh. So I did the black woman title, Emmer Wheat Part 2, Kes Homage, Heru's Face, the Shrine of the Serpent, and last class, 81, Green Light, Math Kit, Out of Body Vision, Perception, Change, Control is to Merge Mindset. I taught about the difference, how to do magic, the mindset of doing magic, the difference between controlling something and merging with it. The Shed Light Palindrome, Ma'at, Untie, Ari, Ara, Kepara, and the Lotus. And those are the Mednetter classes that you can obtain. The recordings are $25. And if you send them to the pod class, say I want Mednetter class, any number that you want, or you can just say, Tehuti, send me a class that you think is good for me, whatever it may be, you get it within seconds of me announcing it. That's how fast things move here. It supports the House of Atten, and most importantly, it supports you, because I am doing these Mednetter classes for you, everybody. They're for you. They're not for me. I already have the classes here. So I'm not doing these classes because I'm learning. I'm doing these classes because this is what I decided to focus on in the Purim Haru when I was younger. When everybody here, I was a young person with a Purim Haru. Nobody else had this Purim Haru. I was there. I decided to start translating it and focus in on it from the time I was supposed to be in high school or whatnot. I'm there in high school. I'm deciphering the Purim Haru. So I took that 30-something years of wisdom, and I'm now walking sentence by sentence of the Purim Haru, because there is no YouTube channel, no book, no movement, no organization that focuses on the Purim Haru, line by line. Everybody else that says they're Kemetic, they show you pictures. Look at this image, and you see the wings. The wings represent this, and the fifth cup of Pisces represent the astrology sign. No. Walk me through sentence by sentence, line one. There's no movement. There's nothing that's doing that. They've negated the spiritual teaching step by step. I'm bringing it back because I vowed to bring back the Neteru, and I vowed to bring back the original teachings of the origin of things ever since the Nawabians said they're going to put me in a body bag and kill me, and I had to leave from there. I said, I'm about the source. We're going to walk through this line by line, and I was doing it since before then, before it even happened. So join the Mednetter class or get the recording, and it will be a beautiful experience for you. And of course, before those classes, there's number 1 all the way to about 20. Then there's a big break, and then it goes from 45, 47. But there's a big break in it, but let's get them all. Some people get them and download. Get them and download them so that you have them, so that we don't lose them like we lost them because of the betrayer. So we don't want to lose them again, and everybody should be knocking at the door saying, wow, I had the Mednetter classes, I don't have them anymore. Those are your only spiritual teaching classes, Tehuti. How do we get them back? I'm missing them. I can't get online and get them. I should be expecting that, because people were getting the classes for 2 years. So all those people who are getting them, now that you don't have access to them, I should be getting a lot of emails and saying, hey, how do I get them again? But who knows, anybody? But anyway, shout out to those who did inquire for it. And we're just going to keep on going until we ride the wheels off this car. So everybody, we're about to get started. Shout out to everybody. Nice to see Retetua, Mut'awut on the screen, Kefa, Eve, Ma'at, Fatu, Kemba on the screen. Ramesses, his name disappeared. Ramesses, Unk, Ma'at on the screen. Nani Aset Mur on the screen. Harass says, where's Jabari's at? Retter has the sun. Neter has the sun on her head. Oh my gosh, man. All right. And by the way, everybody that wants to get an update on what's happening, Tua, Neteru, then I'm going to start the class. Tua to the Neteru. I finally done it. I have finally done it, everybody. It took me 30 years. Sonnetter's channel now, almost every Sonnetter show for the last week and a half has been on the Neteru. There has never been no Dr. Ben class, no Sonnetter, no such thing as channels on the Neteru and deciphering whether they were beings or principles. None of that existed before. I worked 30-something years from the time hearing the principles, 30 years to say, I'm going to bring it where people are talking about it. And finally now in Sonnetter, they're having debates every day. It's almost every day on the Neteru now. So shout out Tua. It took me decades to get this topic in conversation. You don't hear there's nobody having conversations on any YouTube channel, any books about the Neteru and walking through line by line, talking about the actual Neteru. They're only talking about Kemetic history and the pyramids and this pharaoh did this. No, what about the Neteru? I had to work hard for that. And now, I don't care if they believe it or not, but it's getting in people's minds. That's why Drip Skylark is here. And as long as people are seeing the Neteru being discussed, that's all I want. I worked since I was a child, since I was a youth, to bring the Neteru to be talked about on a popular channel. And it's happening now. The same brother who went against me in the debate, Reggie, is now full-fledged for the Neteru being real, a complete 180 degrees, and he was the one against me in the debate. Tua for that transition, and Tua to the Neteru. We're going to get the Neteru out there. That is my goal, to get what the ancients taught back out there, because they had a voice. We're going to get started, everybody. Your Tetu was given the Henu. We're going to get started, everybody. Let's get started. Everybody, and let me ask everybody, who here has seen the movie Hancock? Because we're about to get into this. Who's seen the movie Hancock? Raise your hand. I haven't seen the movie yet, the whole movie. Anybody seen it? We heard about it. It was like, oh, there's a black superhero. But then you hear, oh, wait, it's a joke. Wait a minute. He's drunk. He's not Superman. He's not Wolverine. It's like a comedy. And so anybody in the chat, 33 people, anybody seen the movie Hancock? Anybody seen it? It's interesting to say the least, but when you're watching it, it's just an action movie. Until today, you're going to see how serious the makers of these movies are, and you're going to see the study of the Neteru, the time it took when this movie finally came out. It took 11 years. What you're seeing now is not the first one. I'm going to introduce you to the first one. The one that I have the documents of that didn't come out because it was banned. It had nothing to do with what you watched today. I'm going to show you the first one and things from the first one and things that didn't come out. And the dark sexual reverse nature of Hancock, that is a superhero movie. Angela Gates, you saw it? And I'm going to introduce to you that's what you're getting now is a superhero movie. Originally was a sex magic movie. Huh? And I'm going to bring out that one and the new one and show you all of what's going on in the sex magic movie that was based on the reversal of the Neteru's story. And I'm going to show you the Neteru story in there, in the original words, because I have the documents that didn't come out. That's what I do, right? So we're going to go. We're going to see a clip of the movie. If they don't, we're going to walk through this. It's going to be beautiful. The wife made him weak. The wife girl made him weak. Yep, we're going to get into all of that, everybody. So we're going to get started right now, everybody. So peace and love. We're going to tell everybody to jump back in the chat as I'm breaking down and walking through this movie. Support the Tehuti podcast. Cash App, TT Moon. PayPal at RockySV. We've been building for about an hour and a half. This is the family vibe. We only get to see each other once a week. So we have this one time to see each other once a week. So that's why I spend about an hour or so building with everybody, because I'm about out. That's why I had to bring the word out into the conscious community. The word for family didn't exist in the conscious community. That's supposed to be about tribalism, but there was no another word for family. So I had to bring the word family back, everybody. This is a family. This is an out, backed by the hands of the female. We're going to be talking about that today. So let's get ready, everybody. Get your pen and your pads out. Get your iPads. Get your eyeballs. Get your thinking caps on. Get everything right and ready to support and ready to ask questions. Send in live questions in the form of reciprocity. Do not type them in the chat. Thank you for all those who participate in the chat. Type whatever you want in the chat, as long as it's not disrespectful. But send in questions to the Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. We're gonna find out. Anybody? Robert Williams, you saw the movie? Did you see and Angela Gates? Did you see the movie that was on? Did you see the movie in the theater? Let me ask this first, and I'm gonna get to this class. Angela Gates and Robert Williams, did you see the movie that was in the theater, or did you see the one that was uncut? Just put, I saw the one in the theater, or did you see the one that was uncut? One of them is 92 minutes. One of them is about 108 minutes. So if you saw it, Robert Williams, if you saw it, most people who didn't see the one that the things that didn't come out that was in the original. Let me see what they say. So the uncut one. Okay, wonderful. So the uncut one, I'm going to put it on the screen. Angela Gates. Here it is, uncut. The uncut one. See my blue arrow? Angela Gates. Anybody who saw it? What caused this hole here? Something caused that hole. Anybody remember? Because that's what the original one was about. I didn't see it in the theater, bootleg maybe. Okay. So there's a hole right here. Anybody know what caused that hole? We're going to find out today what caused that hole. And then we're going to get into a lot of different stuff. The beautiful sister here, that her part wasn't in what was in the theater. We're going to get into it, everybody. Let's go. So I'm going to say, shout out to everybody. I want to get started right now. Let's go. I'm excited for this one. This is the first time I actually watched a movie that was sent to me. I watched it after I did the class. So I did the class about a page and something first. And then I said, let me skim through this movie to see what's in it. Then when I skimmed through, I was like, oh, yeah? Okay, there's another page. So I already had the page and something done first before I saw 60 seconds of the movie. And then I said, let me just go. I'm just gonna press random spots and look from behind the movie and see what they were doing behind. And then I got the rest of the answer. And then when it was done, I said, let me go ahead and watch some of this movie. And I started enjoying the movie. As I enjoyed it because I see what it was. I see what it was about. So, anyways, let's get started, everybody. I'm excited. Let's go support the Tehuti podcast. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hit the like button, support, and let's go. So I'm gonna say peace and love to everybody. So Angela Gates does anybody know what caused that hole? And nobody saw the movie. You didn't see that part. What caused the hole there? Nobody knows. We're gonna find out today.
Which movie? The 108-minute one or the 190-minute one?
It's 90-minute. There's a 92-minute one or so. Then there's a 108-minute or 12-minute one. That part is only in one of them. So if you saw that part in the movie, there was only one of the movies that had that.
That's the uncut one?
Yeah, that would be the uncut one.
Okay.
Did you see that one?
I didn't know it had an uncut one. I ain't seen none of them, but I only know about the Will Smith one.
Yeah, they're both Will Smith. They're both Will
Oh,
Smith, but some
okay.
had some scenes in it that was what the original movie was based on, which is nada like what you see on the screen. We're gonna find out, and then we're gonna find out at the same time that was happening where Will Smith was also gonna be in, and then how those two movies tie in. It's gonna be a beautiful thing. Let's go, everybody. I'm ready. I'm excited. Let's do this. I'm gonna say peace to Kefa, jump back in the chat. Peace to Nani Setmer, jump back in the chat. Peace to Retetua, jump back in the chat, and let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. Hold that. Let's go. All right, everybody. Press the 9 if you can hear me, because I want to get started right now. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Kefa, are you with somebody? Oh, Kefa. Okay. Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're gonna get started right now. Drip Skylark, new people. I know you waited a long time for the class to get started. It's because we're a family. We build like this before we actually jump in. Before the Big Vapes. Big Vapes is a movie, man. Movie, man. You've seen this movie. You're going to love it. You're going to love this breakdown. I'm going to let a couple 9s go, and then we're going to get right started. I'm going to come off the screen, but still, I'm going to hear you. I'm going to see you all, and then we're getting right started. Okay, I see the 9s there. Big Vapes, Fetu Kimba with a 9. Drip Skylark with a 9. Robert Williams with a 9. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Where is Gavin? That's interesting. This is his question. And where's Maharu? Maharu loves these type of things. Here we go. We're about to get started, everybody. I guess Gavin is busy. You can watch it on the replay. But this is your question, Gavin. This a part of it is your a lot of it is your question. We're gonna get down, see if this moves the screen, and we're gonna start it immediately. Lately, I've been doing the word introduction because I've been doing just the visual introduction, me on the screen. So I'm not going to do the word introduction, but welcome everybody. I just saw a new name pop up, then my screen disappeared. It looks like First Netter, but it blanked me out now. I can't see him anymore. I can't see anybody. What just happened? Okay, there's First Netter. Moon. Okay, good. Are any of the new people still here that were here in the beginning? I forgot the sister's name. I forgot her name. New people are in the room. If you're new, press the 7. We're going to get started right now. You ready, everybody? So welcome, everybody. Let me get the timer out. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti podcast, the House of a 10. The only place that you can send these type of questions in and not get mocked, but get your questions in of who you are, where you came from, what was the original language of spirituality, are the Neteru real, government conspiracies, telepathy, out-of-body experiences, light near-death experiences. What are the original teachings of spirituality? What was this called? What was the discipline of it? Where does it go back to? All of those beautiful things are here at the House of a 10. We do not base our teachings on just looking at pictures and talking about other groups and other movements and mocking other people. We don't have any videos about anybody's personal mocking anybody. We're strictly about the wisdom, knowledge, and the information and the guidance, and about changing people's lives with this. That's what we're about. If there's any complainers or people out there, bring your presentation complaint, bring it to the screen, bring it up. But in most cases, or has not been to this day, anybody that has come up with anything against the actual teachings of the House of a 10 or the Tehuti Pod class to me face to face, not at all. So they are just complainers. We are about building structure. Structure is what people are afraid of. Dedication, loyalty, structure, obligation, organization, and number one, discipline. This is a disciplined movement. I try to echo the discipline out. Here we go. There's 42 people in the room. It usually starts at 42. Let's get started right now. I'm going to go for about 40 minutes and then take a little break for about 5 minutes and then start right back. Boss Fee's in the room. Who is Ann Poo's in the room? He's like, I just want to learn, Saba. I just want to learn. I'm not here for the riff-raff. There's enough of that in the streets, right? Right, Ann Poo? We're enough of that nonsense. That's what you're trying to get away from, right? I'm here to learn. I'm not here to I go back to street life for the chaos, right? So he's an example of a disciplined brother who came here to learn, and he's been learning ever since, and he's changed his physical body and his spiritual body with actual proof of it in picture form. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. Ready? We're going to start on the count of 3. Boom. Uh-oh. That'd be Hancock. Wow, I wanted a breakdown of this movie, The Dark Crystal, and couldn't get it. Zeptebi, you're going to brace yourself, good brother. You've seen my movie breakdowns. You know, the House of Fatton has the most thorough movie breakdowns and the most movie breakdowns of any of the conscious community, as they call us, or whatever, on Earth. This is going to fall right along that, and even better. So here we go. Zeptebi always supports. I don't have to tell him to support. He knows he's been supporting since he was supporting. He was here before he was in a pod class, so he was here since he even saw me on the Lions Den, or way back. So shout out to Zeptebi, Slim, and all them, all the great supporters and all the continuous people. Shout out to him. Shout out to him personally. Let's get started. You ready, everybody? Let me get the timer open and on and ready to go. Ready? Here we go. Support for the pod class, everyone. Oh, it came off. Share screen. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh, is it showing? Okay. Let's start on the count of 3. It says screen was sharing canceled. Something strange is happening. Let's try it again. Entire screen. 1, 2, and 3. Here it is. Boom, let's go. Now it's a white screen. There it is. Okay, coming in from the good brother Gavin, who actually sent 2 supports. One for a question that I couldn't answer. It was too vast to answer in a pod class, and he sent this one. Shout out to him. He said, can you break down the Hancock movie? Okay, can you break down the Hancock movie? Let me do one thing real quick. Boom, boom. Oh, let me get that back on the screen, everybody. Here we go. Let me get one thing here, and let's get started. Okay, here we go. Now, boom, boom. Full screen, and now here we go. All right. Boom. Is it sharing? Okay, can you break down the Hancock movie, 2008? Will Smith. Will is Gavin. Gavin Willis. I didn't understand this part of the question because that's his name. Gavin Will is. Gavin Will is. I am Will. I am Willie. He said repeated phrases, and images. He said the images he noticed are the eagle. He wants to know about the eagle, the John Hancock. Hancock, good job. The a-hole, crazy. Yamacha Hancock, Satan, set. And he wants to know about there's a strange phrase in Hancock. We'll circle back to that. The main character cuts out a circle in glass. Okay, so there's a lot of things in the movie. We're going to cover that, which I can understand that he's asking about here, and much, much more than he's even asking about in this breakdown build-up. Way more than he ever asked about, because some of these things I don't understand is a question of what some of these are, but the eagle, the Hancock, and so much more is going to be in here. And then I saw this later on, the circle back to that. Character cuts out a circle in glass. So let's get into it, everybody. Ready? Here we go. So here we are again with another example of the diversity pod class. A very interesting set of questions focusing on the movie that most people have heard of, and mostly heard of it from the entertainment aspect, and not really paid attention or even thought that there was any deep hidden meaning within this movie at all. This question sent in, let me move this over a little bit. This question sent in by the good brother, Gavin. Another question that was sent in that I combined into this one may be wondering, is Gavin reaching here? Is there any subconscious message that were intentionally put in the superhero Will Smith movie that deserves any type of reveal or even intention, or is it just a movie, a fun movie of a superhero solving crimes in a haphazard way? Well, this evening, like all other evenings, your questions that are sent into the Tehuti podcast will be the same consistent, mind-blowing reveal from behind the matrix, and people will see why Tehuti again holds another title that he was not going for, but happened to naturally, organically, and symbiotically yield, and that is the record of the most movie analysis, breakdown, reveals, and the most in-depth, lengthiest movie subconscious, uncoded movie classes in history. And why so many people send in questions like this to the pod class. We will see today if good brother Gavin is looking into something that's not really there, such as associating the movie Hancock and any connection to Kemet, or if there's an intentional encoding placed purposely within this movie. Brace yourself, open your minds, enjoy this journey, and support the Tehuti pod class and support for the movement of the HOUSEOFATTON and the Tehuti pod class. Let us, one of these images which is not in the regular as this breakdown build up progressive. So when you're just looking at the part of the looking for this movie, the parts of the movie that comes up, or the surface of the plot that comes up, you'll notice one very interesting thing I will have underlined in red. So here's the regular. I'm gonna go ahead and fix up. So when you're looking at the plot of the movie, PLOT, fix up typo live. Looking at the plot of the movie, here's what Hancock, a drunkard with superhuman powers, including supersonic flight, involuntary immortality, invulnerability. This thing's covering up. Let me get this off of here. Okay, there it is. John Hancock is a drunkard with superhuman powers, including supersonic flight, invulnerability, immortality, and super strength. Although he uses his power to rescue people and stop criminals, his activities inadvertently cause millions of dollars in property damage due to his consistent intoxication and cynical attitude. As a result, he is routinely jeered by the public and is considered nuanced by the LAPD. This took place in California. Hancock frequently ignores court subpoenas and lawsuits from the city of Los Angeles to address the property damage it's caused. Hancock is applauded for handling the bank robbery and becomes popular once more. As Ray had predicted, Ray is another person that he had helped. Ray had predicted. He goes out to dinner with Ray and his wife, Mary, with whom he reveals his apparent immortality and his amnesia from 80 years ago. After Hancock tucks a drunken Ray in bed, he's alone with Mary. After she notices a bruise on his hand, they both share a secret kiss. Hancock discovers that Mary also has superhuman powers. He threatens to expose her unless she explains their origins. She agrees, but threatens him to stay away from her and her family. Mary eventually tells him that they have lived over 3,000 years, and here's the part that I have underlined. This is actually the base of the movie. They've lived for 3,000 years with their powers, having been called gods and angels in their time. She also explains that they are the last of their kind and are meant to be paired. Mary does not tell Hancock the entire truth, and Hancock departs to tell Ray about their conversation. The exchange results in a heated and hateful argument and battle between Hancock and Mary that takes them to downtown Los Angeles, causing significant destruction to the area. Ray, downtown in a business meeting, sees and recognizes his wife using ability, which appears to be the theme in most of these movies, that they give to you as entertainment. And that is, if you notice in each and every one of these movies, they will be surrounded with drama, so-called fiction, science fiction, horror, etc. They always have and are fascinated with adding the theme of something ancient, supernatural, and in this case, gods and angels associated with immortality and the ability to live thousands of years is the hidden secret that gets revealed in this so-called entertainment movie. By Mary. To the end here. This gets revealed as entertainment. Okay. All right, everybody, as entertainment, how would you like to know how this particular so-called movie was actually originally designed as an embedded, dark, reverse sex magic film, which encoded the Neteru stories straight from the papyrus and the reverse of biological imperative, all the way down to symbols within the movie that go back to the Zep Tepi. But of course, everybody, in order to know that and much, much more, what time is it for everybody? Am I breaking up? Press 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Am I breaking up? Or can you hear me okay? Can you hear me, everybody? I said she may have to go back and watch the movie. I don't remember none of this. How do I sound, everybody? Do I sound clear? Am I okay? Let me bring this a little bit closer to me. Am I okay? Not breaking up anymore. Okay, wonderful. OD or 9? Okay. What time is it for, everybody? To get into all of that, what time is it for? Everyone, type it in the room. She says, Enrique says, yes, better now. What time is it for, everybody? I know the new people watching in the room may be saying, what is these people talking about? We got Golden Hemlock. That's a new name. So what do we do for the new people in the room? Round of applause. Welcome. If you are new or just maybe someone under a different name. And heart, Golden Hemlock says, yo. So welcome, Golden Hemlock, if you are new to the room. What time is it for, everybody? Or Della, what time is it? What's about to happen here? Let's put it on the screen, everybody. We're going to go behind the film. We're going to go behind. I'm going to reveal things from the state it existed, from when it's a film, and the time before it was a film, when the study was being done. This took 11 years, by the way. You ready, everybody? He says 11:36 where he is. In about 20 minutes. What time is it, everybody? They're typing Tehuti Overdrive. Hancock came on 2008. Yep. Ready, everybody? This is 11 years in the making. Let's step behind the veil. Ready? Let's go. People are saying, the new people are wondering, what are these people talking about? What time is it? It is time for let's step behind the veil. Ready? Get your seatbelts on. Let's get ready to take a ride into the secret society codes that are going to lead directly into this. Ready? Let's go through it. Overdrive. Are you ready? Let's walk. What's shrouded within the theatrics, comedy, drama, and excitement? That was the actual message stated in this movie itself. What became unfocused on, or the focus just shifted to the sci-fi effects. The message was that you, who is Hancock, is the person without their Ren, without their name, who does not know their name or history, and is innately a god or an angel who is immortal or has immortality, whose ancient ancestry traces back thousands of years. But in the movie, which is actually real life, you, aka Hancock, has dementia, as you do in this life. And the hidden secret is that you are suffering from amnesia, that you're on a mission to obtain your memory and power back so that you can control your powers, is in actuality an ancient theme recorded on Kemetic papyrus thousands of years before the Matrix in ancient times. This was called the removal of the Seket, which was the ancient word for the power of your memory. Then the more that you are around mortals, or your opposite frequencies, was the more power that you lost. The second rebirth of consciousness energy was held by the female in the ancient papyrus. The second energy, which is the ancient word for memory, was held by the female frequency because it is only the female energy that can rebirth life physically or consciously. That Seket, that everybody's calling Sekhmet, is the ancient word for memory and the ancient word that causes the Araret, which is the rising up out of the body. In the ancient papyrus of 1250 BC, rise for myself, Tuna E, make for me to rise, Seket. The goddess is the female energy causing the resurrection and the rising in the out of body. This is the chapter of Sekau, which is where Seket comes from. Sekau is Seket plural. Remember, because there's multiple memories. So I had to introduce to everyone some 25 years ago that Sekhmet is not to be thought of as the angry warrior female who was just out there fighting, but the word Seket, which became Sekhem, Sekhem-T, became Sekhmet, was the word for memory, consciousness, and the regaining of it so that you can remember who you are when the physical body is no longer, for the rebirth of consciousness. That's why the word sekau, which is seka, pluralized, is the root word of seket, which is the feminine aspect of it, which causes you to get back your sound frequency, which is why I had to introduce that the mouth symbol is sound and the waves are waves. Waves of water are waves of frequency. And the rebirth energy was seket, called seket, and merit, myrrh, because of the association of the breaking of the water, which is why one of the ancient words for heaven, et, one of the definitions of it was the breaking of the water, because the breaking of the water was what commenced the baby to be born, and the breaking of the water in the heavens is what caused the seeds to be fertilized through water, through the great rain of the Sapti star, which happened every year along the Nile Valley, which was inundation called the Meri, which is why you have words like maritime and marines and maritime state associating with water, the feminine frequency of the water breaking. Meri was also the name of Aset, who was the sister and lover of Asar. I want you to remember that. Meri was the name of Aset, who was the sister / lover of Asar, who came from, typo, the story, who came from the story, move this on, who came from the story that those netters were made in twos, they were made in pairs, or came out as duals. Who is the energy in the movie, Hancock, who is stating, if you've seen the movie, if you haven't, we're going to show you, who is the energy, who is in the movie stating that when you are around or get close to that which is your opposites, your innate superpower, gradually because of Isfet, disappears. In the movie, the opposites are the matrix definition of opposites, which are your other halves, which is not really your opposite, but is your coexisting. In the matrix, they teach you that your husband or wife is your opposite. Thus, they call it opposite sex. It is not opposing, it is interaction. You do not have an opposite sex. The penis and vagina are not opposites. They work together to create life. They don't oppose each other. If you oppose me in a conversation, that means we're not getting along. You can't be the opposite sex. So they invented that the female was the opposite or opposing sex of the male. That's a part of the matrix hypnosis. And then they taught you that you have to fight her or him or have friction in the relationship, as in when you're doing boxing or doing martial arts, when somebody throws a punch at you, you counter it. So your opposite sex became known as a counterpart. This is my counterpart, but a counter is something that you're fighting with. So the male and female in your life is not your counterpart and is not your opposite. In the movie, the opposites are the male and the female, but in actuality, the opposites was the Isfet energy that the males and female were trying to be like because they were trying to adjust to mortality. So the opposite was actually the mortality versus the immortality in the movie. I know Harass is like, where was all this in the movie? I didn't see none of this. Robert Williams like, what? Where was all this? We're going to see it. So who was the one holding the secret in the movie that had to give it to Hancock? Who was holding the secret to the rebirth? This was the rebirth of the harnessing of the superpowers so that they will not be wild. Somebody had the information. There was a particular person that had the information of how to harness the superpowers so they can be controlled and not be wild and destructive and self-sabotaging and then eventually weakening. Who was the one in the movie teaching Hancock that he was a god and he had superpowers that he could lose or not control and get weaker the longer he was around mortals on earth trying to be like them? Who revealed this and held this memory? I'm going to I'm going to play a clip, and hopefully nothing happens because only a couple of seconds. So it should be fair use. And I'm going to play a clip of who's the one that revealed this. Who held this secret? Was it the male or the female? Who held the secret that was revealed to Hancock? Who was it? We're going to find out in just a moment. Here we go, June 6th. Boom. Let's play this clip and hopefully. Here we go. I'm just going to play this clip and hopefully they don't shut it down. Here we go. Let's see how long. Let's see what happens. Fair use, just a couple seconds.
Who are we?
Gods, angels. Different cultures call us by different names. Now,
so she's the one that held that information. He said, who are we? She said, gods, angels, different cultures call us by different names. So there's one being who doesn't know who he is, and one holds the secret so that his consciousness can be reborn. She actually holds all of his story and has the information for him to keep his power in this movie. They give it to the female. And what's the female's name? The same name that I just showed you. That was the rebirth energy of the water. In the ancient papyrus, her name was Mary. So the one that gives Hancock, called Hancock because he doesn't remember who he is, the one that gives him the information of how to control his energy and who he actually is, they give her the same name. And it's not a coincidence because we're going to go back to the original script and show you why her name was Mary and that it was the Mary of the Neteru. Ready? Here we go, everybody. Boom. 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 So there she is. See? Mary. Mary was a feminine energy, and Sekhet that held the memory. The female was the one responsible in ancient times. In the afterlife and in the out-of-body life, it was only feminine energy that could hold the memory, that could rebirth one. It's the feminine energy that caused the inundation that was associated with the rebirth, which is why you always see the female with the child. Memory and Mary, the one that gives him his knowledge back and gives him this information, is the female, but they gave the same name to Mary, the paired lover. Now Mary, the paired lover, also says that she is his sister. She says, I'm your lover. She revealed that she was a lover and she was his sister. Where did this come from? We are brothers and sisters, but they were also husband and wife. This is the papyri of the story of Heru, Meternichi Stella, as they call it. Wroth in thy name, to Chenru, thy sister Isis, who is also Mary, cometh to thee rejoining for her love, which is the word Mary, for thee. Thou hast union with her, thy seed entereth her. She conceived in the form of the star Sabtet, that was a star that was seen to cause the inundation water, because Mary, the rebirther, was the sister and lover of Asar, who had to get his Sekhet back, his memory back, his consciousness back, so that he could consciously gather himself for his conscious rebirth. It was feminine energy, Mary doing that, who was his lover and his sister. Thus we have in the movie Hancock, the brother who doesn't remember who he is, but he's really one of the gods who forgets who he was, and his lover, who is also his sister, has to bring his consciousness back and reveal who he is, because he's the husband of Mary. What are we? Mary says, gods and angels, different cultures call us different things, which is exactly what happened to Mary and Asar. Gods who are called different things, because now the Neteru are called different things, especially being called Jesus, Mary, and Yusef. Yusef, which is Asar's name, by the way, which I can show you in the papyrus. Asar's name was Yusef. The letter J came in about 1555, and it got changed from, Asar's name got changed from Yusef to Joseph. And Joseph now becomes Mary's husband. She says, whatever we are, we were built in twos, because that's how the papyrus wrote it. They were built in twos. Jeb Nut, Shu Tefnut, Ra Ra'et. Built in twos. They're drawn to each other. No matter how far she runs, he's always there. She says it's physics. And when we get close to our opposites, we lose power. Mary, the name of the female in the movie, holds a secret and wants Hancock to know that they're gods, immortal beings that should get together and pair up, which is biological imperative. We'll get to all this gradually later. But first, let me rewind this and show you the symbolism of those who hold the secrets and encode them within these movies for entertainment. Who holds the secret? Who is it that's encoding these ancient? Let's go backwards, which is forward in time. And us being around opposites and getting weaker. There's an analogy of two supreme beings getting used to the mortal life, the life of a mental mortal, and they start to lose their powers. I have asked this in prior classes, and I'm going to ask this again in today's class. What is the most popular symbol of the largest known secret society that call themselves Masons? Type it in the room, everybody. What is the most popular symbol that the Freemasons wear? They wear it on a ring, they wear it on their jacket. What is the most popular Freemasonic symbol? Type it in the room. There are many Freemasonic symbols, secret society symbols, but what is the most popular one? They usually wear it on their ring. What is it, everybody? Type it in. What is the most popular Freemasonic symbol? There we go. The compass, the G, yep, Zeptepi, the G, the square, and the compass. That is the most popular symbol that the Freemasons wear. Are you ready, everybody? The compass and the square. Hotep, the square and the compass, with the G in the middle. Ready, everybody? Let's go backwards, which is forward, to see who has all of this information. And how does it get within these movies to begin with? Ready? You all are absolutely right. There it is. That you see on Mason's hands, lapels, you may see it in an image. Yes, the compass in the square, which holds the angular and numerical secret of what's called Code 47, which I've taught about in earlier pod classes. We're going to bring this Code 47 directly from the secret Masonic code directly into the Hancock movie. Brace yourself and get ready. The angular and numerical secret of Code 47, which is why in some cases, when you see the compass and square and you see the G, you'll see it encompassed within this shape that I'm about to show you. So you may see the compass and square, and you'll see it encompassed. But for those who've had prior class, this is strange. Look at this, everybody. You see three boxes. One small, one medium, one large. See it? And then you'll see the compass and the square within it. And this is worn as a lapel. What is this, everybody? What are these three boxes? Hmm? Does anybody know? Let me look in the chat. What are these three boxes? If you've been to class, what are these three boxes that you see the compass and the square in? What are these three boxes forming? Why is it inside of here? Does anybody know? The new person says reminds me of the Giza Plateau. Okay. What are the three boxes? Anybody know? I'll give a couple moments, then I'll go ahead and show you what these three boxes are. And we're going to ride the wave of these three boxes directly into the Hancock movie, which most people saw, but never saw how it tied into these three boxes. All right, so we have 43 people here. Who knows? Angela Gates is on, and she says, I don't know. Oh, forming a triangle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Big Vapes forming a triangle. Uh-oh. What did he say? The angle of the compass? Okay. Okay, first Netzer, the angle of the compass. Harass said, I've never seen that before. Giza reminds me of the Giza Plateau. Okay. Okay. Nukpu is like, what the heck? Ramesses says, I don't know. Ready, everybody? Because you'll have to know this. You'll have to know this in order for it to come to life in the Hancock movie. Ready, everyone? It's going to be one of those classes. Once you know this, then things are going to start to come to life within the Hancock movie. And when you see them come to life with this number system in this shape, which is a part of this number system, then you'll know who put it in there. Because the only ones that could have put it in there, the shape and number system with the meaning, are those who represent that society. Zeptebi said, as above, so below. Ready, everybody? Here we go. This is what you come to the Tehuti Pod class for. To turn your I don't know into I know now for sure. Ready? Let's walk. Let's dance. Because of the mathematical code of what it takes to create the right triangle. Do you see it now? In the right angle triangle, the square described on the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares described on the other two sides. Do you see the small square, the medium square, and the large square? Do you see it now? That's the secret of the number 47, because the Masons know 47 equals proposition 47 theorem, and proposition 47 theorem is the beginning of the creation of hypotenuse triangles and different triangles that start to form right angles. As you see these three come together, there's the right angle at the top, and then you see this one here in the middle, there's the right angle right there. It's a specific shape of squares that only those three shapes of squares, standing on my square, 3 square meals a day, fair and square, let's square up. 3 squares, the triad of squares, only those specific triad of squares in those exact shape form right angle hypotenuse triangles, which are used to build things and are being taught to your children today, which is a very helpful mathematical tool. There's nothing evil or wrong with it. It's beautiful because it came from Kemet. Here it is, ready? It's the hypotenuse triangle of the goddess Sheshet, which is the hidden meaning because it's not actually the angle of the degree itself. So it's not the 47 is not the angle of the degree itself. It's the number of the proposition that creates the hypotenuse triangle, which is 47, which is a number within a hidden meaning. So when you see an image, you might see an image of a Masonic compass in the square, and you may see 47, and you're like, hey, is it 47 degrees? It's actually a triangle. It's a hidden number that reveals the hidden meaning of the angle that it forms, which is the one at the bottom, 90-degree triangle, which became the 3-4-5 Pythagorean triangle that they teach you in schools, which is from Proposition Theorem 47. And that's why now you know, if you see this symbol, you'll understand at least what it is to the builders and the Freemasons and the actual builders of architecture. Only those three shapes triad, only that trinity can cause the hypotenuse triangles of the 47th theorem. Triangle is the symbol of the ancient shape of a word in Neteru, which was the word that represented what Mary was doing to Asar. Ready? Here it is. I've taught this before. This hieroglyphic code for the ascension of Asar, that his sister/lover, what her goal was to cause him to ascend. Only the female, she was able to grant him it. It's actually a word, what's known as a hypotenuse triangle, the secret triangle of Freemasons, the theorem of 47, Euclid, actually started off as a Mennonite word, and the word meant to ascend, which was the goal. It was the ascended soul, which is why the image is on a slope, meaning to ascend, and thus to gain his hidden superpower of immortality, which is the ability to be conscious outside of the physical body. That was Asar's goal that Mary was guiding through the Sekhmet energy. Do you see what is happening? Let me unravel this and show you. There it is. That's the shape that formed the triangle that Pythagoras saw and created into the 90-degree triangle, was the resurrection of Asar, this symbol on a mound as he's lifting up. You're going to notice he has one black hand. Make note and remember that, because it's going to be extremely important. Why does Asar have one hand and there's a missing hand here? Please remember that, because that's going to become of importance. So here is the Kepa Ra of Asar. And when you look at the shape of this, which is Ka, the actual word letter of it is a perfect 90-degree. Do you see it? It's Ka, which means to be exalted, to ascend, exalted one, a god. Asar, the exalted one. The Ka, the same word for the soul, the Ka, which means lofty one, to ascend, which is why you see the Ka symbol's hands are up, because it means to ascend upwards. That was the goal of Mary, was to ascend and resurrect Asar upwards. Thus Ka, thus the hypotenuse triangle became the symbol of ascension of Asar, of Hancock, which you're going to see is going to echo through the movie, but it starts off with what is on his hat. Echoing begins from there. We're going to go on to where it begins. What is that we see on his hat in the movie that begins to progress throughout the movie and then eventually ends up on his official outfit, and which he negated at first because he associated the outfit with homosexuality. Every time it was every time it was presented to him, what is that image, everybody, that's on his hat? Do you remember his hat that is going to progress throughout the movie? What is that image? Anybody know? Yep, first night of the hidden hand. Yep, we're going to get into the hidden hand. Golden is like, oh, light bulb. The Carpenters Union used that symbol. Yep. What is on Hancock's hat, everybody? Anybody see? Anybody know? Watch how deep this gets. Let me go ahead and show and see if this hat is on this. Nope, this doesn't have his hat on it, because he eventually removes the hat. He eventually removes the hat, and the hat becomes the jacket. Anybody knows? Anybody there? Who saw the movie? What's on Hancock's hat? Nobody saw. Anybody saw the movie? Angela Gates? Anybody? All right, let me go ahead and show you. What is it on Hancock's hat? Because now you're going to see where this number 47, comes into play. And if it comes into play, then you know the ones that are putting these symbols in the movie are the ones with the Masonic code, or are the Freemasons, because the number 47 doesn't mean anything to anybody but them in symbolism. Okay, so what's on it right here? On his hat, which starts to migrate onto the back of the jacket. He loses the hat as the movie progresses, and he starts to migrate to the back of the jacket. What's that on his parent? Fix that. This apparent eagle, random eagle, is not random at all, everybody. This is not a random eagle. This is actually a very specific eagle. What is the specific eagle that's on his hat? It is a specific eagle. It's the specific eagle of a football team. But even more specific is the specific emblem of the football team between specific years. The Philadelphia Eagle, this specific eagle was the emblem that was held, and it started in 1948. It was held from 1948 to 1945. Yeah, you want to show it. This is the eagle. This is the one that's on his hat. It started in 1948 to 1995. Here's the eagle. Anybody recognize this? This is the specific one that's on his hat and on his jacket. It's not just any eagle. It's this one. You may be saying, Tehuti, what is going on here? The bald eagle. But not just any bald eagle, because if you look at the bald eagle on the back of the, if you look at the eagle on the back of the dollar bill, or other bald eagles, is not doing this specific pose. This specific one is the football team, is the Philadelphia Eagles. That symbol got incorporated in 1948. You ready, Drip Skylark? I'm going to show this. I'm going to take a little break. Are you ready, everybody? 1948. Uh-oh. Robert Williams, you ready? Why is Tehuti showing us this? What's going on? Hunting eagle? Yep, hunting eagle. Why 1948, though? Why the football team in 1948? Ready, Harass? Tell me if you picked this up in the movie. Ready? Here we go. Let me do something for you, everybody. Listening audience. Let me take you behind the matrix. 1948. And it changed in 1945. After that, you see in 1996, see it change to this? Look at this. From 1948 was this, then it changed to this. The eagle, just the head, where it says Eagles. See it? Let me take 48 to 1995. How many years is that, everybody? Huh? How many years is that, everybody? Boom, 47 years. That is exactly the eagle that represents 47 years. It was started in 1948, 1995. That's a specific 47 code year eagle. Make note of Philadelphia. We're just starting, everybody. Welcome to the House of a 10. We're just beginning. This is what you can't imitate. That's 47 years, 7-year eagle in that specific shape. That's what's on Hancock's hat. We're just beginning with the 47. Ready, everybody? There's a hit strap, Philadelphia cap for that exact same team. You can get it, everybody. It's a special edition. Grandstand Golden Age collection. It's a special edition of the hat of that specific eagle, everybody. It's a cap called a hitch. It's a collector's item. It's the only one. You can get it. You know what it's called? Harass. You like it? Here we go. That specific eagle, everybody. Well, there's that team put out a special golden era hat, right? So we see those ears is of that specific eagle that's on his hat. That is the years, 47 years, 1948 to 1995, 47. There's your 47 right there. Same one, but it's a special edition and it has a specific name for it. It's a collector's one. Would you like to know what it's called? I wonder what it's called, man. Get it, everybody. You gotta get this hat. What is it called? Philadelphia Eagles Golden Age 47 hitch. Huh, Drip? What happened? Tehuti made it up. Yeah, 36,000 years ago. We made it up. There it is. That specific hat, the Golden Age one, is called the 47. The 47 hitch. Huh? The 47 hitch. Let us continue. Ready, everyone? There we go. The 47 hitch. 1948 to 1995. That's the eagle that's on the Hancock hat. The eagle that was there for 47 years, and the Eagles' golden age is called 47 hitch. Philadelphia, eagle. I want you to keep in mind Philadelphia. So there's your two 47s right there. One is the age of the time of that eagle, and one is called the 47 hitch strap. Nothing going on here. Just go about your day and enjoy your day. It's all entertainment. Oh, by the way, let me show you the historical timeline of the Masonic Lodge in America. Here it is. Where did this Masonic temple begin? History of the Masonic Temple. The Masonic Temple, located on the North Broad Street in Philadelphia, is the home to the Masonic Library and Museum of Pennsylvania, the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, the governing body of Pennsylvania meetings. The meeting place of the Grand Lodge has evolved since its inception, 1732. Below is a timeline of the notable meeting place in Philadelphia and the history of the temple itself. We're back in Philadelphia again. That's where the Masons began their temple in, Philadelphia. They began in Philadelphia, the 47. Historical timeline. The Old Tune Tavern, Philadelphia, which is the first lodge of the Freemasons, was organized in North America. The origin of the lodge is in a specific place, and the Freemasons' organized meetings began in Philadelphia. 47. Philadelphia Eagles, 1948 to 1995. 47. Get your hitch strap hat. The Philadelphia Eagle is called the 47 hitch Hatch. Hitch hat. 47. Yes, of course, Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a code for the origin of the same secret society called Freemasons, and the very first secret meeting place in Philadelphia, coded with the number 47 in Hancock. The movie is about beings that are over 3,000 years old that lost their consciousness and their identity because they lost themselves within the matrix, the secular world, and forgot who they were and started becoming more mortal. And the last one that can tell him, the last one on the planet that's left that can tell him who he is Mary. And they purposely had Hancock in the neo-echoed imagery. Did you notice that? Another movie about one inside of a secret society matrix agenda that holds his supernatural abilities back, that's held his supernatural abilities back. The Matrix movie was about the same thing. Neo had supernatural abilities. It was held back because he was in the Matrix and he lost his memory. He has to remember who he is. And then he finds himself because remember, Neo was multiple Neos. His timeline of him being Neo went back multiple generations, and he had forgot that he was the Neo. It was about a man that lost his memory, gained it back, realized that he was in the Matrix, and once he realized that he was in the Matrix, then he realized he had innate super abilities. This is the same Hancock movie. Eventually, so he must remember who he is and find himself. Yes, they have them eventually look the same in the movie. So this is from the dark shades to the black jacket, high collar with the high collar, and here's Neo in the dark shades with a high collar, black jacket. You may be saying, well, did they do this purposely? Is there a connection really between Neo and Hancock? Did they put that in subconsciously? Is that a code in there? Or is it just coincidence that Will Smith in the movie Hancock about the same story of a being who lost his memory, who's inside of a secret society that's controlling things, a supernatural group of beings that won't tell him who he is, and eventually the one that holds a secret is the one that brings him back to life. Remember Trinity? Remember Trinity? Thank you. Remember Trinity, the one that brings Neo to who he is? Mary? Is it a coincidence that they look the same in the dressed the same? Is the geometric code 1322 12 40? Same is the geometric code for 47. They are the same. Hancock, Neo, the movie The One, they're all the same, and I'm going to show you that they're actually purposely the same, because one was meant to be the actual other one. One of these was meant to be the other one in real life. Are you ready? Neo is the code for 47, 13, 22, 12, 47. I mean, imagine if the main character they chose for Hancock, Will Smith, imagine if he was from, where's Will Smith from? They chose him as a character. Where's he from again? What are the first few lines in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? What is that? How does that go again? Sing it with everybody. I was born and raised. And how does that go again? Type it in the room. How does Will Smith's first lines in the movie go? I was born and raised, and is where I spent most of my days. Oh wait, the main character of the movie Hancock is also from Philadelphia? Marjorie, is that true? Or huh? He's from Philadelphia. What a interesting coincidence, is it? And he looks like Neo. What if I told you in real life one was supposed to be the other one? Remember that, Jazzy Jeff? Born in Philadelphia, born and raised. That's where he's from. They even got the character to be from Philadelphia. I'm going to show you this. So I'm going to take a little quick break and come right back. Huh? Woo! There we go. West Philadelphia, born and raised. How's it go, Harass? Huh? West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground. Is where I spent most of my days cooling and swooling, maxing and relaxing. Huh? What's that? He played the character named Hitch. Isn't that right? Of course he did. Oh, I bet you're jumping ahead of the class. I love it. You're jumping ahead of the movie. You're jumping ahead. Huh? The Hitch hat is 47. That's the name of the character Will Smith from Philadelphia played. Hitch. Huh? Oh my. I was West Philadelphia, born and raised. Will Smith. There's the hats. There's the Philadelphia. There's the 1948 to 1995, 47. There's the Hitch. Will Smith plays Hitch. He's from Philadelphia. The hat is 47 Hitch. What, Tehuti? Philadelphia, the first Masonic temple, number 47, Philadelphia, Hitch. Straight back to Neo, straight back to Neo equaling 47. Hancock dressed as Neo. No way, Tehuti, you're making it up. Hancock, Neo, Will Smith. No, Tehuti, what are you talking about? I'm going to let Will Smith talk for a moment. Will Smith, can you talk to the people for just a moment? Let's bring Will Smith to the pod class. Let's bring Will Smith to the pod class. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Will Smith, talk to the people. Neo, Matrix, Hancock. You're putting it all together. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Tehuti? Will Smith, can you? Will Smith,
It's one of them stories I'm not proud of, but it's the truth. I did turn down Neo in the Matrix.
Talk to him, Will. Say it again. I didn't hear that. They didn't hear that.
All right, this is one of them stories I'm not proud of, but it's the truth. I did turn down Neo in the Matrix.
Because Will Smith, Hancock, was supposed to be Neo 47, Hitch. That was Neo. It was Will Smith. Couldn't make that. Put him in Hancock. Same theme. Because Will Smith is Neo. Woo-wee! Oh, man, I didn't hear it, though.
All right, this is one of them stories I'm not proud of, but it's the truth. I did turn down Neo in the Matrix.
Another movie for him. Still the same character. Here we go, everybody. Boom, ready? Huh? We gotta take a break. Oh my goodness, where's this class going? Where's Gavin? Huh? That Neo, the Tehuti put it together. That's not the Eagle of 47 because Tehuti put it together. They're not dressed the same because Tehuti put it together. No. He was this. Whoops. Showing it. Let me refresh the page. Hold on. Refresh the page. Refresh. Oh, not shift. Refresh. He was Neo Born West Philadelphia. Born and raised. Huh? I hope it's. Let me see if they. Go, floating. Can I'm getting faster internet next week. Faster internet next week. Wow. How am I? One moment, everybody. Let me try to load this back up. Hancock movie. Unresponsive. Okay. Let me go back. Let's make you responsive. Let's make you responsive so I can show this. Woo! Oh my. Load up. Can we type Hancock? Let's see what happens. Hancock. Is it coming up? Hancock. Okay, now come onto the screen. Let me show the family. Black screen. I want to show the family this and take it right back into this. Okay, here we go. Okay, everybody. We're he's loading. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Is it going to show the images I have? Yes. Okay. Bingo. Here we go. Now let's expand it for the audience to see, please. Can I move the screen? Yes. Okay, move that. Move down, 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 down. Here we go. All right. Here's the screen. Finally, everybody. Here we are. Ready? Here we are. Ready? And the gate's like, what the what? Here we are. Boom. Boom. There it is. Boom. There they are. That was supposed to be Neo. 47. See it? That was Neo. 47. Well, by the way, everybody, then I'm going to take a break right after this. By the way, everybody, guess what the 7th leading character is in the Hancock movie? There's a leading character in the Hancock movie. Guess what the person's name is? The seventh leading character. It's the name of the character in the movie, and it's the name of the birth name. Ready for this? Show the credits. Ready? Matrix. Character in the Hancock name is Matrix. Has anybody in the class ever had a friend by that name? Go ahead and type a 9 if you're any friends you know. You have any aunties named Matrix? Any friends you know named Matrix? Is your mom named Matrix? Do you know anybody with that name? Have you ever heard anybody? Have you heard that name before? The seventh leading character. Hey yo! Hey yo! Huh? There's no name. That's not a name. The seventh leading character in the Hancock's movie's name is Matrix. And the person's real name is Matrix. I'm going to put that up on the screen and take a break, everybody. See how deep this is getting? I'll be right back. Let me put that on the screen. Person's name is Matrix. and the real name is Matrix. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Abracadabra. Little baby professor. Huh? Matrix fitting, huh? You all know that actress? Matrix fitting? What's your favorite movie she's in? Or he's in? Huh? Abracadabra. Alla baby professor. All hell funkin' lesson. Here we go. Ready? Huh? I'm gonna come off the screen for a moment. I'll be right back. Let me put this on the screen. Person's name is Matrix in Hancock. Hancock's name is Hitch. It was Neo from the Matrix. Here we go. Okay, we are back, everybody. We are back. We are back. Ready? Check, check, check. Okay, we are back, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me. We're going to get right back into it. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. You see? His real name is Matrix Fitton. He has an incredible, he has an uncredited cameo on the Matrix Resurrections. Yep. Here we go. Press 9 if you can hear me. We're going to get right back into it, everybody. Press a 9. Let's get right back started. Everybody still here? Marjorie, Harass, Retetua, Joseph, Angela, Robert, everybody, Nookpoo. Okay, good. I see it. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's go right back into it. Boom. Ready? I see the lines. Welcome back, Saba. Hope you enjoyed your break. Thank you. Thank you. Golden type to 9. Pesjet 999. All right. Ready, everybody? Angela Gates 9. Okay, wonderful. Let's go. Ready? Boom. We're right back. We're right back into it. There it is. Matrix, huh? His name is Matrix. And he did a cameo in the Matrix. His name is Matrix, 7th in the Hancock movie. Right? So nobody's heard of anyone named this name. Nobody has a name like this. This is all coded. So have you ever heard, everybody ever heard of the Declaration of Independence? I'm sure you have. It's about so-called freedom and justice being brought about after destruction and unfairness. This was created by the Freemasons. Let me show you the 2 symbols that it comes with. And this comes out of Philadelphia, by the way. Philadelphia. Here it is. Here's the 2 symbols that go with the independence, the Declaration of Independence, which was order ab chao, or order out of chaos. They felt they were in a chaotic situation. They were chaotic themselves. But here it is. So these are the symbols. You can see the Declaration of Independence in the eagle's hands, and he has a bell underneath him. The eagle and the bell. You see the eagle and the bell under George Washington. You see the eagle and the bell. You see the eagle and the bell. Okay? The eagle with the bell, the Masonic enslavement destruction symbol, of freedom and justice designed by slave masters who took away the freedom of Africans and Native Americans, right? So that they can have their justice. So what happened was the so-called Declaration of Independence, where people were saying they were being treated unjust by King George, and they had the Declaration of Independence and they needed to be free. Meanwhile, the same people, George Washington and the same people, had slaves and were raping and killing black men and women and killing and raping Native Americans, yet having Independence Day of freedom and justice. And this was the symbol. This was the symbol that echoed their so-called freedom while they were slave masters too. Okay, I don't know how you can promote freedom, but at the same time be a slave master and a rapist. Here we are. So here we are. So while the Native Americans, while they removed their justice and had them as slaves, they were claiming the Day of Independence. And now, unfortunately, Native Americans and African Americans and blacks are celebrating July 4th for some weird, strange Stockholm Syndrome reason. Here we go. So have you ever read the words that it's about, coming out of the rebellion and chaos, destruction, which is exactly what the Hancock movie was. So the Hancock movie, again, it was about justice coming out of rebellion that brought about chaos. Hancock was a drunken man who brought about chaos. He was rebellious. He was slapping people as they walked by. People were calling him a-hole. He never came to any hearing. He never came to any court date. He was destroying the place while at the same time claiming bringing justice. And he was a rebel that caused chaos, but he was also someone who brought justice. It's the exact same frequency of the so-called Independence Day, and this symbol right here of destruction, which is exactly what the movie was about. The he doeth great wonders. Who's the he doeth great wonders? What's the great wonders that he's doing? What's great about his wonders? He plundereth our seas, ravishes our coasts, burnt our towns, destroyed the lives of our people. He is at the time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the work of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun. He does great wonders, and here's the great wonders. And thus they want independence. But these are great wonders, right? And here it is. Here's the bell. What does it say right there? Where's that? Philadelphia. Here's Philadelphia. There's the eagle again. And Philadelphia. It's a declaration of faith about a situation of chaos and people who wanted to escape the chaos to have their own independence so that they could cause chaos. The same thing that this letter is about is exactly what these people brought. So the same people that were having this declaration talking about King George, this is what they did when they got their independence and came to the shores of North America. He has plundered our seas, ravished our coasts. That's what they did to the Native Americans. Burnt the towns. That's what they did to the Native Americans and the blacks. Destroyed the lives of the people. That's what they did. He's at the time transporting large foreign mercenaries. That's exactly what they did. Look up the story. Look up the history of the Native Americans and Mexicans that actually joined forces helping. They became mercenaries and killers for the slave master, and now they were bringing people from other countries over here. This is exactly, they work desolation. The people that are declaring independence, they started doing this. So this is the order at chaos, back to chaos symbol right here of so-called freedom. But in this case, destruction, energy, frequency in the Hancock movie goes back to the reverse of biological imperative. It goes back to sex energy, which we're going to go back to the original Hancock movie, destructive biological imperative of sex energy, where the purpose of two people having sex relations in the natural sense is for the connection, the pleasure, and of course the production of a child. But in this case, Hancock, which was taken out of the movie, Hancock's sexual magic was reversed. But they removed that part from the movie because the original Hancock movie was negative, dark sexual energy. That's the part you didn't see in the theaters. The movie that you see, they removed this part from the theaters because what if I were to tell you that originally in Hancock, there's another dark, destructive sex magic energy in reversal. It's supposed to say reversal, sorry. In reversal of what the Kemetic papyrus was, but taking symbols from their Kemetic papyrus and reversing them into dark, destructive sexual energy. I'm going to get into that shortly, later on today, later on in class. But for now, I will play a clip for you that reflects the energy from the original movie. The original movie's reversal of the productive force of sexual destructive energy. Let me go ahead and play the clip. Here is a remnant from a removed part of the movie that was actually the foundation of the reverse sexual dark magic, destructive energy. Dark is in their definition of dark. Let me go ahead and play this clip for you to show you the original Hancock and what it was about and why he was actually always single. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Thank you. You're unfolding this very professionally. That's right. Will Smith did Independence Day. Angela's on all the... Oh, man. Angela has... You get it? You see it? Here we go. So here it is. Here's what the movie Hancock was originally about. Ready? Here we go.
As far away from that as possible.
It's that.
No, it's not hot. It's not hot.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Wow.
Hancock. Oh, yeah.
Now you're doing too much.
Hancock.
Oh, now top. Now top. Now get top. Watch out.
There is a deleted scene that was actually a reflection of the original base of the whole movie, was reverse sexual energy from biological imperative productive sexuality that they took from the papyrus stories, reversed it to his orgasm would kill his mates. You didn't see that part in the movie, did you, Harass? his ejaculation blew up his mates. This was your Hancock movie. The ejaculation was so powerful that it shot holes in his cabin. So the only way he could have learned that to happen was in the original, he was having sex with his lady, or who he was having sex with. And when he came to the orgasm, he would shoot orgasms in their vagina and blow their vagina and body up. That was on the DVD uncut version. Remember that part? That wasn't in the movie because that was a reflection of the focus of the original Hancock, which was about the destructive sexual energy. Sexual energy and destructive, while they took from the stories of the papyrus, which I'm going to show you, of the productive sexual energy, and then put it in the Orwellian diametric matrix. Ready, everybody? Huh? Okay. Here we go, everybody. Support the Tehuti podcast. Keep this going. If there's another Hancock movie breakdown similar or equal to what you've even seen so far, put the link in the room, please. I'd like to watch it and sit back and relax and let that person do the podcast. If not, understand this is coming from behind the veil of the matrix from somebody who's teaching you that knows magic himself. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. That's why I got this. Oh, by the way, so this when you see this page begin, see this white line here? White line is where the page begins. That means that all of this that I broke down for all, this is the first page. And from here, and one line before that, that's the part that, just so everybody to know, everybody knows, that's the part of the movie, that's the part of the class I put together before I saw 40 seconds of the movie. So that was done with me just watching 40, it was 40 seconds and it was the beginning of the movie. Then I started looking at the movie. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. If you're getting this anywhere else, if you're getting anywhere else where you can have somebody watch 40 seconds of the movie and give that, let us know, because I'd love to have that person in the house of a 10. Here we go. Boom. So there it is, the destructive energy. That was a destructive energy of that clip, which yielded this. The woman you see in the movie in the beginning in the flyer, that's not in the movie in this scene. Guess what is right outside of the trailer before Hancock is about to get intimate? So right before Hancock is about to get intimate and do this destructive explosion, right before he's to bring about this destruction, which is caused by sexual energy, which is originally supposed to be about production, just like justice is supposed to be the opposite of destruction and slavery. Yet the Independence Declaration with the eagle and the bell was about justice and freedom by slave masters who did the same thing they wrote about. This is the palindrome, this is the oxymoron, the exact same thing they wrote about, that they complained about, they were doing in America. And just like sexual energy is supposed to be about production, the Matrix reverses it. So now his sexual energy and orgasm that is shooting holes through metal, which would have exploded this lady's entire ovaries and body up. But what's right outside, it shows something for a quick brief moment right outside before they get into this destructive energy. What's right outside of Will Smith's cabin? Want to see? Something right outside. Here we go. Ready? What's right outside your cabin? Uh-oh. Oh. The eagle with the bell. That's the oxymoron symbol. That's the opposite palindrome symbol, freedom, justice, while you're doing the opposite. Orgasm, the bringing of life, while the movie originally depicted the opposite, is orgasm, which is supposed to be that which brings the child into the world, is the orgasm that kills the mother. And there is the eagle with the bell that he's holding onto the pole. Huh? And that's the symbol that it shows. And that's him coming out of the house after she runs away. And there's the eagle and the bell. This is what it shows right before they have sex. Huh? All encoded. Huh? All first verse. Here we go. The orgasmic energy now equals destruction and fear. Its exact opposite, the reverse biological imperative agenda symbolism in the movie that was taken from Kemet. And of course, the original one was about production and fertility, and they reversed it, not infertility. Production and fertility, and they reversed it. Oh, by the way, everybody, here's the Philadelphia eagle. That's the Philadelphia eagle. That's the one that represented the original Philadelphia, the foundation of where the first temples were. So the original Philadelphia eagle, not the two-headed eagle, the 33-degree Mason, but the original Masonic Philadelphia eagle is the same eagle that holds the compass in the square that holds the 47. Huh? What happened? Huh? Okay. Huh? That was the eagle of Philadelphia holding the 47. Ooh, huh? Let's go. There's your 47. That's the Philadelphia eagle holding the compass in the square, the 47. There's your Philadelphia Eagles between the dates of 1948 to 1995, 47. There's your 47th proposition that they put the compass in the square inside of one of the squares that form the hypotenuse triangle. That's the resurrection symbol of a star, the word for the spirit of ascension in the Neteru. And there's the eagle holding it. Now, what about the bell in the movie, everybody? What about the bell? What is the eagle? We see the eagle is associated holding the 47. What about the bell? What's bell? Why is the bell there? Nothing going on here. You know, Hebrew gematria, bell, you know, bell 2, 5, 20, 20, 47. Nothing happened here. Y'all can go home, eat some pizza. Nothing going on here, everybody. Regular day. Just turn around. Look the other way. Bell is the number 47. Huh? The word bell is 47. Tehuti, you made it up. You created gematria 300 years ago. Bell is 47. Eagle holding the 47, and the bell is 47. Nothing going on here. Huh? Go home. There's a pizza party happening. Got some weed there, a little Heineken, little Hennessy for you. We're watching the football game. Forget this. What are you doing on a Saturday with the Hoots? Football game going on. Come on, man. Let's watch a little bit of. Come on, man. It's nice. Let's go to the club, huh? Huh? What are you doing in the Tutti Pod class? Huh? Get out of here, man. Huh? We got some. What's that? That's tobacco. What's that? I learned what spliff was. I learned what spliff was a week and a half ago. I was watching something and I learned spliff is tobacco and marijuana. Is that right? That's what I heard. You go smoke spliff. I learned Tutti want to learn what spliff was 2 weeks ago. Here we go. Ready? Boom. I don't know what that stuff is. I'm not interested. Here we are. 47. Huh? Bell. 2527. Huh? There's your 47. That's the eagle holding the 47. The compass in the square, which is G, which is 47. And, you know, the bell, which is 47. Put them together. And, of course, you know, you have the symbol of freedom for the Freemasons, which is the oxymoron. Eagle 47. Bell 47. Let's go. We're still going. Huh? Who taught you this, Tehuti? Here we go, everybody. Ready? Originally, about the original movie, originally was an underlined sex magic symbolic movie with the reversal of the power of sex magic, which I just showed you. So you shouldn't be so surprised. It's a reversal of sex magic. What if we take it even further? But of course, in order to do that, right, you have to have the original script of the movie before it became Hancock. Guess who has the original script? Guess who has the original script of the movie before it became Hancock? Because the original script reveals the true code. They didn't even. It's not even hidden in that one. The original script has the direct names and the true codes in there. But in order to do that, you got to show the original script. Guess who has it? Who has the original script? We're gonna find it. Who has the original script, man? Somebody has the original. We're gonna find that original script because it wasn't called Hancock at first. Everybody, nope, it wasn't called Hancock. Nope. Who has that original script? We gotta find that out because whoever has that original script can definitely tell you all the codes because they're not hidden in there. Yours truly. I got it. Now let me decode this matrix. I have the original script. The reverse sex magic of biological imperative orgasmic energy for life, which is production, now is associated with destruction and orgasm. Let me ask the class, everybody. Let me ask the class, everybody. What is the term for orgasm? What's the term? You can type it in the room. What's the term, everybody? What's the term for the male orgasm? What's another term for male orgasm? You can type it in the room. We'll give it a hint. It was for female and male. What's the other term for the process of orgasm? It starts with the letter C. Harass got that quick. Joseph, you left. Huh? C-U-M, is that it? Huh? Huh? Coming, right? Hotep. Who's this? A new person. Peace to you. I think it's new. Erlu Lovitar. Hotep, right? I'm going to say Hotep and greetings to you. This is what happens to all the new people. We give you an applause. And that, of course, is coming from the heart. All right. All right, everybody. What does that mean? Do you know what that means? Climax, coming, come. Huh? What does that mean? Do you know what that means? Huh? The term of it, there's everybody on the screen. The term of it was biological imperative that you were producing something else by traveling somewhere else. So if somebody says, hey man, I'm at the store waiting for you. Are you coming? Yeah, I'm coming. I'm going to be right there. I'm going to be right there. That means that you are traveling. Oh, shout out to Carrion. Carrion. You don't want to ask the question about that tribe? Anyway, shout out to Carrion. Peace to you. I'm on my way. Let me walk you through. So I'm coming. I'm on my way. That means that you are going to be somewhere else. This was the definition of the purpose of biological imperative and the production of a child that was in actuality you placing yourself somewhere else and then being born again. So when you're about to reach an orgasm and you say, I'm coming, that means you are going somewhere else, because the ejaculation originally, the coming was originally the male. It was originally the male spitting out the imagery in ancient Kemet, the spitting out, because the mouth was the same emblem as that which produced, which was the same as the phallus and balls. That's why when somebody said something that was true in the Masonic term, it was called a testimony. You know, a real testimony, not the AI fake ones. A real testimony has to come from somebody's heart. It's the same root word as testes and testicle. It was the words that come out because you created things with your mouth and you created things with the ejaculation of the phallus. That's why when people are rapping or giving you information, they say, yo, man, he's spitting. Yo, he's spitting the truth. He's spitting. Why would they say you're spitting, which is something that you don't want to happen to you when somebody's talking? The spitting was originally the phallus ejaculating, doing the same thing as the mouth does when you're excited and you're talking. Yo, he's spitting them bars. Yo, he's spitting the truth. He's spitting lyrics. It's the same thing that the ejaculate, that the phallus does, but you can only do it with the testes. When you cut off the testes, there's no erection in the ejaculation. So in ancient times, we knew that we created things with our mouth and our phallus. So that's the child, which is really us, was an echo of us. By the time it got into the Freemasons' hand, we started saying, man, that child is a spitting image of you. That child looks just like you. Well, how do you say something looks just like something? You have the spitting image. What does that mean? It's a spitting image of you. It was you traveling somewhere else because the laws of Ma'at stated that you can enter a place before you go there by your reputation and your words going there first. People hear a Jay-Z song and a Rakim song and a Michael Jackson song long before they meet them. They're crying to Michael Jackson songs. They're making love to R&B songs way before they meet the person or go to the concert. It was placing yourself somewhere else, which you can do through words or ejaculating your sperm, which means that you're the one that's going to the next place. Thus, you're coming. I'm coming. Not I'm putting out this. I'm coming. Up, you know the Big Daddy Kane song? I'm coming. I'm coming. Right? It's you going to that place. The spitting image. We're going to get into that actual image going back over 2,500 years ago. The spitting image is an actual Neteru image. We're going to get to that. I just wanted to establish to you the origin, why coming and your coming is the climax when you're about to produce a baby. Now we're going to get into the original name of the movie, Hancock. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Woo-wee. Walking you down, walking you through, walking you down, walking you through. All right, we covered testes, testicles. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. All right, everybody. So there it is. I said you don't have to type it, but everybody did. You know, so coming, right? The orgasm, which is production, not destruction. Hancock's orgasm was destruction in the movie. The other term for a man having an orgasm or shooting out something starts with the letter C, which is I am coming. Just remember that terminology. What if I were to tell you that the movie was not even originally called Hancock to begin with. Guess what the original movie of Hancock was called, everybody? Let me show you the original manuscript. Tonight He Comes. Huh? What happened? There is the original movie. That's the original script of Hancock. It's called Tonight He Comes. Got it? Get it? Huh? You see that? Good. Got it? Get it? Good. Huh? Tonight He Comes, everybody. Huh? Hmm? That was the original name of Hancock. Tonight He Comes. And when he did come, have an orgasm, he would destroy the female. Here we go, everybody. Robert Williams? Are you getting this from the imitators? The parasites? Are they dropping it? Huh? Tonight He Comes. There's your Hancock. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, Tehuti. Let's go, HOUSEOFATTON. Let's go, everybody. Huh? Tehuti, you're making it up. You made it all up. Here it is. Tonight He Comes. It was about destructive orgasmic forces. Tonight He Comes. Sex magic movie that reversed ancient Kemetic sexuality that they had to change. Let me take you to page 10 of the original Hancock manuscript. Where is Gavin? Let's go to page 10. Every suffers from amnesia and is asked to give his John Hancock his signature, while the movie version has a nurse ask for a signature as a superpowered individual is released from the hospital. The original spec script had a scummy looking clerk operating a sex-stained motel asking for his name. Page 10, torn mildewed curtains, damp carpeted, stained by every form of bodily discharge. No self-respecting maggot would want to be caught dead here. On the shredded mattress blotched with urine and cum, we see here's your Hancock, everybody. We see a trench coat, an open carton of cigarette accompanies with pictures. An open door faces the moaning TV set. Why is the TV set moaning? It's the bathroom, and it's occupied with the intensely frazzled image of Hancock. He squats on the toilet, pants around his ankles, cape shrouded him, whose unforgiving eyes plants on the TV screen, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his lips. We discern the moans to be human, and we see, notice C is capitalized, we see that he is watching a porno flick. Flashes of flesh upon flesh in an effing frenzy. TV set, OS, female, oh yeah, big fella. That's it, shoot your load, baby. Let it fly. The male in ecstasy. Fly, yes, good. Let it fly, shoot your load. Huh? This is the Hancock. It was a reverse dark sex movie. It took 11 years to fix things for you to get this slash comedy superhero, but they took out the part where he ejaculates and blows his women up. Sits on the toilet in a urine cum stained room watching porno while they're talking about shoot your load, shoot, let it fly. Welcome to the pod class, huh? If you've seen any other If there's any other breakdown, of the Hancock movie like this or even close, go ahead and put the link in the room. I want to see. If not, let it be known. June 6, 2026. Here it is for the first time in history. Huh? Oh yeah, big fella. That's it. Shoot your load, baby. Let it fly. By the way, the man's name, the star of the second star of the third star of the movie, Ray. Huh? Ray, who is Mary's husband. You know what his name was? Longfellow. Longfella. That was his name, huh? Longfellow. That's his name in the movie. They just keep saying Ray. Longfellow. Then it got changed to Embry. Huh? Longfella. There's your Hancock. Did not see any of this sexual application in the movie. You saw, did you? This is the original script based on dark sexual energy, which was the reverse of where the concept of the script came from, which was the ancient stories of creation and positive sexual reproduction. Let me ask the class and the viewing audience, not interviewing. Oh, no. Let me ask the class. Let me ask the class and the viewing audience. Question for the class. Everybody ready? Question for the class and the viewing audience. What is the word for fathers that children and babies naturally say? Let me come to the screen. What's the word for fathers that babies don't have to be taught? They naturally say it. And it's a word for fathers that children call their father. What's the word, everybody? Huh? Hey, Jason Kirkland. Dada, Papa, anybody else? 50 people watching. What's the word, everybody? Well, you got it right. Dada. Papa's another breakdown. Dada, though. What does dada mean? Huh? Why do you call your father dad? And why do you call him Dada? Why do you call him that? Anybody know? Does anybody have any clue? Right? Dada. Dada. Why? Dada. Why does the babies call the father that? And that's the same word that gets transferred to the female in another form when she's speaking to him sexually. There's a lot of girlfriends and wives that call their boyfriend daddy. They call their husband daddy. In Spanish, they call their man papa. Right? But you don't do that in reverse. They call them daddy. Daddy. For a specific reason for that. But where does that come from? Where does dada, daddy, where does it even come from? Hey, dad. Hey, dada. Hey, daddy. Where does it even come from? Right? Dada. Oh, Amunet's here. Amunet is here. Let me see if I saw Amunet. That's right, Amunet. Dada. Jason Kirkland, dada. Yep, dada. Where does that come from, everybody? We all call our father that. Dada. We never call our mother that. Where does that come from? Hey, Golden, where does that come from? You ready, everybody? Let's reverse time. Let's reverse and go back to the origin. Huh? So the concept, where we got the concept of I'm coming, I'm going to be there because that's going to be my spitting image. That's also me. Where does that come from? Come from the same origin of dada. Ready, everybody? For most people, you're going to learn this for the first time. June 6, 2026. Where does this dada come from? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom. What a class, huh? New people are like, what in the world? What have I entered? Huh? I'm used to the regular just Kemetic classes where they just say the Egyptians are black, 52,000 times, and Jesus was stolen and the Bible's wrong. What is all this? Huh? Why did babies say Dada first? They say Dada. What's Dada? Where does that come from? So the Father is the ancient concept of, because the ancient concept of creation was depicted by the Father or the male with either one invisible or both invisible arms, or either one arm invisible, because as I've talked about or taught before, the invisible arm represented the female, who represented the Ka arms, the Ka, which is the arms, which was an invisible force that produced the physical world. And thus, not unless, let me fix that. And thus you would see in the creation images, in the ancient creation images before the Matrix, you would see the creation images with a phallus reproducing from a male, and one arm would be missing, or both arms. So in the original creation stories, you would see this. You would see an armless man, or one arm missing. You would see this. It will show one arm, or we see here Osiris, and you see the same ejaculation coming out. It's creating images symbolic of man and woman, male and female. You see the arms of the females on either side holding up the sun, which I taught about last class, is the ancient determinative for the word female, which is Nahim, resurrecting or rising the sun. And there is Atum Ra, or Amun, to conceal the hand, and you'll see the phallus out. The phallus is always erect with ejaculation, creation. And as you can see, the female's arms will be emphasized with her hands in the creative Ka position. That's the word for the soul, because they're lifting up Osiris, the hypotenuse triangle called the Ka. That's the ascension, lifting up of Osiris, lifting up of his conscious soul, which is drawn as a hypotenuse triangle, or is drawn as two hands lifting up in the air. Woo! And there we see Asar. He has no hands. Notice he has no hands. I started bringing this to people's attention. I started teaching this about, I don't know, 32 years ago, 30, maybe 28. I can't remember. I'm losing track of time, but I started showing people this image and showing them the writing that goes with it, and showing them the no hands. We also see previously in creation story, the male turned to the side where you can only see one arm. That's not by accident. One arm. And that's why when you see the image of the phallus out down here with the Amen symbol, even if he's only turned to the one side, you still only see one arm. So whether he's turned to one side and you see one arm, or he's laid on his back and his arm's missing, or shown like this and there's one arm up, it's one arm missing or two arms missing, right? Guess what the original depiction of emission, aka the symbol of the orgasm, was called? This emission, to create this spitting image of the orgasmic father or the producing phallus, backed up by the invisible hands. So it's male and female there. When you see the man standing there and there's no arms, it's because the female's presence is invisible. That's the Ka in the Param Haruv that says, you are the Ka within my body that produces the limbs, because you can't see the Ka energy. What you see is the physical body. You can't see the energy backing it up. Backing is when somebody is behind something or underneath something, and that's why every time you see the Asar symbol, you see the two females, and where are they positioned? Behind his back, backing him up, lifting up. When you turn the image this way, you'd only see Asar. The two women are invisible. Those are the invisible hands called the EE, lifting up the Per, and that's where you get the word Par EE, which developed the word Pharaoh. Pharaoh was the male with the two invisible hands backing him, the two hands that created the word out, which is a feminine word for family. That's why female is feminine. It's the female invisible energy backing up the male energy. You can't see that one. So the arms are missing. Whenever you see the arms, there's like, how come there's no women in the creation story? They're there. They're the missing arms, invisible. That's the EE arms that create the part EE, the same word for the pyramid itself. Yo. Huh? Hey? So the male word for this image, you know what the word is? Let me show you the word, everybody. Here's the word for the male image spitting out, creating things from the sperm, symbolically, just creating things in general. Ejaculating or ejecting. Want to know what that ancient word was for that image? Here it is. First time most people, June 6, 2026. This is what you learned at the pod class. Well, the other so-called teachers is focusing on the Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong, and the Bible is wrong, and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is wrong, and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is wrong, and that Jesus is black, and that Jesus is black. You learned that? That's the word for the emitting father of the emissions of the seed. Dada. That arm is the letter D, which is why you see a dot under the T, because that's a soft T. That's Dada. Dada is the emission of the seed of the male, the father. The original ejaculation of the spitting image was called Dada. What else I gotta do, man? Hey. I don't know. Neteru. What else, man? What else we got? What else? There it is. Dada, huh? Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. We're still going. Dada, now you know. Dada, that's the male. So only the male is called that. Because only the male. Woo! This is going back. Yeah, this goes back 4,000. This goes back 4,000 years ago, thousands of years before the Matrix. It was the male that was called the Dada. That was the male, the Dada. That image there, the hidden hand, the emission of the seed. That's called the Dada. Yes, boom, Dada. Typo, not wishes. Witch. Dada. It is the soft T. The soft T, which makes a D sound. A D sound. That's the emitter of the seed. Not what's. That's the emitter of the seed. That's the father. That's why you call the father Dada. That produced the child. The father, also symbolic emitter of the seed that creates life. The ejaculation that produces life, not blows up women. Universally, the invisible assistance of the female energy, this became known throughout Egyptology as the armless masturbator, because the arms are invisible. So when the Egyptologists and the Freemasons saw this, this was called the armless masturbator, because it's showing supposedly a male producing life without a female, and sometimes it shows the hand on the phallus. Sometimes there's no hand, but yet he's ejaculating. So they started calling this image in Egyptology, this was called the armless masturbator. They call the Ra, the one who masturbates. Oh, by the way, everybody, the husband of Mary in the movie Hancock, his name is Ra, or Ray, R-E. That's the husband's name. You have Mary, is the wife, then Ra, Atum Ray, is the husband in the movie. Mary is the wife, and Ray is the husband in the movie. Okay, here we go. So let me say, some may say, not let me, some may say, oh, Tehuti, you're just putting that together. So some may say, oh, Tehuti, you're just putting that all together. Yeah, It's all one big coincidence. Oh, Tehuti, you're just putting it all together. They didn't put Ray in the movie and Mary named after Kemetic images. Kemetic Neter in the movie. That's just Ray and Mary, two common names. They weren't thinking about anything of Kemet when they came up with the script. In the movie, the husband had nothing to do with any ancient Egyptian god or Neter. Well, brace yourself, everyone, because you're going to learn June 6, 2026. Guess what, Ray in the movie Hancock, they called him Ray. That's from the Kemetic Neter Ray. Guess what his original name was in the movie? And guess what he was compared to? Everybody? Ray in the movie was already named Ray after the Kemetic Neter Ray. Guess what his original name was in the script? Are you ready, Nukpu? Are you ready, Joseph? Are you ready, Amunet? Are you ready, Haras? Are you ready, Angela? Who else do I see on here? Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready, new people? Ray in the movie Hancock? Come on, Tehuti. They weren't thinking about ancient Egyptian Rays and Marys and none of this Dada, the armless masturbator. They weren't thinking about that when they came with the Hancock script. They're just putting it all together. Come on, man. Let's go drink a beer. Drink a beer, man. Go ahead and drink a beer, man. Huh? Come have fun with us. We got the latest spliff, man. Here we go. Ready? Here is that they later called the armless masturbator, because in the creation stories, they thought they didn't see any females around, even though when you look at the image, there's more females in the image than males, but they didn't see Ra's wife because the wife is invisible, so they call him the armless masturbator Dada. And let's go to page 9 to see what Ray in the Hancock movie's original name was. And when they just closer, passion or poor, it's all sexual movie. She nestles up against her husband. Horus stands uncoordinated, pressing his hands against her back. He is gentle, but as effective as an armless masturbator. What happened? Tehuti, you wrote that in the script. No. Dark sexual magic reversing sexual energy of the Neteru. And the name of the husband's name was Horus. That was the Hancock husband's name was Horus, the armless masturbator. Compared to an armless masturbator, as Mary is trying to stimulate him, as fluid, Mary, fluid, oozes from her pores. There's your Hancock movie. Huh? The name of the Neter are in the script. Tehuti, you're putting this all together. They didn't get this from Neteru scripts. And his name was Horus. Man. Let's go. Here we go. If you're all getting any Hancock breakdown like this anywhere on the planet Earth and Earth's history, put the link in the room. Let us know. If not, support the pod class. Support this. Let this continue. Let this transformation continue. I'm giving you everything that you need. So no matter what scenario you are in with anybody, you can turn that into a class with facts. You could literally go out with your lady or your mom or your dad, watch the movie Hancock, and boom, turn them right to Kemet with this class. I've done a class on feng shui. And whatever they live, whatever you want. Doctors, medical, every class on every molecule, every topic, the White House, you can turn it right back, right to Kemet. Here we are in the Hancock movie. The husband's name of Mary is Horus. Tehuti, you made it up. Horus stands uncoordinated, pressing his hands against her back. He is gentle, but as effective as an armless masturbator. Okay, Horus, the armless masturbator. Huh? Boom. Yes, the Neter's names are what made the original script of Hancock. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Huh? You can't imitate this with AI. Huh? Huh? Oh, by the way, the husband of Mary in the movie Hancock, his name is Ray. So let me say, oh, Tehuti, you're just putting this together. They came up with a script in the movie. The husband had nothing to do with any ancient Egyptian god Neteru, right? So we went back to page 9. I showed you his name was Hancock. And here you see this is you. This is Hancock. You're the one that forgot your Ren. You're the one that's asleep. You're the one that has amnesia. You forget who you are as an immortal. And as you hang out more of the mortals, you become more immortal. Then you regain control of your identity in the Matrix with the Heru vindication. Ray, Heru, and here's Heru. Hancock promotes the purification of the Ebe because all Ray did, who was Horus, who was the one that led you to the scales so that your heart could be weighed by the scales in the Purim Haru. The Ray, who is Horus in the movie, his whole goal in the movie is to promote the pure heart. Whoa. One second, everybody. Okay, to promote the pure heart. So that was Ray, who was Horus. That was his whole goal. And then Mary, Mary, she's the one that remembers everything, the one that wakes up Hancock to who he is, so that he could calm himself down and eventually gain his powers back. While the husband, Heru, who is Ray, is the one that calms him down and promotes the pure heart, called the all heart in the movie. Power of the hidden hand, which you see with the most prominent Freemasons putting themselves in this position, stands to represent the unseen power that controls you. Literally called in Freemason the second veil, hidden hand. They is your fathers, the ones that control you. Napoleon, George Washington, this British guy, Henry, now they have their hand concealed. That's where this comes from. Those ones in control, man. It's a regular day. Go about your life. It's all good, man. Turn your head. There's nothing happening. It's a regular day, man. You know? Huh? I'm going to go for 5 more minutes and take another concepts even down to the actual names were taken from the ancient Kemetic stories of Heru, Mary, Ra, true stories that went back to the time in which Heru was fighting for his identity, which took place 80 years. Here is the contendings of Heru and Set with the fight. This was this 1160 BC, in which the people of the Nile, Neteru, described the time of the Zep-Tepi over 40,000 years ago, when Kemet was separated at a cataract where Asar was found. And the upper part of the Nile was given to Set, and the lower part was given to Heru. This fight for identity, in which Heru was trying to regain his identity as heir on the throne, it took place for 80 years. And here we are in the stories of Heru and Set, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Re Atun, beloved of Tehuti, lord of the two lands, Heliopolin, Aten, who illuminates the two lands with his luster, the happy, mighty, in rising, Re Harakuti, to Neith the Great, the divine mother, who shone on the first face, who is alive, hail the young, the living Ba of the All Lord, bull of On, who is the good king of Egypt, says as follows, I, your servant, spend the night on behalf of Osiris, taking counsel for the two lands, and every day, while Sobek endures forever, what shall we do about these two people, two people, two people, two principles? What should we do about these two people, two people, two people, who for 80 years now have been before the tribunal? No one knows how to judge between the two? Right, that's what we should do. So here are the two people, and Heru lost his identity because the heir of the throne is supposed to immediately go to the sun. Set caused confusion, and for 80 years, Heru did not have his identity as the natural place on the throne as the heir of the father. Set caused confusion, and they were fighting for this identity for 80 years. Heru did not know who he was because he wasn't established yet, and he used to follow Set. He would say, I'm coming with you, I'm coming with you. He didn't even know, he was so young, he didn't know what was going on before he got old enough to actually learn how to fight Set. But for 80 years, they were trying to get their identity. In the movie Hancock, Hancock lost his identity and has been fighting to regain. And Ray asked him, how come he's not heard about this before? And here is Hancock's response that he gives to Ray. Now that you all know the original name for Ray was Heru, here's Hancock's response. Let me see if I can get that. Something burning? Let me see. One moment, everybody. Let me see if I can get that. Here's Hancock's response to Ray when he says, how come we haven't heard about this? Or basically, how long have you been not having your identity for? What's happening? Let me see if it's in here. Here it is. Let me play this. Then I gotta step away for just a moment.
How come I didn't hear any of this? I didn't read about it in any newspapers?
It was probably in the papers 80 years ago.
80 years ago?
Oh.
Huh? That's when he got hit in the head and lost his memory. So for a process of 80 years, he didn't have his identity until the 80th year, and then he regained his identity. Oh my goodness. I'm going to step away for just a moment, everybody. About 4 minutes again. I'll be right back. Let me step away for just a moment. I'll put this on the screen. 80 years. Huh? I'll be right back in a moment. Hold on. Take a little quick break. Check, 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 check. Can everybody hear me? I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Let me put the screen on. Press the 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press the 9. Thank you. Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're going to get right back into it. Is Gavin's here now? Woo! Press the 9 if you can hear me. We are right back in the class. Okay. Right back in the class. Press 9 if you can hear me. I had to step off for a moment. You don't even believe it. Welcome to the pod class. So I had to step off for a moment, take care of something outside. I'm refreshed. I didn't even get a chance to get refreshed, but thank you. How was my break? My break was very interesting. I had to, the life of Tehuti. You'll never had to take a break to go outside to take care of something out there because one of my associates out there just kind of brought something, got bit by a cobra. So that's what happens on my breaks. So on my break, someone got bit by a cobra. He's fine. He's okay. Not the cobra I had, another one. So we got that situation on the wraps. I'm back here to teach. It's the Tehuti life, right? Here we go. That's what I do on my break. Harass. Hey, you have a nice break. You refresh. You feel good? Yeah, yes. I take care of some cobra bite outside. All right, let's go. Right? That's what I do. It's nonstop. Here we go. You can't fake this. We do this. This is my life. Welcome to the pod class. All right, everybody. Here we go. We're going right back, everybody. That person is all right. There's no venom got in that person, and the cobra that was out there is in a secure place, and things are fine. Let's go. Ready? Okay, here we go. Boom, I'm right back. I'm right back teaching. Doesn't matter. Here we go. So boom. Woo. Let's go. Oh my. So here we go. Horus, of course, 80 years. 80 years is the time period that let me get this. I'm trying to get to the timer. There's a timer. The same person got bit just sent me a picture of a venomous lizard. Okay, here we go. All right, 80 years is the time period, and that's the same time period that he is unconscious or doesn't have his identity. Okay, now we go. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go. We're gonna go down. Still in the same story. There's a few paragraphs down. Now we're gonna go to Neith and what it says about Neith. So then Neith, the Divine Mother sent a letter to the Ennead. It's Paut saying, "Give the office of Osiris to his son Heru, and don't do those big misdeeds that are out of place, or I shall get angry, and the sky will crash to the ground. And let it be said, the Neteru," and then it continues. So we see in the story, in the time of what's called the Zep Tepi, in the contendings, where Heru was fighting for 80 years to get his identity, when this was brought to Neith, when she got angry, and she threatened to use thunder and lightning, or in other words, elements, or bring the sky to crash to the ground or the earth. Now we're going to stay within the exact same story. It is move a few paragraphs down. Well, actually, that's what we did. We stayed in the exact same story, moved a few paragraphs down. But what happened in the movie Hancock when Mary showed her power for the first time? That she was more powerful than Hancock. And it was only when it was the very first time when Mary got angry and she wanted to show her power to Hancock. Right after it talks about right after the 80 years, she caused the sky, thunder and lightning, to crash to the ground. These are where the stories are coming from. In the story of Heru Behutet, Ray is over Heru, assisting him and naming him and assisting him. Who is assisting Hancock in the Hancock movie? Yes, a person named Ray, whose also other name was Horus. And in the ancient Neteru stories, let me ask the class, Who is this, everybody? Who is this in the? Who is this image I'm showing right here in the orange? Go ahead and type it in the room. Who is this right here in the orange? Type it in the room. Who is this? Let me move this over a little bit so you can see a little better. Who is this in the orange right here? Type it in the room, everybody. Don't worry if you get it right, if you get it wrong, but just type who comes to mind when you see this. Who is this? Let me come to the room and see. Who is that? Whew. Yep, Tehuti to the rescue. Who is that, everybody? We have a new person in the room, and we always give new people a greeting hand clap. Who is that in the image, everybody? Peace to you. We greet everybody that comes in. Who are old, all are welcome. Who is that, everybody? Type it in the room. Who is that I just showed an image of? Who is that? Interesting. Ra Herakuti. And some people, when they see the falcon image, they say Heru. But you see something interesting, that there is a Neter with the word Ra and Heru in the same Neter's name. Shout out to Jason Kirkland, Nefer Neter Nature J. New name in the room, new names in the room. Welcome you in. All right, so 30, 40 people in the room. Who is that image? Don't be shy, everybody. Type your name. Type your, not your name, type your, who is that I just showed an image of? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. So some people, when you ask them who is the falcon god, automatically they say Heru, right? But in actuality, this is Heru, but not Heru the son. There were two Herus in the Neter. This is Heru the elder. This is Heru, Heru the elder. This Heru is the one who assists the other and guides Heru to keep justice. Yes, he's the only other Neter that is properly depicted as a falcon. That means they're echoes of each other. They're the same symbol, but they're two different ones, and they both have the name Heru. Heru the elder and Heru the younger. Heru the elder, which is Ra Heru Kuti, and then there's Heru the younger, which is Heru Behutet, the falcon. But this one's the elder. He's the one who assists Heru the son. Heru is the son. Ra is the elder. He's considered the father, or the father above the father of fathers, because he's the father over Osar, the father over Geb. He's still considered the father of the Atef. And also Heru is in Ray's other name, Heru Ra. Oh, by the way, Ray in the movie Hancock, he's the one that aids Hancock, whose wife, his name is Mary, which I've shown you that was not his first name. In the original script, his name was Heru. He's the one that helped Heru. And now in the movie Hancock, the one that helps Hancock, he has the name Ray and the name Heru. In the script, he's Heru, and in the movie, he's Ray. That's Ray Heru. And in the meta script, the only other one that looked like Heru, the symbol of the falcon, his name is Ray Heru. Ray Pu Heru Kuti. That's Ray and Heru. That's the only one that looks like the falcon. Is the one whose name is Ray. And the only one in the movie whose name is Ray is the one that's named after the falcon god Heru. One is the father, one is the son. So Heru is known as the son. Now, guess what the very first sentence of Ray, who is Heru Ray, what was the very first sentence of Heru Ray in the movie Hancock, but in the script? Guess what his very very first sentence was, were they local son? The very first sentence is Heru, were they local son? Because the one Heru was the son, one Heru was Heru the father. Both have the name Heru. One was Ray Heru, one was Heru the son. The very first sentence in the movie Hancock in the script is Ray, who is Heru, talking about the son. Here is Ray, and here is Heru. Both called Heru. One is Ray Heru, and one is Heru. This Heru was the defender of justice, which was what Hancock was. And this one here is called Heru and then Ray. And his very first sentence in the script is, were they local son? Very first of the contendings of Heru and Set, the aspect that Heru needed assistance with as far as healing was his eye. Thus the eyes became the strong association with Heru because that's what was healed in the ancient writings. It is in the right eye. She put it in the left eye. She said to him, open your eyes. This is in the Medinichi Stela, Nebhor Hebet, Medinichi Stela. He opened his eyes. She looked at them. She found them healed. She went to Pa Ray. This is Ray Herakuti. It was Pu Ray Herakuti. I found Heru deprived of his eyes by Set, but I restored him. So the very first thing that happened was she went to Heru and she said, and she asked him what was wrong. What's wrong with the eyes? What's wrong with the eyes? Then Heru told Mary what had happened. And then she went to healing him. But the very first thing was, what was wrong with your eyes? What is wrong with the Heru? What's happened? And she had to go to Heru and ask what happened. Guess what? So the very first sentence in the Hancock movie that Ray says, who is Ray Heru, is, were they local son? Guess what the very next sentence was in the script, in the original script of the Hancock movie? Are you ready? Remember, Heru, the younger, not Heru the elder, that's Ray Heru, who is him. Heru the younger had an issue with his eyes. And he had to be asked, what is wrong with your eyes? What is wrong with thee? When he answered, then Aset started working on repairing his eyes. Here is Ray, who is also called Heru. This is Ray the elder, who was the assistant of Heru. The very next sentence in the script, after were they local son, was the very next sentence in the Hancock script. Ready? The very next sentence is by Heru Ray. How's the eye? This is the very first next sentence. Horace, how's the eye? That's the next sentence, everybody. We're still going. We're still going. Huh? That's the very next sentence. Horace, how is the eye? Huh? There we go. Boom, boom, boom. We're still going. Horace, how's the eye? The very first next sentence. Boom, directly right out of the original script, the same story of Heru, right out of the original script of Hancock, the second sentence of Ray, Heru, how's the eye? All of the that you see encoded in the movie Hancock, from Osar to Aset to Mary, Seket, the rebirth of memory, who holds the stories, to Neith, the bringing down of the skies, to Heru, the fight to regain the identity for 80 years, to the healing of the eye, Heru, how's the eye, are all traced to an ancient time called the Septepi. Watch what happens here now. Or, not for, it's called the Septepi or the Sepra. This is called the Septepi or the Sepra. This is the time of the Sepra, was the time when the Neteru were ruling the area, and guided people and were raising their consciousness. This is according to the stories. Raising people, guiding their consciousness, raising their consciousness This time period was called the Sephra, and it's mentioned in many of the ancient writings, one of which is the Merneptah stela of 1208 BC. Are you ready, everybody? This is called the Sephra. So most people have never heard. They've heard of the Septepi, but they've not heard of the Sephra. Sephra was the time of Ra, was the time of the Septepi. Tepi is just a word that means beforehand, or the time of the ancestors. So here's the Sephra, and this is in the Merneptah stela, 1208 BC. The Sephra. Okay. Here we go. Merneptah stela, 1208 BC. Sephra. Here's the Merneptah stela, 1208 BC. And the translation, of course, for the translation, that can be found in ancient Egyptian literature. But the translation yourself. Here it is. So this is the poetical stela of Merneptah that the Jews rename Israel stela. Foolishness. Cairo Museum 34025. Verso is the verso side. Monumental inscriptions. When he reached his country, he was mourning. Who was left in his land were loath to receive him. The chief ill fate, evil plumbed, all said of him, those of his town, he is in the power of the Neteru, the lords of, they say Memphis, not Memphis, the lords of Memphis. The lords, the Nebs of Egypt, or Kemet, has made his name a curse. Mary is the abomination of Memphis, so his son after son is the kin forever. Banner, Mariamun, will be after his children. Merneptah, content with Ma'at, is given him fate. He has become a proverbial saying for Libya, generations to say to generations for his victories. Here's a sentence. It was never done to us since the time of Ra. This is what the modern day so-called Kemetic teachers never take you to, because they cannot elaborate on what is this time. There was a time of the Neteru, the time of Ra. They're going back to a time called the time. Sephra is the time of Ra. So here's the Sephra, time of Ra, also called the Septepi, the time of the Tepi. But the Septepi or Zeptepi is Sephra, traces to the areas of what's called Ethiopia, Sudan, Kenya, today in the neighboring areas, where now the river where now the river flows, where the river originally begun. And this is the Kem that's hardly mentioned. This is the Baal-Kem. They don't mention this Kem because they only speak of Kem as in Kemet, the black people, the black land. This is all they're focused on, but they don't talk about the Baal-Kem is the origin area from whence the Neteru in life came from, the beginning of the Neteru, called the Ba. Ba is the word for double, the pure energetic projectable double. Pluralize that, becomes Bao. The spirits, the souls, the Baal-Kem. This is the original Kem. This is the Kem that goes back to the beginning of the now, not just the regular Kem, but Baal-Kem. It is going back to Ethiopia, Kenya, and these areas here. Make note, this is the Baal-Kem. So here it is, what happens in Baal-Kem, in this land of Pa'un, which became known as Pa'un T, which became known as Punt, said in the English slang. It was Pa'un, that which is the Osiris, Osiris' name is or the land of existence. Here we go, everybody ready? Boom. So this is Sephra, and this is Baal-Kem. So what is Baal-Kem known for? Baal-Kem, Sudan country, whence the worship of Het-Heru, Shu, right? The children of Ra, Het-Heru, Shu, Tefnut, and other Sudani gods was introduced to Egypt. So why? Because It's not that the Sudani gods were introduced to Egypt. Like there was some ancient place called Sudan and some ancient place called Egypt. There's no such places of these. There's nowhere in history of any ancient place called Sudan or Egypt. This was the beginning. The Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya area, Uganda, all those areas down at the bottom there, where the Nile River, the Neteru begins. That's where it starts. So the waterfalls are Lake Victoria, and the waterfalls start in those areas going down to the south, and then it moves up to the area that people call Egypt today. That's not the area that was Egypt. There's no such thing as Egypt. Egypt was the Greeks didn't know how to say Het Kapata, the house of the solar Ptah, so they said Egyptos, and that was the area where that's a popular area where the Aku's pyramids are, but it all starts down from the bottom of the Nile, and so in this area of Baukem is the area of this Kem, the souls of Kem, and this souls of Kem is the area down by Sudan and Kenya, and this is where the Neteru are coming from. In the Septepi, this is the primeval time. This is the lands of the primeval time. In the lands of the primeval time, the time of the Septepi, those lands are Punt, Kenya, what's called Kenya, which is really Punt, and the Baukem. This is what the people look like, and they still look like that today. They're drawn on the walls of Kemet, and they still look like this as of yesterday. If you go to this Baukem area yesterday or tomorrow, you'll see these same exact looking people with the same red tinted hair, and they have red yellow beads, and the shells the same. They never change their look for thousands of years. This is the Baukem people, the people of Baukem. There was no such place called Ethiopia. Sudan is an Arabic word, a swad, a swan. All these are slave words. It was Baukem and Ta Neter and Pa'unt, the land of the Neteru. Neteru, goddess over Kenya, was Het-Heru. This was Het-Heru. And the same story of the contendings of Set. Here's the ancient school text of Kemet, 1991 BC, section 7, Warhem, Antui and Punt. See, X and M. There's Punt, Ta Neter, land of the Neter, right? Right? Sedem, Tua E, and E, and then Yadu, Ma, and F. Khenti, that's Khenti. Khenti is the southern land, Khenti. So anointed with the myrrh of Punt, with the sense of what? The land of the Neter. This is the land of the Neter right here. Okay, this is coming from the school text of 1991. The land of the Neter is this area here in the Septepi time period. Southern Sudan, Punt, Ethiopia, all this where Lake Tana is. All these beginnings. Here's Uganda. This is the beginning of the Nile. This is where the waterfalls are. Here's Ethiopia, because none of these fake names or fake land masses existed. There's no ancient place called Ethiopia. There's no ancient place called Lake Tana. There's no ancient place called Sudan. None of this existed in the ancient writings of the people of this land. There was no Aswan. There was no Egypt. This is just the beginning areas: Ethiopia, Kenya, Sudan, Uganda. Here's the origin areas of where the Nile starts, and this was called the land of the Neteru, in the time of what's called the Septepi or the Sepra, in the time of the Neteru, in the area where the females look like this. I want you to make note. This is in the Sepra. Females look like this, and they still look like this. The origin of the Neters, referred to in the Hancock movie, right? Referred to in the Hancock movie. So this is the time of the Sepra. So, by the way, so all the stories, when I said this is the origin of all the Neters, all the stories that we just showed you, the 80 years, the Neith, the Mary, the Asar, all of this takes place in a time called the Sepra. Oh, by the way, what is the name of the group that Ray, who is called Heru in the script, in the movie, whose original name was Horus, what was he promoting, everybody? What was the image under the name. What was the name of his company? Do you remember? Who saw the movie? What was the name of Ray's company that he was promoting? Where his focus of promoting this company was that you should be giving, you should be helpful for those who need it. He called it all heart. He said you should do things all with your heart. And if you have the millions of dollars, give it to the needy, the ones that are going to die. This was the focus of Ray in the movie. The same focus of Ray and Heru and the Param Haru, the same focus, purification of the heart. What was the company's name? Does anybody know? Harass. Did you see the movie? Of the 44 people, what was Ray's company's name? Does anybody know? Type into the room. We'll give a moment. Let me get some water. What was Ray's company's name? It takes a little while for the typing to show up on my part. Ray's company's name was. Does anybody know? I definitely don't remember that. Are you ready, Harass? Brace yourself. Grasp your seat. Here is Ray. Ray, who is Heru. Shout out to the new people in the room. I always give them acknowledgement of the new people in the room. Wonderful. So as I shout out to Now We Rise. I like that name. Let me give you another hand clap for that. There we go. Now We Rise. From the heart. All right, he said, what was Ethiopia called before? I can answer that question right now. Usually I take just podcast questions in, but definitely, as I just showed, the area, there was no borders. So the area, Pu'unt, Ta Nahisi, and Ta Seti, Ta Nahisi, and Ta Neter, the land of the Neters, the land of the gods, in the time of the Sephra. I'm beginning to think I'm laughing aloud. I'm beginning to think I didn't even see the movie. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let me rewind it back a little bit. I don't want people to type in the chat, but let's go ahead and close this beautiful class out. Watch how this class closes. Are you ready, everybody? Watch this. So Ta Nahisi, Ta Seti, Ta Neter. Ta Nahisi. Nahisi was the name of the people. Nehes was the name of the people, the noble ones, and the Neches, the ones that enchanted or had the enchanting words. They were called the Neches. Ta Seti. Seti was the land of the bow. Ta means land. Seti. They have it as bow because Set was the archer, the bow, in the time of the Zep-Tepi, who speared and shot spears and at the enemy. That was Seti. This is where you get Pharaoh Seti from Set, who was the original warrior, the protector. So the people of the area, they were Ta Seti, the people of war, the people of the great bow, Ta Seti. And then Ta Neteru is the land of the Neteru, when the people look like this, and they still look like this. Another word was Pa'unt, land of God. Pa'unt, this is Pa'unt right here. Pu, which is what is, and Un means existence. Existence, the land of Osar, or the land of the original existence, where things came from. All these areas right here. Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, because all these are fake names. Here's Kenya right here. Ta Nahisi, Pa'unt, Ta Seti, Nubia, all these are fake slave words that are not in any ancient script. This is the time of the sea. What is the group that Ray in the movie, The Giving of the Heart? Want to know the name of the group? Oh, who's this? Oh, does that look like one of the ladies from here? What's this, everybody? This looks like one of the ladies, the females from the Kenya, Ethiopia area that were portrayed as the original inhabitants of the time of Sephra, the time of Zep-Tepi. Now we're going to go to Hancock movie, he's promoting something, and he shows one of those women. Does everybody see that? Huh? There's the gold and red necklace. There's the this is one of these women right here. Here we go. Huh? What was the there's the heart? What was the company called? Sepra. Huh? Huh? Sepra. Sepra group. What happened? Tehuti, you made it up. Tehuti, you made it up. You made it up. You made it all up. Huh? That was the name of the company, and it shows the Ta-Nehisi women, the Ta-Seti women of the that's always shown as the time of Sepra. When it shows that area, it shows those women. And here he is, Ray, who is Heru, Horus. He's called Horus in the original script, and his company is called Sepra, and it shows one of the women from Ethiopia. Let's go, man. So Tehuti wrote the script. Sepra. Woo-wee. Watch how we end this class. This is, I'm trying to do, oh my goodness. Sepra, huh? Huh? This man here, his name in the script is Horus. His name in the movie is Ra, because Ra, other name was Horus. He was called Ra Heru, Ra Heru Kuti, in the time of Sepra, literally called the Sepra, the time of Ra, and the Sepra in the area of Ethiopia and Kenya. Here are the women of Ethiopia and Kenya that are portrayed, that are always shown in the area of the time of the Sepra. Here she is here, and Ray, who is Horus, his group, which is giving to the needy, the group's called Sepra. Huh? Huh? I could end here. I'm gonna go on a little bit more. Huh? That's the Balkan, Sudanese area, the Ethiopia, all these areas that have fake borders now, Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya, all these lower areas where they now began, that's the time of the Sepra. There they are. How you doing, Sepra? Sepra, there she is, huh? Balkan. Boom, everybody. Yes, Sepra, the lands of Ethiopia in the time of Ra, called the Sepra. And Ray's focus in the time of Ra. Ray's focus, let me retype this. Ray's focus in the movie is to purify the heart. Thus, the Sepra group, he literally calls it the all heart. And there you see the Eve right there, the purification of the heart. And the ancient was called the Peka Mku. In the same ancient text of Purim Haru, the purification of the heart, called the Peka Mku. That's what it was called, the Peka Mku, Ku, the purification of the Ku, the purification of the Ebe, the part that's weighed on the scale, which was the represented by the Aku pyramid. Why was it represented by the pyramid? Because the pyramid structure was a structure of ascension. The way you said ascension was Ara, and Ara was the ancient real name for the pyramid. It was the ascension structure. Then in that structure was a structure that represented where a man would go and where a woman would go after they purified their heart, Peka Mku. They would go into the second state of sleep, which is the real state, which is death. That's why they say sleep is a cousin of death. This can only happen after the purification of all of your heart. That was the company that Ray was promoting. He was promoting all heart, and his company's name was Sepra. Huh? And his name in the script was Horus, which I just showed you. Huh? Being in a relaxed state and going to sleep before making a decision was then put into the modern day book Secret Power of the Pyramids, which states books, the Secret Power of the Pyramid was 117, Pyramid Power, I call him Max Tehuti, Max Thoth, and Greg Nielsen state that they received reports. How was their study? Of persons who have felt better even by being near a pyramid model. They stated other reports, even more difficult to substantiate, come from people who claim that when they placed a model pyramid near their beds or chairs after several nights of sleep, several days of sitting near the pyramid, specific pain or symptoms of illness either disappeared or was greatly alleviated. So, in this movie, Secret Power of the Pyramids, they were doing study and they had reports from people that were saying that the pyramid shape by them gave them a better night's sleep because it relaxed them and it healed them. And then when they woke up in the morning, they were better people. This concept came from, of course, the real original Great Pyramid, the Great Aku, Mer, where the deceased was put in there, was symbolically put in there because they've never found a body in there. This is all symbolic of what the structure actually did. You're placing the tomb for your ultimate sleep. Your soul is purified, Pekka Mku, and then you wake up in the next dimension of the next realm, and you don't have your sicknesses, your illnesses, which are the burdens of negativity on your soul, on your ku. That's why it's called Pekka Mku. So they took this concept, they took the shape of the Aku, the pyramid, and they made little small pyramids, and they said they would get a better sleep. They would be more relaxed, and they would get a better sleep by putting pyramid models by them as they slept. And some of them would wake up even healed by just the pyramid shape. This comes from the ancient axiom. The ancient law of Ma'at was that you should put yourself in a relaxed state for self-correction and go into a state of sleep, and then wake up and speak upon it, because in your state of sleep is when your body starts correcting itself. That's why if you work out and bodybuild, you don't grow in the gym, you grow in your sleep. That's why babies sleep so much. The purification and the reconciliation process of the human anatomy takes place while you sleep. So sometimes when there's an issue to resolve, you're supposed to go to sleep on it. Why? Because in your before your sleep state, you're in a ritualistic state, a relaxation state. You put your body in the alpha wave, and then it drops doop 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 down to the theta and beta wavelength, and then you can go into REM, and then you can go into your dream state, analyze your dream, have lucid dreams, be in a more relaxed state, self-heal yourself, and then you wake up feeling better, and you're not in the pure angry state you were in when the situation was happening. So the laws of Ma'at say sleep on it before speaking. This is the laws of Ma'at of Amenemhotep, 1100 BC, found in museum number EA 10474, 1. Sleep on it before speaking. Because when you're in a state, when you're heavily involved in a situation, you may be in an emotional state. So put yourself in a relaxed state, relaxation, sleep on it, then you wake up mentally healed. You can see things in hindsight better. And now you can make your decision of speaking. That's where this concept came from. The actual shape of the pyramids, put by these modern age people by their beds, and then they'd wake up feeling better because they go to sleep by the Aku, the pyramid, because the pyramid structure itself is a mathematical shape of healing. They have scientific evidence, which I have, that the structure of the pyramid actually slows down the decay of meat. It slows down the decay, and it's a healing energy that it produces. Sleep on it before speaking. Or in modern times, they put the pyramid structure by their head and go to sleep. Back to Hancock. We didn't forget about Hancock. Hey, how does Hancock sleep in the movie when he wanted to put himself in a state of self-correction, mental purification? He wanted to become a better man. Does anybody remember, everybody? Hancock wanted to put himself in a state of self-correction because he had the ability to break out of the prison, but he placed himself in the prison anyways, even though he could jump out of the prison, fly. But he said, I have to go into a state of accountability, self-correction. Let me put myself here. He went into counseling with the other prisoners. They talked about the negative things, how to heal. He went into this whole state of self-correction, putting himself in the position that he could easily break out of because he could fly. But in the movie, when he was in a state of self-correction, he would go to sleep. Does anybody remember how he slept? pyramid shape over his head. There he is sleeping in a state of self-correction, and it's the pyramid shape over his head with energy coming out of the pyramid, and that'd be over his head as he slept in a state of self-correction. Boom, with the Aku pyramid over his head in the movie Hancock, Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. Whoa. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you've tipped, or if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, please send your tip of appreciation and reciprocity for whatever you feel this time and breakdown and buildup was worth to you. You can call it Hancock Decoded, Self-Purification, Immortality, Matrix Broken, or any title that you can come up with, to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, Hotep, I am done, Matrix Broken. Please support the Tehuti podcast, the House of a 10. This is happening nowhere else. There's your answer, Gavin. That's your Hancock movie broken down and built back up. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Send a thank you. Say I want this mission to continue. I want these experiences to continue. If you've ever seen a Hancock movie broke down like this anywhere on this entire planet Earth, please send the link. If not, please support, which does not exist anywhere, and name it whatever you wish. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done, everybody. Three hours and 18 minutes. Can't imitate this with AI. All this by running outside and helping someone who got bit by a cobra. Hotep, everybody. I'm gonna check the I'm gonna check the chat to see what y'all all thought about it. Everybody who saw this podcast, who sees this mission, this happening nowhere else, no matter how many want to try to imitate whatever it is they're trying to do out there. This mission here on the internet after KP has been going on for about 4 years. I've been doing this teaching for over 37 years, since a little man in school. Since a little man in school, running through the hallways, ducking the teacher and teaching the children there, hiding in the libraries. That's how long I've been doing this. I'm dedicated to this, and I will be teaching classes. I'll be teaching classes on my deathbed. Please support. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Huh? I'm gonna now start. I can't even talk, man. This is what Tehuti does on a Saturday night. Teach 3-hour pod classes and help people that get bit by cobras during the class. I'm gonna check I'm gonna check the PayPals and the Cash Apps and start giving adorations and appreciation to those who supported. Call out your names and say thank you, because you all are what's keeping this mission going. You all are what's keeping this House of a 10 going. You all are the real testimonies. You all are the ones keeping this going, keeping this mission happening, keeping these answers going. To you all. Now I'm going to start reading the supports. We already had Graph from the beginning of the class. Retetua. That's for thank you, Retetua. That's for the one-on-one. Shout out to Retetua. Now we're gonna go ahead and wow, man. Here we go, everybody. Let me give praise and reverence to those who supported the Tutsi Pod class. Who's this? Daniel from AI. What's going on? AI is trying to talk to me. Get away from me, AI. Okay, here we go, everybody. We got eighth again. Rest for what? Ordello. Hey, Ordello. All right, here you go, everybody. This is a brand new person. So far, I've already supported twice, and this is somebody. This is their 10th class. There are people right now that have secretly watching this for 4 years. Some secretly, some openly watching this for 4 years, and have not even sent in one support. I called out the brother, the Raw brother. I'm like, where's your support? You've been he's been watching me teach since '97, I think, '98. So I'm like, where's the support? So he's not supporting. And we got this brother here who is in this class. This is his 10th class, brand new 10th class, and he is supporting because you support what you want to see continue. The people that want marijuana to continue and weed to continue, they support the weed man. The people that want Cheerios and the Avengers movie to continue, they support that. The people that want Gucci, Louis Vuitton, or Captain Crunch, or Lay's potato chips, or Pizza Hut to continue, they support Pizza Hut because they're like, we want Pizza Hut to continue. Give me that pizza, I will support you. The people that want this to continue, they will support it. So shout out to Grasshopper, who is 8th. Oh, I called it. Let me read this one. 8th, are you here? For Ordelia, Mrs. 8th, for calling is what it is. Oh, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. I showed that it is what it is a purposeful reverse of the actual laws of Ma'at that say a man should never think it is what it is, because it is what it is not the full sentence. It is what it is. The accomplishment is, but it shall be what you make it. So when you come across a plot of land, yes, you see trees, you see a bunch of things. It is what it is. Now, can you make that land into a territory? When your baby is born, yes, the baby is what it is. Now, are you going to raise it up? Raise the baby up. When I met everybody here in the Killer Priest, I could have said to everybody, you know what? It is what it is. You all are what you are. Or do I spend 5 years raising people up? I don't accept it is what it is. It is what it is only the beginning. But it shall be what you make it. Be the change that you want to be in the world. And then it shall be what you make it because you're in control. It is what it is says, there's no plan here. Whatever it is, it is. So shout out to the good brother here. Go! Go. Tina Topa. Where did I see that name before? Oh, Tina Topa. Woo! Here we go. Millions of people watch this secretly, brother. I know. Let me give some big noise to the supporters. The first one I see here is a brand new brother. A lot of people that I've raised up and supported have left and disappeared on me. And a lot of people are still here. Shout out to we got Amun and Amunet on the screen. There they are. Peace to Amun and Amunet. Any of you seen the movie Hancock? Oh, you're on mute. You have to go and come back because it doesn't even say mute. It doesn't even. You can't take it off, can you? Oh, no. See? It's not. It's you got to come in and come out. All right. Shout out to Grasshopper. Peace out to you. Peace to you. Peace to you. Peace to you. Peace into you. Shout out to Harass, who always loves people supporting. Shout out to Harass. And Amun, she gets a shout out to. All right, everybody. Let's continue to read the supports, everybody. Those who want this to continue. How many people here want this to continue? And I want it to continue. So therefore, whatever I have planned on Saturdays, I throw it out. I do this on Saturdays for the people. Shout out to those who are continuing to want this to happen. Let me scroll down because there may be some people from the Amun Min Ra. Wait. Oh, shout out to Amun Min Ra. Oh, he gave for last week, but in the middle of the week. Okay, respect to that. Okay, wait a minute. June 1st. Oh, okay, there's some down here at the bottom. If you supported the podcast like a day or so before, I will get to you're at the way the Cash App works. You're at the bottom, so I got to keep scrolling down. So I see here. Shout out to VRI for Meta class recording. VRI was at the Meta class, and he gave for the recording. Woo! We got official big R, but I recognize this face. I don't know the name official big art. Official big art says Rahubat Amun Hotep, aka Tehuti. Where do I know this brother from? Very familiar. Shout out to you. I don't think this is a new person, but I don't recognize the name, but I know this face. Shout out to official. I'm gonna give you a hand clap anyways, because you may be new, but I've seen your face before. Shout out to official big card. And this goes to show it doesn't matter what your school, what your knowledge is. Many people respect you from different schools. Nuwabians, I teach them. 5%ers, they greet me. What's up, God? I turned a whole city into 5%ers accidentally. What's up, God? What's up? What's the knowledge? Muslims meet me. Assalamu alaikum. Rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu. And still throw $40 donation. Hebrews like shalom lakum and still vote for me in my debates against the Hebrews. So I have people I got atheists, everybody. So if you see anybody say Rahu bad, it doesn't mean we're Nuwabians. If you see somebody say shalom, thank you, Tuti, we're not Hebrews. It's just that I have students that were Hindus, everybody. Actual real people, not AI. Hey, they're back. You like that? All right. Hey, I'm gonna are back. Say something. Let's see.
Hotep Saba, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Oh, good. Yay.
Hotep Great Saba, 12 for this beautiful class. And to answer your question, no, I've never seen this movie.
Hotep Great Saba, and I also haven't either.
Okay, well you've seen it now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Bigger Dre, of course. I remember Bigger Dre. You're not new. You're from way back. Shout out to Bigger Dre. Hey, Bigger Dre, are you still Nuwabi? This has been years. I don't know if he's saying Rahu back. Shout out to Bigger Dre. Shout out to the Nuwabians, the 5%ers, the Moors, the Muslims, the Jews, the everybody, because Tehuti's a father teacher of everybody. I have Christians coming to my class telling me they're going to stay a Christian, teach my knowledge, but they can't tell their people about me, and they're going to stay a Christian. I got students everywhere. Shout out to you. Shout out to a new person here. New subscriber. I'm a Muslim, unfortunately. I am unemployed right now. I don't know if he's saying he's a Muslim. Unfortunately, he's a Muslim, or unfortunately, he's unemployed. I don't know which one's the unfortunate part. But shout out to Weather the Storm. And you know what? I respect that. Weather the Storm, are you a male or a female? I don't want to, when I see the new names, I don't know the gender. I don't want to say shout out to him and he, and it's a female, and it's a shout out to her and it's a man. So Weather the Storm, are you a male or female? Cute cat, I want to say peace to you, and I want to say shout out to her. I don't know if it's a her. Shout out to Weather the Storm 00 for letting yourself be known and saying, you know what, I'm watching and I have a heart and I have I have honorability. Tehuti doesn't know I'm watching. I could watch this for free. I don't have to type in the room, hey, I'm unemployed. I could just watch for free and Tehuti would never know. But I have more respect for someone that comes in and says, you know what, I'm watching. I received a lot of knowledge. And right now I'm unemployed. I respect the class. Well, you get a heart. You get a heart. This is how we treat people. This is how I teach people to treat people. So nobody can be out there saying Tehuti is unsafe. He's a bad man. He beats me up at night. No, I don't. I'm the most cuddly, nicest guy, but I will reprimand if you're doing wrong. But I'm a cuddly guy. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not. Oh man, you all would. People would abuse me if you knew how nice I was. I'm like a child heart, so that's why this happens. But shout out to Weather the Storm. Shout out, now I can say her, address you properly. Shout out to her. That's respect. I respect that, right? Shout out to the person who says, I am Nubian. Respect to you. I am Nubian. Respect to everybody. Welcome. This is a safe place. That's right. Now let's continue on with he ties me up. He puts me in the closet. Oh my goodness, man. Let me get some BCAAs on that note. Yeah, all type of stuff said, right? Tehuti ties me up, Tehuti. Man, there's so many Tehutis that are me, supposedly. I don't know what I've done because there's a bunch of Tehutis doing stuff to people. None of them are me, though. It's not this one on the screen. That's why nobody that says those things can come to this one on the screen. They can only type stuff. Shout out to all the supporters. Let's go, everybody. That's did I put 80 Thieves up there yet? Did I put them up? Let me do it again just in case I didn't. Shout out to 80 Thieves. 80 Thieves. And I'm going to show everybody how fast this works. So this is 80 Thieves for the Neteru class. For those who don't know what this is, these are the personal classes, like one-on-ones, but multiple people can be there with me. So these are the personal classes where I walk you through. Oh, it's not showing. Okay. Walk you through the Perm Haru, give mental, spiritual, physical, visual, physical rituals based on the indigenous Medu words and imbued in tantric meanings, 2:30 to actually 6 o'clock. It's really long. And you can ask me live questions there. You don't have to send in a Cash App. You don't have to. You could literally say, I got question number 4. I've been stopped. I got question. What about this? You can interact with me there. You pay the one-time free will offering, 25 for the recording, 30 for entering. And now I'm going to show you how we work. So now that this brother VRI, oops. Well, that's why he did that. Oh, I get it. That's why I did that. So this is what I meant to show everybody. Oh, I don't have one. That's okay. I thought I did. It's a background. Okay. So this is how it works, everybody. So VRI sent $25 for the last class. VRI, are you in the room watching right now? Let me know. Let me know if you're in the room watching right now. I'm going to show everybody how this works here. So he just sent for a 3-hour class, the Neteru class, and it gets sent to you. Then you get a link, and then you can download the link, or you can just watch it all the time, whenever you'd like to. So VRI sent that. You all see that I just read it about 3 minutes ago. And right now, 1, 2, 3, he has the class right now. So right now, VRI has that class that you just saw him send for. he has it right now in his possession. If he's in the room, he can vouch for that. Shout out to your class is euphoric. That's wonderful. Thank you, Wolf Paradox. Wonderful. So there's VRI support right there. We're going to keep going, everybody. Shout out to the great supporters. Those who want to keep this going. Man, Halloween keeps going. The only reason Halloween exists is because people support it. It's really ridiculous. Shout out to the that's the only reason Christmas and all that stuff exists. Grasshopper. That's for last week. Let me okay. Mark unread. Okay, let me go back up. Here we go, everybody. So let me want to read the supports now. Who is this here? We got shout out to Florence. This is Florence. Now this is a beautiful thing because Florence, this is not for today's pod class. Florence is so honorable that she actually had a conversation with me in text messages, which means all people that are here, if you become my friend on Facebook, you can send me a personal Facebook message and develop a relationship with me there also. And the good sister Florence is in another country. She's suffering from kidney. She's the one I did the kidney class on. She's not good at all financially. I think she's in Uganda, and she's on kidney dialysis. She's not doing well at all, but she's getting better. And she just sent me some questions in the text messages around June 2nd. And so just for her text messaging me, all she had was $5, and she said this is an appreciation note for just text messaging me. So shout out to her for that. And even though it's not $20 and up, I'm going to give her, like I said many times, if Elon Musk donates $10,000, I have just as much or more love for the homeless man that donates a seashell, because that's all he collected that day was a seashell. He actually donated more than Elon Musk, who has billions of dollars, so $10,000 is like 2 pennies to him, whereas the homeless man gave me a seashell that meant something to him from 10 years ago, and that's all he has. So shout out to Florence. Her real name is not Florence. Her real name is Yuan Jengua, all the way from, she's in Uganda, I believe. Shout out to her. Peace and love to her. This is the love energy we have here at the Tehuti Pod class. We support each other. People get healed here. People, all type of beautiful things happen. And let me ask, Atum, are you in the class? I'm sorry. Yeah, let me scroll down. Not Atum. Where is he? Amun Min Rasut Atum. I said Atum first. Amun Min Rasut Atum. Are you in the class? I have a question for you. Amun Min Ra. Good question, Musrab. I don't know what it is. People send in questions, and I just go to I go to my list, and I just look at the time that they sent it in, and I just point to one and just do that as the answer based on sequence, things like that. So I don't have a hint. I actually don't know what my next question is. I don't know what the next thing is. My next answer can be your question. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Musrab, send in a question. And you know what? My next pod class I'll answer for you since you're new. Send in support. It could be $20. It could be $20. It could be whatever. You're new. I have this question. Now I'll answer your question. And this is witness now that here's Musrab. I have no idea who this is. And I'm saying it's Tehuti. You can watch live. Musrab can send support him with a question. And this is proof that I'm doing this live, that the next pod class will say Musrab and you'll have your 1.5 hour answer. So my next hint, the hint to you is send in the question. It can be your class. Here we go. All right, everybody. So the next support that came in Shout out to Amin Munra Sudatum. Are you there, good brother? Are you there? Because you sent in support, but I wonder if you sent in another one. I'll wait to read that one then. This is from, I think it's for the last class, so I'm going to wait to read that one. So here we go, everybody, up to the most recent ones that have come in. I'm going to go down now. Grasshopper, is it Grasshopper again? No, it's Grasshopper from before. We got, oh, here we go. To the large supporters and people that have been around Min Ma'at, keeping this going. People who know that this is actually all I do, to run this and to run the whole nation and to run all the decisions that have to be made and all the things that I have to do in my time. This is all that I'm doing for that. My other business, which is not even a business of livelihood, it's more of love, is rescuing reptiles and breeding reptiles and selling them. But that's not that takes care of the reptiles, because the reptiles I have is an expense. You can ask Amun and Amunet, they got 2. So imagine having 55. And my snakes eat pigs. It's a little mouse you get at the pet shop, $3 mouse. My snake eat pigs, and I'm about to, after the pod class, I'm about to go de-thaw 6 hens and throw it in the hallway to de-thaw 6 hens and 16 quails, I think, or 8 to 16 quails. So the grocery bill is more than mine. Now my meals cost 80 cents. They're eating top of the line hens and pigs. All right, here we go, everybody. So please support. So that's all I do, is I do the animals, and that takes care of the animals' own expense. So here we go, everybody. Boom. Shout out to Harass Did is in the chat right now. Right, there's a quote for you, Golden Snake, Golden Hemlock. My snake eats pigs. There's a quote, right? This quote of the year. Shout out to Sarah Jean, who's also known as this young lady right here. Boom. Musraf. What movie would you want Saba to break down? That's right. Sarah Jean. I'm going to read this one. Tua Neteru with a Ma'at feather. Tua Neteru Tehuti. Saba of Sabas. I missed that. Saba of Sabas. All right, give us some big noise, Amun.
You are watching a master.
Can you hear it? Is it good?
Yes, wonderful.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Woo! Nice. Okay, shout out to the great supporters. Okay. All right, we're going to keep going. Everybody who saw the show, the class, it's not a show, sorry. Everybody who saw the class, send in your support. I need to know if Amun is here. Amun Min Rasudatum, because he sent something, but I think it's for the last class. Shout out to the Jet and Retetua. There they are. The Jet and Retetua, here they go. Retetua is a beautiful young lady who looks, wait, let's save this, sorry. Retetua is the lovely young lady. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, there it is. Boom, boom, boom. Sorry, excuse me. The lovely young lady who looks like she's 17, 18, and her mate is the Jed. He doesn't come to the pod classes often. He has said he has work and such. But Retetua is off, and she said she's going to come to the classes. So here is the Jed Sedem Ma'a Hemt Oat Ku for today's class Saba from the Jed and Retetua. Give them some big noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
I came to overcome before I'm gone. I saw the proof, now
never, then follow me. From century
I
to
love the
century,
House
you
of
remember me
Africa.
in history.
Am I hot or not? No, my hot. Spirit to the neck.
Put the spirit to the neck. That's right. We got a lot of people that need spirit. Spirit of the neck. Thank you, Amun, for the noise.
You knew, Sabo.
All right, wonderful. Miss Rap says, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Harass says, that's a good one, Miss Rap. That would be very interesting. Yes. We got a confessor. Shout out to the honorable confessors. I confess. I'm a silent watcher, but you know what? I'm going to still give you a hand clap because something came out of you today to say, I'm not going to be silent no more. Okay. So I'm going to give you a hand clap, and I love the signal. Gold Scarab, go back to my class called Unkenaten Blue, and you're going to get the Scarab breakdown you never heard in your life unless you saw that class. Shout out to Gold Scarab. And you are now a, well, let me give you this. And let me give you the heartbeat. So, you're not silent anymore. We see you, and it's great. Make as many comments as you wish. And whenever you are ready, whenever it hits you to support and say thank you and send some support, let us know that it is, because the Cash App names are different from the YouTube names. So you could be Miriam Lithium, you could be Patah, New something, you could be Gregory Hines. Let me know that it's Golden Scarab 7, and we'll give you a salute and support the pod class. But I'm glad you typed that you're a silent watcher. And feel free to type. You don't have to be silent. Speak as much as you want. All energy is welcome here. And Golden Scarab gives me a golden heart. Gold Scarab must like gold. You know how much class? I don't even know how many classes I've done on gold. Oh my goodness. And they did a minute class on gold. I did classes for you already. I did classes on gold. I did full class on the Scarab that nobody's ever heard of. And I did a full class on the number 7. So your classes are out there. Go enjoy them. Type in Tehuti breaks down the number 7. Tehuti, Kepera, Scarab. You'll see it pop up. Shout out to you. All right. Let's go, everybody. I'm reading all the supports that have come in. I appreciate all those who are sending in supports. Everybody who saw, there was 60 people in the class. And just say thank you. I appreciate it. Here's Kesbetu. Kesbetu is back on Trinidad. Oh, by the way, Golden Scarab. This image right here for this brother Kesbetu is from one of the classes, is from the class of the Golden Scarab. I did a class on blue. And not Golden Scarab, but I did class on blue, and I did a private class on blue, and I did an open class on the blue, which was on the Scarab, the Kepera. And Kesbetu changed his image. Kesbetu changed his image to this. And so this is from the Scarab class. Shout out to Kesbetu. The blue man. Are you in the room, Kesbetu? Go ahead and read this from me. Moon.
999 from Kesbetu Patah Min Ma'at. For Hotep Sekem Saba Nefer Ikur podcast intro with a laughing but covering your laugh face, an excited laughing face, and Henu. And then he says Henu.
Henu. Henu to you, great Kesbetu. And you know what, Kesbetu, give him a hand clap. It's not $20, but he does multiple ones. So if you give him a hand clap, please.
Tua Saba Fujaselez, Makeru, Makeru, Makeru.
Is Musrap still in the building? Musrap, are you still here? Is Musrap still in the building? Musrap. Am I saying the name right? Let me know, Amun, if Musrap is still in the building.
Okay, I'll let you know if he comments, Saba.
Okay, thank you.
Ninu.
All right, we're going to continue on with this. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. We're going to continue on with the support from the beautiful supporters and give them their just respect for wanting to keep this mission going.
In the chat, Musrap said yes, he's still here.
Oh, Musrap is still here? Put that comment up that he made about I think about the 42, and read that for me, please. He made a comment in the chat.
He said, has he talked about the synchronicity of the number 42?
Okay. Wonderful. I was looking for it. Okay. What I'll do is this. I've taught so many classes. What in the world? I've taught this many classes? What? Oh my goodness. Shout out to the Neteru. Whoa. All right. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Okay, so this is for a Musrap. Here you go, Musrap. Shout out to Kesbetsu. Shout out to you, appreciate you. And shout out to Musrap. Oh my goodness. It's not showing. Okay, I'll just go like this. Here we go. This is for you, Musrap. Let's take a second of my time and go here for both. Shout out to Ardello. Okay. Here you go, Musrap. Tehuti has done, I've done multiple classes, and yes, the number 42 class is right here. It's under Kabbalah. Part 2, Secret Coding from Kemet, 42 Ma'at Math. There's the 42 class for you. Go and click on that and enjoy and support. There you go. All right. So here we go, everybody. Shout out to these great supporters. We're going to read more support. I'm going to read a few more and then take a quick little break again. And you all send in the support and let us know. I want to say everybody's name who has been who wants this to move. Let the new people support too, not just the same. Well, I want the same people. I appreciate all of you. But some of the new people, there was 60 people in the class. Shout out to the new people that watch the class and just say thank you. Say thank you and a support. And say this is how we keep a nation going. This is how we start a nation. We can't keep a nation going if we can't even have one in its initial stages, get the momentum to start, while all these evil companies and Matrix and Rothschilds and everybody out there were wondering, hey, how are they doing all these things? It's because they support each other. They keep each other going. They're not going to let Epstein fall. They're not going to let. Will continue to support the evil, and we should do the same on the good side. Shout out to Grasshopper, who is 8th, and he says GH, which I guess is a little bit Grasshopper. Oh, that's why you said both. Is that okay? So I like he called her Mrs. 8th. Imagine them. What's your name? I'm Mrs. 8th. Okay. Shout out to Grasshopper and Oradella. Hancock movie code. Had no idea. They're brand new. Plus, this is the second or third support. Give them some noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Musrap McCrae says, appreciate you pulling that up for me, Hotep. And I like these images here. I've done classes on this. On your icon. We used to call them icons before we call them avatars. That's AI brought in avatar. The Matrix brought in avatar. So there were icons, which were images that were the image over the person's name. This is in the days of MySpace and Black Planet. There's no such thing as avatar. They brought in avatar as something you can live through. Something connected to the computer as this is my avatar, like the movie. This is I lived through this, just connecting people to the movie. So it's an icon is a symbol. Avatar gets you personalized with it. It's all a part of transhumanism. So I'll never call those things my avatar. Not my avatar. Unless it's a straight Neteru symbol. Okay. that could be my avatar. If I'm actually living through it though, when the computer shuts down. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the good brother Grasshopper and the good sister Oradella. Shout out to both of them. I see you, Aunt Mampu. Ampu coming through. I'm gonna put on Amun and Amunet, and then Ampu. Then I'm gonna take a little quick break and come on back. All supporters feel free to come to the panel. So Oradella, 8th, you all have supported more than some people that have been watching for years. Feel free. I invite you. You can click on the panel and actually interact with me right here on the panel. Shout out to you too. You come and introduce yourself, saying hey, and just say some words, sexual words, and that'd be beautiful. We like to hear voices and interaction. I want to interact with people back on the human level again. Okay, shout out to Amun and Amunet. Read this for me, good brother, and then make some noise. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a moment.
$45 from Amun and Amunet for Tua for breaking the matrix and being the supreme Neteru. Tua, great Saba.
Thank you for the knowledge of
Yes, Neteru really works.
Yeah, we're here. And we're the best.
And we're the best. Where's Minty? Shout out to Minty. I see her in the Sun Editor channel. Where's Minty at? Minty okay? Min Ma'at. Min Ma'at, everybody. Min Ma'at. Where's Minty? Where's Lisa and what Boots? Remember them? Huh? Where's Lisa and Boots? Shout out to them. They're great supporters. Shout out to them. And he was he kept saying he's coming to the panel. And he's coming to the pathways, right? He said he's coming to the pathways. Where's the guy what guy likes to chat in the Discord? Where's he? Where's that supporter? Huh? It's good to chat for free. Hard to support because that takes your heart. When you support something, you're saying, I truly believe in this and I want it to thrive. When you don't support or stop supporting, you're like, this is just entertainment and I don't really care about it. When you support something, you're saying, I want this to thrive. I want this to be a nation. I want this truth to get out. I want Tehuti to keep teaching. I want men in their class to continue. I want pathways to continue. I want there to be new shirts to come out, new House of Attend pants to come out. I want this to be something, because all these evil people have nations and companies and tribes of going out to. How many people go to the owl, huh? That I first was back in the early days before all this new stuff. We would talk about the place called Bohemian Grove. That's way before all this chaos stuff now. There's hundreds of people at Bohemian Grove supporting that because they want to see that grow. Those people you call secret societies, all the Masons that we talk about, there's hundreds of people at their meetings because they want to see that grow. That's how they support themselves. Okay, so shout out to those who want to keep this going and supporting, because you all want to see this grow. I appreciate those who want to see this grow. And if you can't support, like the good sister typed in the room, hey, I'm unemployed right now, respect to that, because somebody who's unemployed one day could win the lottery the next day and send a support of 20,000. Like, yo, I couldn't do anything for these years, but hey, I won the lottery. Here you go. Hey, shout out to Ampu. Ampu, I'm going to read this one, then I'm going to take a little break. And I also see Ampu gave for the men in the class. Ampu, are you in the room? Shout out to good brother Ampu. He's been the beginnings, man. The beginnings when he was Black Alucard. Are you in the room? There he is. I don't know what that symbol is there. What's it showing to you? I can't see it.
I think that it's a wand with stars around it.
Okay, shout out to you, Ampu. Ampu gave this. I'm going to read this one. Then I'm going to take a quick little break. And then I'm going to come back and read the rest. All those who are watching, just send support and say thank you. Just say, I appreciate this class. I appreciate the 4 years of what's happening. I appreciate that this person got rid of their hyperhidrosis. I appreciate all those testimonies. I appreciate, Tehuti, that you helped this brother quadruple his income. I appreciate these things that you're doing, because I don't see this happening on YouTube. I don't see this happening with people that wear unks. I don't see people being cured of hyperhidrosis. I don't see people using magic to quadruple someone's income. I don't see people bringing their deceased mother back to a son. I don't see this happening, but I see this with you, Tehuti, and I see this on the pod class. It hasn't happened to me yet, but thank you for them, because this is a group. This is a group of people that are being helped. It's not just a teaching deep. It's not that. This is not that. You don't get healed from hyperhidrosis from deep. You don't see your miscarried babies crawling on your shoulders because of deep. Shout out to Ampu, Ma'at, Heka, and it's TFTK, which is thank you for the knowledge. Give them some noise, Amun, then I'm going to take a quick break.
Thank you for the knowledge. Blicky.
Where's Brother Tehuti? He used to be on every panel. He still sends support. Oh, Brother Tehuti, if you're listening, you sent in a large support, and it didn't say clearly what the question was. So let's clear that up. That could be the next pod class. If you get that information to me, that could be the next pod class. And look, Pooh, I'm waiting for some information before I do the class on the underground things under the pyramids and tunnels and all that. I'm waiting for something to I want a lot that I can show in that class, and something is being blocked right now from that information. So patience, and we'll get to that one. All right, I'm going to take a break, everybody. You all build. Supporters, you can come to the panel. And I'm going to come back and read the rest of the beautiful support from those who want to keep this moving and keep this happening. Shout out to Custom ATs, I see you. Shout out to those who want to keep this happening and keep this moving. If you were ever a part of this, if this ever helped you, if you ever said this saved your life, or this helped you with your family, or this helped you with whatever it was, I want you to listen to me closely and understand. If you were told by somebody to stop supporting, if you yourself stop supporting, you are making a declaration that you are stopping the supporting. Now, this is not for the new people. This is not for people that are just tuning in. I'm talking about the people that have testimonies who've been helped. If you stop supporting that which you vowed, which is the truth, you're just disloyal to your own self, because you could never come up to the panel and say, Tehuti's teaching the truth. He helped me. He got me my family. He helped me with this. He helped me from the sickness. He did this. He did that. It's a great, beautiful thing. He's doing a beautiful thing. He's the only one out here truly representing the Neteru. He's the reason I even know about the Neteru. I have no record of me talking about the Neteru before Tehuti. I have no record of this, that. He's done so much for me. To cut that off and say, I'm no longer going to support, I'm grateful, because that's what it means. I'm no longer grateful for those things. That is just pure wickedness and evil, because how could you stop being grateful for something that you are helped with and were helped with? What could cut off your gratefulness if you cannot come to the panel and state for a fact, Tehuti did this, and that's why we're cutting this off? You can't do that, because you get snake style to the roof. You get snake style to oblivion. So the cowards just disappear secretly. This is not for the new people. This is not for anybody watching. This is not for Musrap or anybody. This is for history I have with people that go back several years, that have testimonies, and they secretly disappeared, but they're still out there supporting the things of the Matrix. They're still supporting the society. They're still buying the things and supporting the society of the companies and things that don't care nothing about them, but they stop supporting Tehuti, who they say saved their life. If you don't comprehend that that is Isfet, come to the panel and elaborate on how that is not Isfet. Say, this is not Isfet because Ma'at says when one is teaching the truth like Tehuti and the only one representing the Neteru, we should not support that. This is Law of Ma'at number 192. Do not support those who help your life and who represent the Neteru as the best representative on earth, the best answers on the planet. This is Ma'at number 67.2. If you can't do that, then you've just become an Isfetian. Shout out to the supporters. Shout out to those who want to see this grow. I'm not going to be here forever, everybody. I'm not going to be here asking for support and asking help this grow. I'm going to have my time. And when my time is done, I expect the youth coming up to build upon this. I'm sacrificing my life since grade 9. I have nothing in the Matrix. I have nothing. I have nothing. I have no taxes. I have no name in the Matrix. I have no W-2s. I have no schooling. I have nothing that anybody has. I have no medical support. What's it called? I don't even know what it's called. When you get Medicaid, I don't know what that looks like. Everything is pure magic because I had to make a choice to give up the Matrix to tap into what's giving these answers, and that's why they're not coming from anywhere else. To those who want to keep this going for the children, keep this going for the new people in the pod class that will be here when I'm gone, and they can keep this going. This is about unity that I'm teaching in family. This is what I'm teaching. That's why I brought the word Aut, the only one to bring the word for family, Neteru, to this earth. There's no Kemetic person out there. There's no Kemetic movement that has a word for family associated with their movement, with a breakdown and classes on it. This is about building the family, building all the people that thought that Kemet was something and want to start from scratch again because we were robbed of it all. And now I'm trying to channel this back to bring it back. Help. me do this. I'll be back, everybody. So Tua to everybody that's there. Knights of Templar says here. Most says he's able to do something. I'm not sure what. Okay, I gotta step off. I'll be back in about 4 minutes to read the rest of the supports and to keep this moving. Amunet, take it away from here. I'll be back. And just understand that, like Hancock, like the beings that you look up to, all the ones in the past, mortality is for all of us here on Earth, and anything could happen to any one of us here, no matter how much of a superhero or powerful you think Tehuti may be or anybody may be. You're in a time period where you're in a bubble that you can enjoy something for a time period that somebody is doing something, that something is happening. Malcolm X is here no more. Elijah Muhammad is here no more. Khalid Muhammad is here no more. Marcus Garvey, all the greats that helped. Dr. Ben is here no more. There's no Dr. Clark. There's no all the greats and everybody. They had their time, and there's going to be my time soon. It could be 80 years from now, or it could be tonight. I could have been the one bit by the cobra. I had to run outside and take care of something and bring something in here, and somebody got bit and talked to them about that, and that could have been me. I could have died the day that I got bit by the Sidewinder. I am immortal on the spiritual side, not the physical side, right? The Neterus get sick. Anything can happen. So if you cherish this, just do your best to say, I want to keep this going, and I want to keep this here. Peace and love to everybody. And shout out to Knights, who says, it is what it is. You know what? I like you, Eighth. Let me say this before I go. So, Oradella, can you hear me? I like you too, because the support is coming from one name, but as a man who supports his female, he's letting it be known, hey, you know what? That support we're both supporting. We just have one account, but we're both supporting. That one was for her. This one was for me. This one was for both of us. And I can respect that very, very much, because it shows that both of you are looking out for each other. This is the family I'm trying to build. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep, Mahad. I'll be right back. Peace.
Hotep Saba, enjoy your break.
Yes, sir.
Hotep, Uncle Seneb, to the great Saba Tuti, I'm with Hotep Ra. To all the supporters, to everybody in the chat. Hotep, peace to Moose Rap, to Anpu, to Eighth and his mate Rodella, and to everybody else who's watching right now. Make sure to send in your support. If you appreciate the class, if you appreciate what Sabatuti is doing here. He is the only being on the planet doing what he is doing, answering the questions that he's answering, and solving all the problems that he is solving. So I appreciate Sabatuti so much. He has changed my life in so many ways. He's changed the way that I think. He's changed everything, even to the way that my surroundings look. I mean, and I have things all over the walls from Medu classes and different pod classes that Sab has done. Sab has changed everything. He's provided so many different things. He's changed the way I eat. He has changed the way I eat. I eat completely different. Everything I do is imbued with the teachings that are happening here. So I'm infinitely appreciative of Sabatuti for that. And I see that Moose Rap says here, he says I could support by taking small clips from your podcast and putting them on a separate channel, different highlight clips. That is a very good idea. And to talk about that more, you can contact House of at 10 Instagram or TikTok or anything like that. I will show the link tree here, and Amune can put it in the chat. You can go to the link tree, and you're able to go to Saba Tehuti's Facebook, Saba's Instagram, and you're also able to go to Podclass and the HOA, the House of At 10 TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook. So you can contact House of At 10 or Sabatuti to speak about that further, because that is a great idea. It'd be great for you to make clips, different highlight clips from the podcast and repost them. You just got to make sure that you are tagging the House of At 10 and Sabatuti. There's been some people that have taken clips from the podcast and stuff like that and pretended like they were Saba, so we don't want any confusion with anybody that's watching. Tua, thank you for saying that you can do that, though, saying that you can support by doing that. That will definitely help. So Tua, very much for that. And I will pass it on to Aminette. How are you doing, Aminette?
Tua, Amun, I'm doing very, very well. I'm happy to be here. I'm very thankful that we are students of Saba Tehuti and very grateful for the impact that Saba has on our life. So I'm feeling very nefer, very happy. And how are you feeling?
I'm doing good. Well, for asking.
Niniak. And I'm going to actually keep that up on the screen. So let me put that back up. Just to show the chat. So peace and love to the chat for everyone who is listening and watching. Tua, thank you for everyone who is supporting our great Saba Tehuti. He is the only netter on earth who is doing what he's doing. The way that he does everything is extremely unique. I see it nowhere else, and especially the curing of multiple things like hyperhidrosis. He helped so many people, so many different things, and I do not see that anywhere else as what Saba's doing. So I'm very thankful for that. And so to everyone in the chat, if you're new here, this is, as Amun was saying, the House of Aten link tree, and it contains 2D podcast, YouTube, all of the HOA social media, so TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Sabatuti's Facebook and his Instagram, and of course the Cash App and PayPal. So this is where you can send your support, or if you want to send your questions, you can definitely go here, or it's also in the description of this YouTube channel as well. And it is always being put in the chat as well. Definitely send in your own questions. For me personally, I've sent in my own, and so has Amun. And it feels different. It definitely feels different when you ask your own question and you receive the answer, because there's a lot of synchronicities, magical energies that are within the answer that he gives because of the way that he creates these answers for us all here. So definitely send in your own question if you haven't experienced that yet. You will definitely love it. If you've loved this class today, you will definitely love your own question being answered. And let me share this tab too. This is the House of Aten Instagram. And right now we have 7,621 followers. And if you haven't followed yet, definitely follow the Instagram and all the other social media so that you can participate, comment, like all these posts, and share it to your friends and family as well, so they can see these short clips. And especially it will help if they have a short attention span. These are only up to 3 minutes long. They're no longer than 3 minutes, so that'll help if there are people that you know that can't watch a long form as of right now. So that's definitely good to do, and this is what it looks like. There's a lot of stories here of what is Neteru, what is Ma'at, 2D pod class, ask your own questions, or these are also some of the beautiful testimonies as well. And then here's the lives. I post the links on there. So if you follow the House of Aten, you can go on the story and you'll see the link of the live when it's live, each class. And so let me go right here. Okay, so these are the recent posts as of right now. This one here, what is the original name for death? Controlled psyops. It is not Medinet Habu. This is the real name. So these are all clips from Sabututi's teachings. And this one right here, these two are from when he taught on, I think it's Empire 363, if I'm correct. And that was very beautiful. So if you haven't watched that before, I'll put it in the chat to, so you can have access to that and go see that if you haven't yet. And so this is what it is so far. This one, I mentioned this last week. This one got a lot of views. It's at 73.9 thousand. And as well as this one, 69.7 thousand views. So I'm very, very thankful that a lot of people are watching and seeing our great Saba Tehuti and seeing his magical, powerful way of teaching. And it's beautiful because I said this before, but these little short clips contain so much value. Saba, every time he speaks, he gives so much value. There's so much in a small frame of time where he speaks. So I'm really thankful for Saba. He is one of a kind, and yeah, I've never seen someone have so much beautiful, powerful knowledge in that short period of time. So I'm very thankful for that. Great Saba Tua for being the Neteru you are, for setting the example, and for being here on this earth, teaching us the way you are. I'm very extremely thankful, and that's why it's one of the many reasons why I support our great Saba Tehuti. I definitely want this to continue. This is helping generations of children, families. As Amun said, it helped both of us here very, very much so. It's changed our life, saved our life, truly saved our life, and I'm very thankful for that. And for eternity, I'm very thankful. So to our great Saba Tehuti, peace and love to you. And I will click a video here. Let's see which one. Okay.
Let's see this one.
This is Ammon, the baby Ammon, the Ammonos, the Lamb of God.
And this is Revelation.
This is in Revelations, regular Revelations, El Amun, because what the Hebrews would do is whenever they wanted to emphasize a definite article or make something special, they put the word El in front of it. It meant God or it meant thee, which is why you say thee in church right now. Honor to thee, because thee in the Phoenician was El. So it was El Amun is talking right here. Thus saith Ammon. Ammon is talking. The witness, the beginning of the creation of God. I've yet to hear Christians explain this. Who is this Ammon?
Who's Ammon?
And who that was there in the beginning in the beginning of the creation of God. El Ammon. They put thee, but thee would be El. El Ammon. The
Ammon. They say the Ammon.
But Ammon is supposed to be something you say.
This way it's supposed to be said.
Ammon is supposed to be something you say at the end of your prayer, but here Ammon is talking.
So it be.
Right. So
they say, yeah.
Right.
Exactly,
So they
correct.
so they created a new definition. So they said so be it. And if you ask them,
so be it.
Right, where can we find so be it as Ammon in ancient language in a sentence? In any ancient script that's found in archaeology, where can we find that being used in that context? The so be it concept came from the fact that Ammon is Ammon Ra, and Ra symbol is a mouth, and the mouth utters frequencies, and when you utter frequencies, so be it.
It's another instance in which it doesn't want to be admitted that it came from Egypt.
Right. So be it, because everything in physical existence comes from sound frequencies. So everything is a sound. So be it means that you're saying something and it becomes into physical matter. That is the unseen force, which is why Ammon means the unseen. It is literally the so be it. Ammon is their Jesus. Ammon, the baby.
So that was one of the many examples here. And I do post weekly, so you'll see multiple videos come every week. And yeah, so definitely follow that and keep in touch with the beautiful House of Aten, and as well as the Discord. We have a Discord. I'll put that in the chat as well in a few moments when I have time to step off. The Discord is a beautiful place to connect, to communicate with each other. All the students can communicate with each other, send their thoughts, pictures, videos, anything that you would want to share on there. So it's a good place to connect with each other when the pod class shuts down for the day, and it's good to keep you in the beautiful frequency of the House of Aten. And of course, the connection part is very extremely important. It's important for all of us to connect with each other and to be minma in these beautiful teachings that Saba is providing. And I do want to put this on the screen. Faraz says, Tua, Amun, and Amunet, you are the example of minma'at. I appreciate you both, Tua, for supporting Saba Tehuti. And Tua to you, Haras, Tua, for this beautiful comment, and Nini Uk. And I am thankful that you are in the chat. I'm thankful to hear from you. And I appreciate you too. So Tua for that.
To all, Nini, I appreciate you too. To all for being a consistent supporter of Sabatuti, the House of Aten, and for, of course, teaching those around you, like your family and other people. So to all very much, Nini. And you're welcome for the information, Musrap, and thank you for sending the messages. We will look at them as soon as possible. For the clip that was played, that was on Killer Priest. The clip that was played on the Instagram, that was a Killer Priest episode. For everybody who's new and has not watched the old and recent podcast with Sabatuti on Killer Priest, those are a must watch. They're a must watch, especially the old Killer Priest ones are very, very, very good. There's a lot of conversation happening, so many different things happening in the old Tootie Killer Priest podcast. There's so many different things happening. Saba's dropping little jewels here and there. There's all these different conversations happening. And then also the first time Sabatuti went on Killer Priest, where he's wearing all white. That's a very good, very, very beautiful, good introductory video to Saba Tehuti, and watching him and Killer Priest speak is a very beautiful thing, especially if you are a fan of Killer Priest music. Watching the chemistry and the energy between Saba Tehuti and Killer Priest is a great and beautiful thing, and you get to watch Saba teach on so many different things, and you get to see him as well defend the truth against various different people that come onto the Killer Priest podcast. So yes, that was from Killer Priest. Saba has gone over a lot on there. A lot. Saba has taught so many different classes, so many different things, and it really is so beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. That's the way that Amun and I found Great Saba Tehuti, along with other magical things that got us to see Saba, but that was the doorway, and I'm very thankful for that. I go back on the Killer Priest podcast where Saba's teaching on there very frequently, as I actually did today, so that's interesting. But I love rewatching them. Those are very unique, very extremely unique, and I agree with what Amun said. That one is a really good introductory class to watch, so I really love that first one. Greetings, Great Saba Tehuti. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, thanks for having me back. Just untangle her tail from the cords. Yay. All right, thanks for having me back. Wonderful, beautiful words you all said. And I just sent you a message on Instagram, brother. Is that for me?
He is messaging the House of at 10 Instagram because he has the idea of. He says I could support by taking small clips from your podcast and putting them on separate channels, different highlight clips. So I told him to message the House of at 10 Instagram to discuss it further.
Okay. So yeah, must wrap. That's going to administrations, and I'll eventually look at that message and respond. But thank you for reaching out in that way. Must wrap. What an interesting name. Must wrap. Mukre. That's such a unique name. All right, everybody, let's get back to this great support. People that are sending in support. As I have anything new come in since to those who are sending support. We have where is he? The Ampu sent in from 2 metadata classes. Here we go. Ampu is beginning to recollect the metadata classes. Here we go. I believe Ampu. I remember Ampu was one of the ones in the very in the earlier stages that he would slowly build up each class Medu recording. You slowly get one by one until he almost got them all. So I'm going to go ahead and show this. We're going to show big love, great support to the great brother Inpu, who is consistently advancing in the House of a 10. We're going to go ahead and show his support. We're going to give him some big noise and get him over these classes. So Amuna, you can read that for me and then give him some huge noise.
$50 from Anpu Ma'at Heka for Medu class 75 and 76. Thanks for the knowledge.
Thank you for reading that, Amunet, and go give Ampu some great big noise, please.
Inya.
All I know from is the truth. Came to overcome before I'm born. So I took my life now to be born. And after that I'll live forever.
Play by their rules. Is Jabari getting these type of questions?
Thank you for that so much. And calling for Ampu. Are you in the class? Is Ampu in the class still listening? If so, let me know, Amunet, when he types something because I can't see the screen right now. Is Ampu in the class listening? Okay, for those, I'll wait for,
He said
I'll
he's
just go
here.
ahead and say, oh, good. Okay, wonderful. So for those who are in the class watching, he just sent for, this is Ampu, by the way, for the new people. He sent for classes 75 and 76. Thank you for the knowledge. And Ampu, go ahead and check your emails and tell the class if you receive them already. That's how fast we work. Shouts to Musrab, who says, I will put beautiful visuals to it. Okay. Here's what you're going to do, Musrab. Take any clip that you see from the classes, go to the YouTube, go watch some of the classes. I give you permission, grab some clips and send them, do your beautiful things to it. And I'd like to know what it is that these beautiful things are that you're doing. And I'd like to take a look at your skill and talent, and I may utilize you for who knows, for some other things. And then tell me these channels that you're able to put. You have access to other channels. I'd be interested in knowing what the channels are. So go ahead and do that, and then you can send the visuals to the House of a 10 Instagram, and also let the House of Attend Instagram know what are these channels that you have access to. I wonder if there are channels that would actually want to see me on live or want an interview or something. We'll see. All right, Boss Fee sent triple access. I'm going to translate that to you got them. All right, Boss Fee got them. All right. Wonderful. That's how fast it works here, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. And let's see who else wants to keep this moving so we can get on to the other questions and get on to the event. Starting next pod class, Nana is going to come on. We're going to start pushing the pathways for people to get their tickets to come live in person and participate, and coming live in person to see the House of Attend in person and see the events that take place in person and build as a family and get to know one another. We'll be talking about that starting next week. Shout out to the next beautiful supporter is, let me see who this is. This is I like this Musrap. Are you a brother or sister? This sounds kind of masculine, Musrap. So I'm gonna see if you sound like a male. But Musrap, I like your energy. You already want to want to help. Let me ask you, Musrap, how many Tehuti pod classes have you been to? While he's answering that, I'm gonna say shout out to Utabo Damu. Oh, for out tip. Okay. Shout out to out tip. I'm gonna give you a clap for that. All right, that's out tip. That's fine. Thank you for that. And let me know, Musrap. I'm assuming you're a male, and I like your energy. And we'll find out something for you to do. And let me know how many pod classes you've been to. All right, everybody. On to the great supporters who want to keep this pod class moving and happening. Not just the pod class, the House of Attend, and everything that we're doing, and future things that can be done more because more support is given. So therefore, we're able to do more. Grasshopper. Okay, I think I've read everybody here in this section. Now we're going to go to the PayPal section, and the PayPal section has Hush Nation. Is this his second one? Oh, Fatu. Shout out to Fatu. I'm going to get Amuna to read this if she's there, or Amun. Shout out to Fatu. He is Mr. Consistent. And looks like somebody's... What's the last comment you see in the chat? Is it thanks? Oh, there we go. I see it now. Musrap said, I've seen about 6 or 7 full podcasts, maybe more over the years. Okay. Shout out to you, Musrap. I'm glad you've made yourself known that you want to help. Okay. This is coming from... You can get through? Okay. Okay, go ahead and read that for me, Aminette, please.
999 for Tua Henu Saba Tehuti, Matrix Breaker, Matriarch Builder Ma'at with no filter, Blick it. From Hush Nation. And
okay. Oh, what happened? Was something cut off?
I don't think so.
Let me see. You read it all? I'm on it. I got distracted a little bit. Did you read it all? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Matrix Breaker, Matriarch Builder. That's right. With no filter. Blick it. Okay. Thank you for reading that, Amunet. I had to reread that. I like that. Okay. No, this is Fets, yeah. Okay, give him a hand clap for that, please. Okay, and on to well, there's another PayPal. Okay, good. The PayPals are coming in now. Here we go. I read the Cash Apps now here for the PayPal supporter, which is custom to the made to the T's. Are you in class already? He usually comes in around 10 o'clock at night or maybe 9 something at 10 o'clock and says, I'm going to catch the replay. I am Kudzane. Yeah, that's what he does. Custom made tees. Yeah. So he's gonna make one. Okay. Yeah, I talked to him last week about making shirts. Shout out to Custom Made Tees. And when I could you read that one for me, please?
Yes, I can. 2442 for Tua for all you do, Saba, in the past, in the present, and in the future. I appreciate you, her, and Hukiwi. And it's kind of cut off, but I think it says Perikut. I am Kudzani with the I, the Hamza hand, and the other eye.
Thank you, Eminem, for reading that. Give him some noise, please.
Niniak.
And yes, HOUSEOFATTON really works.
What's that? Is that another? What's the extended version? Is that a new one?
That one, yeah, it's a little bit extended. It's one that we don't use that often.
Okay. Thank you, Eminem, for the noise.
Niniak.
All right, what do we have? The PayPal supporters are here. Thank you, PayPal supporters. Michael Hines. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, Big Ed Leisure. Okay, yeah, that's his. Yeah, so many names. Yeah, that's his. It's the other name. All right. Big Ed Leisure Center, Maharu, Michael Hines. Medu Re. Okay, here we go. Shout out to instead of getting the recordings sent out, this is for the future recording. So it's going to be for this Monday's class and the next Monday's Medu class. He's pre-sending for them. 2 Medu Magic classes. Yeah, he's pre-sending for them. So shout out to Maharu, if you're in the chat or if you're listening, shout out to you. Peace and love to you. And I'll go ahead and read this one. He says, Hanu Saba, also Michael Haynes, which is Maharu, $50 for 2 classes. Hanu Saba, new 2 Medu class. Unk M Ma'at Hanu, Amhotep, Ra, Ren, Pedi, Tehuti, Kot, speaking the full meta. Give him some monster noise, please.
You are watching a master at work.
Big Papa Kurt.
Nev Nefer Ankh. Everything is beautiful in life.
I was in the Neteru.
Oh man, that was Neteru. Shout out to him. That man with that interesting voice. That was Neteru. He talks like he's very interesting. So I was Neteru. Shout out to Amun. Thank you, Amunet, for playing the sounds. I appreciate you.
Mediocre, Saba. I appreciate you too.
All right, wonderful. So here we have, I am Kuzani says, here, sir. He says, honor and massive respect to Saba Tehuti. Hey, I am Kuzani. I don't know if you're trying to come to the pathways, but we need some wonderful words from you. I don't know if any of the, I gotta look back at any of the anniversary where everybody gave in their testimonies and words visually. I don't know if I've seen I am Kuzani on any of them. There's like 4 years worth of them, or 3 to 4 years worth of recordings. I don't know if I am Kuzani. Do you remember being on any of those anniversary things? If not, I would love to hear your story and how your story connects to the children, the youth that you teach, and what the podcast has done for your life, and what my teachers have done for you in visual form. I don't even think I've seen you before. Shout out to I am Kuzani. All right. Woo. Okay. I am male, draconian, Anunnaki high. What? Am I reading that right? Hybrid. I'm wondering why is high at the end of the sentence? A hybrid. I'm a male draconian Anunnaki hybrid. What? Okay, well, shout out to you, Musrap. We need you to confirm some of this disclosure. The disclosure is out. I need you on deck. I need you on deck. We need you to confirm a lot of videos. I don't know if they're AI. We need some confirmation. So who's better than a draconian Anunnaki on board? Let's do it. I need to tell Trump, release them all. All right. I'm Kuzani says, at the time I wasn't able to record one, but I will definitely do one for you. So okay, good. Thank you for telling me. I knew there was at least 1 or 2 people with British accents on the anniversaries, and so none of them were you. So you're gonna do one in the future. I would love to come to Pathways, man. That would be amazing, wonderful. We need at least 20 people. It needs to be at least 20 people to come to Pathways. At least 15 or 20 to have things go smoothly. That's what I have to say about that. Pathways is supposed to be something for my students that are doing for me, and then I attended. That's how it originally started. So I'm sitting back and waiting for it to happen. You asking my gender? Yeah, that's right. So you're male. Thank you, Musrab. You gave me more than your gender. You gave me your species and everything. You said male. That was the answer. We got draconian, and you gave me more Anunnaki. Yeah, we need you on deck, brother. We need you on deck. I need some confirmation of some things that are happening out there. And if you're a draconian Anunnaki, definitely jump on board. That's how you can support. Definitely jump on board and wow, because I've been teaching about the draconians and Anunnakis since '93. I've been teaching about draconians since '93. All right, when it wasn't cool to talk about, there's no disclosures or anything. When everybody thinks you're crazy in '93, you're talking about draconian. I was talking about hybrids in '93. Shout out to brother Musrap. Okay, who else is on the support? Let me go down. I see. So since Amun Min Rasut Atum didn't respond, I'm gonna go ahead and read the supports and just count it for today, even though June 3rd. Let me check the dates. Last class was oh, it's right in the middle. So pod class was wait. That's right in the middle. I'll count this for today and read it for today. And I thought I saw Tef in here too. Brother Tef, if you're listening, you need to contact me. I need to talk to you to confirm. I'd like to talk to you, confirm some things. And my only contact with the Tef, or how he used to contact me, or vice versa, was he got a Facebook account. He said he got it only for me. And now when I look, there's no Facebook account. So definitely find a way to contact me through email or something. I need to talk to you, confirm some things. I think there's either you're doing it or there's somebody out there imitating your handle. And I don't know what's going on there out here with the AI world. And I've just discovered some testimonies and things are fake AI. And I don't know this fake world, but your name is mixed up in some of the things, and I need to confirm with you where you're standing. Shout out to Musrap, 93 Till Infinity. That's right. That's right. One of the best hip hop songs ever made on the planet. Let's go. And they call themselves hieroglyphics. Okay, so we got a support here from Amun Men Ras to the Tomb. I'm going to read this one for today, even though it was it's for last week, but it came in the middle of the week, so I will just read it off for now. Shout out to the good brother because he's consistent. And there's a donation for the class last week. Shout out for him to being honorable because he may not be able to support, maybe not exactly on the pod class day sometimes, but sometimes I'll see his support a day later. Or 2 days later. Shout out to him. All right, here we go. And is this the last one of the night? Let me see. Scroll down. Shout out to Amu and Men Ross to the Tomb. I see a lot of things harass. I see so many things that I tell people I don't want to hear no more. I don't want to hear nothing else. On top of what people bring me, on top of what I already see, I tell people I'm overloaded. I see too much on my own, and then I got people bringing me things, and I got to rest my mind. So shout out to you. I do watch a lot of people and see a lot of things that they don't know that I'm looking at them. And for my own safety, I have to do it. Shout out to Amun Men Rasudatum, and go ahead and read that for us, Amunet.
$35 from Amun Min Rasa Atum for gender roles.
Thank you. Give him some big noise, please.
To play by their Matrix juice.
I love that too.
Thank you. What was that about, Emma? Do you remember why did I say Matrix juice? What was that? What class is that? I don't understand why I said that. Matrix juice.
Oh, that was Dejed. I don't remember why he said that, but that was the Hyper Night with Dejed, I think.
And I said that, right? I said Matrix juice, right?
No, that was Dejed.
That's Dejed that said Matrix juice?
Yeah.
All the time I thought it was me. It sounds like me. Okay. We gotta ask Dejed, what the heck is Matrix juice? Sounds like me though. Okay. Thank you, Emunette.
Nini,
Hey, Amun, did you hear? Well, I went that too. Were you here? I don't know if you were on the panel or in the chat, but we here for the second last break I took. I came back, said I had to take a break because someone had a cobra outside. There was a cobra. Okay, yeah. I never know what this world is interesting, but yeah, I had to run outside, and the guy had his hand with blood on it, and I had a meeting with him. That was a couple of seconds, but before the meeting, he got bit by his cobra, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, man! He still had the blood on him." So I had to take care of that before I came back to the pod class. Whew.
Wow.
Isfat is easier to do than Ma'at. Thank you. Isfat is way easier to do than Ma'at. That's how there's more people at any ISFET convention than there will ever be at the pod class. Way easier to do because ISFET takes no accountability, no discipline. Haras said, "That's a fact, I am Kazani." Absolutely. Way easier to do. That's why I'm not talking to anybody anymore. If I go on Sunnet or any of these channels, if I feel it's not good for the public, I may do it for the public, for new people, but I'm not talking to anybody anymore in any type of dispute or debate unless they can show me that they have an integral responsibility, accountability, allegiance to a particular movement or group where they have to be held accountable. I'm not talking to anybody anymore that's just freestyling. They're talking to me and they don't stand for anything, so they're just talking to me because I'm there. Outside of talking to me, what's your role in the unity for the people? What can we hold you accountable for? What people can vouch for you? And what's your position that you have to do daily? If you don't have that, I'm not talking to you. I'm no conversation for you, because after the conversation, you could just go live wild. And here I am living a disciplined life, and you just go live wild, and I have to eat a particular way, weigh my food, do a particular workout at a time of the day, put out together pod classes, one-on-ones, help people with health. I have a family to take care of, 55 animals. I have all this, and you're just going to pop up like a madman. I don't like the fact you do this. And I'm like, you're eating a hot dog, man. So I can't talk to you. Shout out to VRI, Tua Sabatu, TM and Hotep Raw, Tua HOA, and Tua to you. All right, let's see if there's any more support that came in from the beautiful supporters. June 1st, I'm gonna. Oh, wait. Who am I missing here? Any other support that came in? I feel like I'm missing somebody. What is this? What if AI has been wrong? Hi there. Think about the last important thing. What? I have AI trying to talk to me. I have an AI named Daniel trying to talk to me, sending me multiple emails, trying to have a conversation with me. I'm sorry, man. Okay. It looks like that's it. No, he's just trying to talk conversation with me. Just trying to talk to me. What if AI is wrong? Hey there. Think about the last important thing you use AI for, or something. What? No, what the heck? Okay, I saw a Tef in here somewhere. He must be somewhere at the bottom, because I can't find him now. Where? He must be a part of a scrolling, because it looks like he gave days ago, but I don't see him anymore. Where is he? Oh, I got the AI. Shout out to Amun, Amunet. They gave for men under seats. And let me cash out. Let's see if Atef is here. I will. That's Gabby. That's Retetua. All right, everybody. Well, Atef sent $3.33, but I don't. Let me see if it's in here. Let me scroll all the way down because it sent days ago, so I don't even see it. Okay, I'll find it. I don't know what's happening here. Strange. I'll check one more time, then I'm gonna go ahead. We can close out. I do want to read it because he sent it, and I do want to say something when I read it. And it must be from last week or something. There's some days and days ago. Because why don't I see? Oh, here it is. Wait, who's this? Here it is. And did I read this? Grasshopper for May 31st. Okay, I'm going to read Atef. And Atef, I have a message for you because I need to know if you're being AI'd. I don't know if I need to know if you're being impersonated, because I know you can't be this, you're not crazy. So I don't know what's happening here in this weird world, but in this weird AI world, I need to verify people now, because if I don't see you in the pod class and I can't talk to you as person to person, I don't know what to believe on the screens when I see things, because I don't know what I'm seeing. So we'll see. But my message to you, if you're listening, haven't seen you in the pod class in like 7 months. I do see support coming in. I don't know if it's on an automatic generated thing. I'm not sure what it is. I haven't seen you. I received a message. You're no longer on Facebook, which was our only contact. And then I'm hearing and looking like I'm seeing you in other places that are obviously the opposite of what this is, what's happening here. So I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to see. But Atef sent in $3.33, and I think it's a Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin. And if you're listening, Atef, just you should be contacting me anyways, because it's getting a little strange now. Shout out to all the great supporters in the Min Ma'at, especially if that's you over there on the Parasites, on the Imitator Parasites channel. I don't understand that at all. Hopefully that's AI imitating you or some foolishness. Musrab is still going. Musrab, I'm going to make something you like. I promise you that Musrab is on a mission. I like these Draconians. I need more Draconians, man. Where's your tribe? I need more Draconian Anunnaki brothers. I need more of you. You're on a mission to do something. Get in where do they say? Get in where you fit in. Okay, Knights of the Round Table, 8th. Even though he's driving, he's still sending messages. Thanks for invite, Saba. Driving right now. Wonderful. Tua to you. Not sure what I invited you for, unless you're just so honorable. you're considering coming to this class and invite. That's wonderful.
He's saying the panel, Saba. You had said him and his mate could come on the panel.
Oh, thank you, because that was long ago. That's okay. Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, you're responding to what I said before I left. Okay, so thank you, Amun, for reminding me of that. Thanks for the invite, Saba. Driving right now. I totally understand. Yes, you definitely don't want to come to the panel while driving. Yeah, don't do that. You'll drive to the Neteru. You're gonna keep driving and wondering how come I'm not there yet. I'm gonna keep driving. All right, rain check. We appreciate your class. Musrab says, "Holy Spirit, activate! Holy Spirit, activate!" I don't know what's happening. Harass says, "I love Musrab." There's a party going on in the chat. Okay, you all enjoy each other. Keep the good energy. Okay, I'm seeing if I'm missing anyone. Support. Let me check on something. Payment received. Okay, we have. Okay, here we go. For the Neteru seats, we have Amun and Amunet for the Neteru seats. We got Amun and Amunet for the Neteru seats, and Maharu for 2 prepaid recordings. So far, Nukpu explained to me something happening last week. Hopefully that's resolved and he can get into Neteru class this week. Amunet. Is this a new name? Holen says, Salam alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. Peace be unto you. And it looks like a new name. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a pause. All new names that enter into the Tehuti Pod class and heartbeats. Peace to you, Holen Sockman. Hoelen Sockman. Assalamu alaikum to you. We invite everyone is accepted in the pod class as long as you have respect. We believe that everyone, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jew, you can be from Zimbabwe, you can be into the Anunnaki, you can be Yoruba, Ifa, into Kemet, Hebrew Israelites, whatever you may be. My only interest is that you're wanting to grow and continue on with the path of purity, and then we'll go from there. And that's why I accept everyone, because I can't govern the path that anybody comes to me on. And I met nobody here, Amun, Amunet, Harass, Neferneter, Nature, Jade, Maharu. I met nobody here telling me they already earned a Purim Haru. Nobody. So if I cut them off right there, they wouldn't be my students now. So whatever you are, have an open mind and let's build. Shout out to you. And I've been a Muslim as well. That's why I have an understanding of it. I've been a Muslim, fully into the Quran, prayed 5 times a day, did my wudu, did my raka'at. I didn't do all the raka'at counting though, but I was in Islam. I was a Hebrew. I'm so glad that I experienced all of those and lived them. Actually lived them. Seriously lived them. Like when I was into Hebrew, it was Shabbat time, Saturday. We made unleavened bread. Like we drank Menishevitz. I don't even know if that's fully alcohol, but it was like grape juice. But nobody drank a full thing. We would take one glass and each person at the table would take a sip and pass it around. Maybe that's the first time I drank alcohol. But it's just a sip. Fully doing all of that. So I can relate, and I have no problem with any of that. I just want We'll dissect the truth, though, and get you to the source. Shout out to everybody. All right, I think that's the last support. Did I put on Am? No, I didn't. Here's Amunet Amunet. Let me see if I can get them on. Amunet Amunet for their Metanetter seats, recordings, and all that they do pertaining to the Metanetter class. Boom, go ahead and read that. Any one of you.
$80 for a Medu class recording and seats for 6/8/2026.
Thanks for reading that, Amunet. And
Yeah.
give yourself some big noise.
Follow me from century to century. You remember me in history, not a mystery or memory.
I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, and Harass said, I didn't even own a Per Am Haru. Now I have one. I have the book of the original, and I have another one from my daughter when she is ready. Wonderful. Great mutt to your daughter. And shout out to Sky. If oh, she's had a birthday or something. Shout out to her for the her birthday being 13. If I don't catch her on the day, or if it's already happened, shout out to Sky. Okay. Hey you. Where you going? All right. Okay, is that it, everybody? Is that all the support for the night? Is that it? Let me erase all this AI trying to talk to me. I don't want to talk to you, Daniel. Since when does AI have a name? I think that's it. Okay. Wait, what's this? A Retetua. What is this here? Oh, I'm gonna still put this. Oh, shout out to Gavin. Gavin gives a new sign. Okay, that's it. That's it that I see. I think, yep. Okay, is that it, everybody? Then I think that is all the support that I've seen. If more comes in as we're closing out, I will go ahead and read it. I'm scrolling all the way down. Monette, Ampu, Grasshopper, Kesbetsu, Robert Williams. Okay, that's it for that. And I saw a Retetua one, but that, oh, here it is. This is for the one-on-one, but I'm gonna still log this under this pod class just so I can have a good record of it. I'm just gonna log it in the file. I'm not gonna announce it, but shout out to Retetua. I see your support for the one-on-one. Make a file out of it. I see you send me an email too. One. Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody. That looks like that may be it. Those are this beautiful class because I do not see anything new in. So wonderful. Let's close it up. We have I am Kazani says, I open my Purim Haru with my son as he is into manga, and so many concepts are taken from there. So I am grateful I can have that experience with him. Okay. Wonderful. I am Kazan. I didn't even know you were old enough to have a son that was into anything, because you seem like you're like, I'm not sure, but you know, the vibe of like, well, I guess a 26-year-old. No. How old are you, good brother? I don't know, but shout out to your son. I always saw you as like 29 or something like that. But anyways, shout out to you and your son, and definitely that is beautiful that you opened up the Purim Haru with him. And I see why you're always interested in getting Neteru classes, because that's where I teach most of the jewels of the Purim Haru. All right. Harass said, soon come. 17th. Okay. Your Sechem is excellent, Saba. Okay. Hey, shout out to Sky on the 17th. And I'm horrible with birthdays, but shout out to Sky. She's one of the House of 10 children. Manga is Japanese cartoons. Shout out to Musrap. Musrap is on it tonight. He's nothing sliding. All right, everybody, we're going to do some beautiful closing statements out. If I see new supports come in, we greatly appreciate you from the House of 10, and I will read them out before we close up. But for now, we will do the closing out beautiful statements from Amun and Amunet, starting with Amun. I don't know if your hair is dented or if the thing is. Oh, it is dented. Is there a hole in your hair? That's that looks like a crater, like a meteorite hit the side of your head. Okay. All right, we'll do some closing statements starting with Amun.
Hotep Saba, I would like to quickly ask, because you reminded me when you brought up her Tet. I remember a while ago she sent in a question about, it was MK Ultra mind control, and am I remembering that correctly? And if she did send in that question, like what happened to that? Because I remember that I was so interested in that, waiting for that class.
I don't know, because I've done a class on that, so maybe I answered and you forgot, or maybe you didn't see it. I mean, we would have seen it, but I did a class on MK Ultra and showed. I did a class and I showed a CIA. I showed someone from the CIA where they got Agent Smith from. I don't remember. So I've taught so many classes, but
I remember that. Oh,
long time ago. I don't know if that was her question, but it was on MK Ultra, and I showed the CIA member talking about the mind control, and showed that that's the Agent Smith, and so I have to go look back and see. But definitely, if anybody sent me an MK Ultra class, that would be done that week. I love that. I put mind control in the title of classes where the person's not even asking about mind control. So if you actually ask me about mind control, I would love to do that. In a couple of, very shortly, something has to be resolved, and I'll have even more to show on MK Ultra. But something has to be resolved. There's some chaos going on, and who knows what they did now, but there's new information, and it got it got taken. Stupidness, man. I don't even. It got taken, which it was illegal because it got taken from their own people, which can't happen. So the government took from the government. It's a foolish game, and that has a lot of pod classes in it. that has a lot of pod classes in it. If I ever get those ones, I already have a lot, but those ones were the ones that were going to come out that the CIA said were destroyed. They said it were destroyed, and the program's over. But I just hope they get them back and they're not tampered with. That has a lot of. I'm waiting for July. July, I hope everything that I predicted, the real files will come out. The real UFO files are not out yet. The interactive files are not out yet. There's interactions, and I'm looking for July to come. So, but anyways, if that question was asked, I would have answered it. And it's somewhere on there. I don't know where. Maybe we ask Retetua. All right, everybody. Thank you for asking, though.
Ninu Sabo and 12 for refreshing my memory on that. There's so many classes. It's like after one class and it's another, and then I'm watching classes throughout the week too. So sometimes everything gets a little jumbled up. So 12 very much for that great Sabo.
Niniuk. Harass is still on the daylight saving time. Yes. When is he canceling daylight saving time? There's so much game going on. I look forward to. I have so much to teach. I was waiting for the questions to be sent in, but shout out to you, Harass, and everybody else. And there's a lot going on that I could teach on, and I want to release it all. There's more on Epstein too. There's so much happening. I have so much. I just keep it to myself until I'm asked. But anyways, let's do some closings with Amun and Amunet and get a good night's rest tonight.
Hotep Anguja Seneb, E Mariuk to you, Great Tef, Sabatudi Amun Hotep Ra, Hotep Mary to you, to your Neters for holding up your Dejed with their Ka, EE hands, to all of your beautiful animals. 204 this class. I've not been able to watch in its entirety, but I did catch a lot of it. I have not seen this movie, but what you showed, this is one of the movies where it was like right in our face. So many different things they got from the Nile Valley and things they're inspired by from the Nile Valley, from Mahat and from Kemet. The things that you showed, it was like it was right there. I got the end of the class too with the company that they had and the way that you put that together and then showed how it connects to the movie. That was absolutely mind-blowing. So Tua very much, Grace Saba. Tua to Gavin for asking the question. I hope that he enjoys it. It's interesting that he sends in a question about this movie and then it connects so much to the culture. So Tua Saba, every time you do a movie breakdown, it really shows that all these people in Hollywood and these different places are really studying Kemet and Mop, like hardcore, and they want to recreate it so bad in their own way, and then demonize it in certain ways too. So Tua for showing that, great Saba. I appreciate you, Tua, for doing what you had to do with the person with the snake thing. I try to imagine it in my head, and your compartmentalization skills are like the best, because to be able to leave the pod class and then put what you're thinking about the pod class away and then have a conversation and talk to the person about what you're talking about with that person and doing what you do there and being focused on that, and then coming back to the pod class, teach on the pod class, I mean, just about everybody else's mind would be all over the place with all the information that you have, and then being able to go do that as well. So I appreciate you for that, Saba. And I'm happy that your voice is better. And to TT and Nana for taking care of you and doing all that they do. And yes, great Saba. I'm looking forward to the Medu class. I'm appreciative for all that you do. And I'm happy to see new people in the chat, new people supporting. And I'm looking forward to the questions they send in. And I also look forward to the day you go back on 363 Black Magic as well. I will end with this adoration to you, great Saba. Isk Tuhuri Pert M Heru Irit Mert Tep Ta Ema Antiu I Tuhuri I Neteru Setau M Ua En Neb He Inu Pert En Tuat. Behold Tehuti coming forth by day to do his will upon earth amongst the living. Hail Tehuti, hail Netters who row the boat of the Lord of millions of years who lead it above the Tuat. Uncle Justin, up to you, Grace Saba. E. Mariuk, Hotel Mary, have a Nefer rest of your Kek, and a Neferu Pesh.
Wonderful, Tua, for all your beautiful words. I'm glad you enjoyed. You talk a lot about my technique of how I teach. I'm glad you observe that it's a storyline that leads up to something, and then when you get there, you're like, oh my goodness, and then the class, I enjoyed this class. Tua, to Gavin for sending it, Tua for saying something pertaining to him in the class, and this one, everything was so hidden and obvious. It was like clear. Like, did you see the original title of the movie? Like,
yes, I saw that part.
Yeah, the whole thing was, oh my goodness. I enjoyed this. Tua Gavin for sending the question, and Tua Amun for noticing how I laid it out. And all your appreciation for everything that I do. I hear it in the background when I take a break, and I hear you talking. And it's all truth. It's all beautiful truth. And you've never changed. We changed for the better, but you've never changed. You've never shown any type of weakness when it comes to the strength of the power class in the House of a 10. So you continue being that pillar. Let everybody see you, and it's a wonderful thing. No one can find flaw that I see in the behavior that you present, representing the House of a 10. I can feel free to leave the computer and just let you talk, and not thinking that you're saying anything out of place. And I need that, because I have to be able to relax my mind sometime and step away. So you made me feel comfortable with that. Keep up the good work. Uncle Justin Ebb, shoot them out to you. Great job.
Well, for making me who I am today, and I am happy to hear that can contribute towards your relaxation. For your beautiful words, Ninu, Uncle Justin Ebb, shooting them out to you.
Uncle Justin Ebb, shooting them out to you. Wonderful. Excellent. Okay. And on to Amunet. Let's hear your word. Amunet, you're very, I'm going to say before you even start, you're very good at positive subliminals. Like you're very good at positive subliminals. I am in the back listening, and I'm like, Almond is saying some beautiful things, but she's shooting a weapon. I hear it. I hear it. It's beautiful. It's sweet. It sounds nice. I hear some bow and arrows going off inside of the sweetness. So I wanted to say it to you before you even started, that I hear the bow and arrows going off. You say certain things for certain events, and I don't know if anybody knows what you're talking about, but I can hear it while I'm in my breaks. I want to say it to you before you even start. I hearing stuff.
You all for sharing great Sabbath, Tehuti. And I appreciate you very much for that. And Uncle Justin, up to you to offer this very powerful, very extensive, detailed class. Very mind blowing that the first part of class was only 40 seconds of the movie. That was extremely intricate, and no one else can do that but you, great Sabatuti. So to offer being the netter that you are, and for teaching us all here and saving Kau the way that you do, and to offer saving both Amun and I's life in the way that you've done and continue to do, and for purifying our hearts and minds, and for changing our entire surroundings. As Amun said earlier, you've changed our entire surroundings, our minds, how we eat, everything. So I'm very appreciative for that, and I'm very thankful for the magical life that I'm living. And in this pod class, I had synchronicities as well that I'll share with you, and I'm very thankful that I am here as your student forever, and that we are living within Ma'at. You have gifted Amun and I with the truth forever, and that is eternally, I am eternally thankful for that. So to you for that, and for also saving our children in the future when they come down. So I'm very thankful for all this great Sabatuti. Thank you, and Tua, for every single thing that you've done in the past, all the things you've done in the schools and everything in the past when you were really little. So that's extremely mind blowing. No one can replicate you, great Sabo. You are unique, you are pure, and you have created the only movement on the planet that follows Ma. So Tua for doing that, and for being the greatest netter on the planet. And I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet Shasu Amket, Tuhuti Pert Netter Emoset Imet. Hutsen her out, and Tuhuti Urhetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. What's up, Mary He? Uncle Justin, up to you. Lots of health and positive, merry energy to you from Amun and I every single day, and I hope you have a very rewarding Kek and a Neferu Pesh. Maria.
Beautiful. Excellent words. I appreciate them all. And your loyalty to the truth, your loyalty to the movement, your loyalty to me, your loyalty to Amun, your loyalty to all that is true is shining, glowing and shining. And you're definitely a role model to people to see what is it like to just have a pure, humble yet confident yet dependable mind state without the chaos and the strange energy back and forth, confused in your mind, and self-sabotage. You don't have the self-sabotage, so you're a great being for people to see that. You keep up your wonderful work. We got people giving affirmations to you. So you're definitely a role model, that's so beautiful. Keep up the great work. And thank you for thanking me for what I did when I was years ago in school. And I wish I had videos so I could show you all. Because imagine me in the grade 9 teaching in the hallways and running in the. I wish there's no cameras back then. But I'd love to have had that on camera and show that. But 202 for acknowledging that, because those are vivid, clear, and very sentimental memories for me that you can't fake, you can't make on AI. You can't. Hey, I just did an Amunet. See, stuff like that. You can't. You can't imitate, and you can't. These are genuine, organic things, and I had no guide. Nobody telling me go do this. No kind of guidance. It was all just natural to do. So when you bring it up, it brings back memories that keeps me motivated. So to it for that, to it for your beautiful hymn or words, Meru, you say. Keep the good work, and Uncle Justin, I'm Shinama to you.
Chua Niniak, for your life-giving words. I appreciate them very much. And Shunama.
Shinama. Okay. Wonderful, everybody. That is it. We're going to do the affirmation. I like all the people that stay to the end. A lot of movement in the chat. Usually at this time when it's over, the chat is still. It was actually all Nukpu, unless he falls asleep. We got Harass and Musrap keeping the conversations flowing. Even Musrap is saying Grandmaster building. He said this is a very interesting night. That's right, Musrap. This is only the beginning. You are absolutely right. This is only the beginning. Decades and centuries have yet to happen still. And they'll be looking back at this. People will be watching the podcast and watching this, saying, do you remember? Well, we're going to be videos. We're going to be videos. And people in the future are going to look back at this, and we're not going to be around in this form anymore. We're just going to be captured classic videos. Can you look back? Because imagine what this world is going to be in 30 years. Oh, there's going to be no humans, no people. It's going to be all robotic, cold, fake. So when they look back at this, look how pure those people were. We're going to be like in the European world, we're going to be the Amish 30 years from now. Look at these people on YouTube. They always talking about love, connection. The teacher taught. Questions were sent in. It was supported. Look at all this positivity. It's going to be hell in 30 years. So let's keep up this and keep ourselves as role models for children in 30 years that are going to be born pure, and hopefully they can see this. And hopefully they'll be living representatives of this, where we won't just be videos, but there'll be House of Attend people 50 years from now and they're 20 and they're just starting, and it's gonna be a little different without a pod class, but they'll figure it out. Some will figure it out. Who knows? Maybe another 15 years. Maybe another Tehuti will be born. Maybe this will happen again. Maybe right now there's a child in school teaching in the hallways. I don't know. We'll see. All right, everybody. Who knows, right? Who knows when history starts? That's right. This is the new golden era. We're gonna make it that. We're gonna a lot of gold talk today. Nice. We're gonna make it that. This is the golden era. This will for us, absolutely. All right, everybody. I don't see any more supports that came in, so we're gonna go ahead and do the affirmation and close that out. It's been 8 hours. Shout out to Golden, who stayed here to the end. Shout out to Harass, who stayed here to the end. Shout out to Musraf, who stayed here to the end. And anyone who's listening that may not be typing that can hear me, peace and love to you that stayed to the end. And of course, Amonette, who stayed to the very end. We're going to do the affirmation now and close out this wonderful pod class. We'll start on the count of 3, everybody. Okay, hold on. There it is. We'll start on the count of 3. Boom, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ankim Ma'at, Un-N-S. Nin Tet Aset and Ma'at. Min Habapet and Ma'at. Her and Hu Kiui. Her Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wonderful. Where's the finger? There they are. Boom. All right. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. This has been wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and put the banner up for the support for the people who've come at the end that want to contribute to this movement and contribute to this. Hey, where are you going? Contribute to this continuation of this beauty, the beautiful Nefer thing. All right, Amonette and Amon, I'm going to wish you a good night. Get some rest. And I will talk to you. See you on Monday. Yeah, that's the next time. See you on Monday in the Neteru class. Have a great rest. And I'm going to go big screen and close this out.
Peace and love, Sabo.
Peace and love. Have a great rest.
Peace and love. Have a great rest. All right, everybody. Whoops. Wonderful. This has been beautiful frequency, beautiful experience, beautiful with the new people, Musrab, and some new people that have come in and just interacted. Even people that were comfortable enough to say, you know what, I'm one of the silent watchers. A lot of honesty today in the class. I'm one of the silent watchers. Peace to you. Tehuti, I'm out of work right now. Honorable. These are honorable things. Musrab, I don't know what Musrab said about support as far as financial, but he mentioned making videos. So maybe he's not good financially, but maybe he can do some kind of video work. But there's been a lot of, and then Golden Hemlock, a lot of new names and maybe older names that change their names, interacting and giving energy in the pod class, all positivity, all mental Ma'at focus, which is visual. Ma'at means to examine, and then you put it in order. Discernment. Harass back. This is the most I've seen harass in the chat in a long time. She's been away for a while. She's back full-fledged. Interacting not only with me but people in the chat, and just keeping. Harass has a very vehement energy when it comes to me, the pod class, and just the protection of truth. She's not going through no more mess. I'm too old for this. Like, I'm not. So she has a vehement nature about it, and it's good to have her back in the chat and interacting. It's a beautiful thing. So she types something else, which is, to a Sabbath for your great pod class with exclamation mark. May you have a beautiful rest, and may your body fully restore itself, or restore. Thank you. All right, wonderful. 93 till infinity. For those who missed the pod class, go back, rewind, and absorb, learn, grow, and send a thank you support and say thank you. I want this to continue. For those who missed the class and don't know what it was about, the movie Hancock, which didn't look like anything when you watch it. When you come to this class, you will see how much time they put into the symbolism and why it took 11 years to come out, and so much messages. And then most importantly, what you're going to learn is everyone studies the Neteru in the ancient stories to either invoke or to inspire, or to just take whatever it may be to create what they have, all the way down to the hypotenuse of the Masons with the triad of the three shaped squares from the shape of Osiris and the Ka symbol. Everything, it's all from a source, and they all give homage and pay tribute to the source in either open or subliminal secret ways. And it's a good thing for us to see, to say, you know, we're in the original. We're taking the original way. We're not doing it for covert purposes, clandestine, secret society purposes. We're actually going to the writings and the truth, and we have testimonies that we're changing our lives, and we're very, very proud. The Neteru was so powerful that they're laced within almost everybody's culture and movies and language, and what a beautiful culture to be a part of. So the movie Hancock encoded with ancient messages from the Kemetic Neteru, and I showed some encoding and also some blatant open ones that weren't encoded, just blatant names of the Neteru, the open, just right there, like Horus. Here, here's Ray, here's Mary, here's Horus, here's the armless masturbator, here's all type of things, just open and clear. We have, yes, the Neteru goddess over Kenya area was Heteru, Hathor Heteru. Hancock decoded reverse life sex symbolism of the gods. And Ethiopia, Kenya, Sudan, the ancient time and area of the Neteru and Hancock. And there's a beautiful section in there about spitting image and testosterone leading to testimony, and testes and the origin of babies and children, what they call father. A natural sound that comes out of a baby's mouth has a complete origin of elaboration in the ancient language, showing how beautiful and pure we were, that we could take aspects of nature that's around us, not change it, and use that as a teaching. We could take the sound that a baby makes and we can apply that to a symbolic message of the creation story, using the same sound that a baby naturally makes, that he calls the Father, and use that sound to create the word for for the Father, and didn't have a story behind it. So beautiful we were. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the Tutti Pod class. Support this movement. Keep this going. They keep their systems going, without question. Hockey will never go away. Basketball is not going anywhere. Football is not going anywhere. Dunkin' Donuts, everything that's out there that people do for entertainment and the millions of dollars, Christmas is going nowhere. They make sure they give reciprocity to keep the Bohemian Society. Bohemian Grove is not going anywhere. Freemasons are not going anywhere. Epstein Circle is not going anywhere. These are people that support their negativity and destructions and evils, but the main thing is that they're united in support and keep their negativity going. On the opposite side of truth, it's very difficult to keep that same type of unity and support going on the positive side, because we don't really value the importance of certain things, whereas the Matrix values the importance of a person flipping French fries. Will get paid every hour, and overtime, and time without pay, and vacation leave for flipping French fries that kill people. But they'll make sure that that person is supported for the death Cigarettes are going nowhere anytime soon. Neither is alcohol. Molson Golden is not going anywhere. Miller Lights, not going anywhere. So they make sure their systems are continued, and their systems are continued aspects of death. I'm trying to create a continued aspect of life where I created the House of a 10 and have people in positions where they demonstrate their skill, demonstrate their whatever it is that they do. I bring it out to the forefront. You say you do this, here you go. You say you do this, I'll make sure everybody knows about this that you do. You do music, promote your music. Whatever it is, as long as it's for the ascension of the entire movement and it circulates in the frequency, I make sure everybody knows about you. That's what I do. I put people on the forefront and have everybody give henus to that person that never got henus in their life, never got that type of respect in their life. But I want to generate that energy of love and peace. So because people listen to Tehuti, if Tehuti says, that person over there is the Techet, the general, the song maker, the this, the that, the this, the that, everybody's going to say, oh, we respect them for this, that, this, that. That's what I do. Bring people to the forefront as long as people keep the community moving. Peace and love to those who want to keep that system going. It's a system of love, and in most cases, love is not truly appreciated, but arguments, hatred, and negativity is, and self-sabotage is the most. I'm trying to promote the aspects of love that I brought ever since for the internet, the Killer Priest, and before the internet, 1991. Been doing this a long time. Being the animals. Peace and love to everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Peace to Golden. Peace to Mushrab. Mushrab and Golden are they're in here till the podcast till the time goes up. They're in here till the time goes gray. He says Golden says facts. These just a football game. Nothing going on here. Wink. Golden says, I love your vocabulary and memory. It's so clean and burning. Are you the same one that said about Mushrab? Somebody said the breakdown is so professional. Somebody said that. Shout out to whoever said that. Shout out to all those. And Golden and Mushrab, as you all grow and become closer to the community, closer to this, come on the panel, support, and doing all these things. You'll find out that what I'm going to do is find out what you're good at, and put the spotlight on you, put the microscope on you. So if Musrap, if you're good at making videos or whatnot, just like I do with Amunet and anybody, I say, okay, what are you good at? Okay, you're doing this, and then in the podcast it's announced that my goal is to push people up and build on their confidence so that they can feel more able to deal with a matrix that doesn't have their back. That's always trying to bring them down. I'm here to reverse that, because once you leave the podcast and once you go in the world, there's just a bunch of people arguing, negative frequency, and all that nonsense. So Mushrab says, till the wheels fall off. Oh, I'm gonna says Neferpesh, beautiful dreams. Till the wheels fall off. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and close out. Peace and love, everybody. See you next Saturday. Those who are coming to the Medu class, see you this Monday. If there is an announcement of me anywhere else, like if I go back to 363 or anywhere, it will be announced in the Discord. Keep in contact with the Discord, and you'll know about it, and then I will see you there. Peace and love, everybody. Keep up the wonderful work. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is Araret the Cobra. Peace and love to all of you that keep this moving. And like Golden said, positive energy activates constant elevation. And on that note, Me and Araret say peace.